The Organization of Islamic Cooperation opened a summit in Istanbul. The escalation between Iran and Israel and Gaza dominated the agenda. Michal Bardavid reports.
The first day of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation's Council of Foreign Ministers summit took place in Istanbul, amid tight security and high-level participation. Dozens of foreign ministers from the OIC's 57 member states were in attendance.
The central focus of the OIC meeting is the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Leaders addressing the summit voiced a unified condemnation of Israel, with growing concern that if the conflict continues, it could trigger broader instability across the region.
Uluslararası toplumun ilk önceliği,
the first priority of the international community should be preventing the current situation from turning into a spiral of violence that will further endanger regional and global security.
Turkish President Erdogan also accused Israel of attempting to sabotage Iran's nuclear negotiations. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi attended the meeting after holding high-level talks with European leaders in Geneva on Friday. He reiterated that negotiations with the U.S. could not continue unless Israeli attacks were halted, and also leveled direct accusations against Washington.
We have come, unfortunately, to the conclusion that the United States has been in this aggression from the beginning. You know, they deny, they keep saying that they are not involving, but we have many indications that they have been involved from day one.
According to the Turkish presidency, Recep Tayyip Erdogan told Iran's foreign minister that resuming Iranian-U.S. talks on Tehran's nuclear program was the only way to achieve a solution to their dispute and the conflict with Israel. A strongly worded joint statement is expected to be released Sunday at the conclusion of the summit, condemning Israel and calling for urgent de-escalation. Michal Bardavid, CGTN, Istanbul.
Our correspondent Seper Saremi tells us what life is like in Tehran during these strikes.
It's 11 a.m., 21st June. This morning, I received a call from one of my friends. She told me that her father was gardening and suddenly he heard the sound of an explosion and he was scared. And when he wanted to run off, he fell and broke his hip. So today I want to go visit him and show you also the city and ask him a couple of questions, because as far as I know, he's also a Iran-Iraq war veteran. So, and also about the situation on the ground, I have to say there were fewer explosions in the skies of Tehran last night, but I've heard that a target was hit by Israeli drones or jet fighters this morning in Qom, a city of center of Tehran. And also, as I've said, the essentials are accessible, available in Tehran, and we have oil, we have food, we have electricity, we have water. It's not a ghost town, because I've read on some Telegram channels and Western media that Tehran is a ghost town, but it's not a ghost town. We have everything that we need for now. And also, Abbas Araghchi, our foreign minister, held negotiations with the European powers yesterday in Geneva. So diplomacy is also might be also working in Geneva, but on the ground now we see no signs of ceasefire, as two states are still trading strikes. As you see, the city is still quiet and not crowded, but I've read on the news that many people are returning home because they have to go to work, or maybe now they feel that the city is safer. Now I'm going to northwestern Tehran.
I was sleeping, and suddenly I heard a massive explosion, and when I wanted to escape, I fell and broke my hip. Now I cannot walk. My family's taking care of me. I am an Iranian Iraq war veteran, and I have seen wars, but still, I was scared.
As you saw today, 21st of June, I went and visited my father's friend who, after being scared of an explosion in the sky, fell and broke his hip. But fortunately, he was in good conditions now. About Tehran, Tehran is also getting better. I can refuel my car easily, and all the essentials are available. You can buy chicken, you can buy meat, you can buy milk, fruits, everything is available at the reasonable prices. So now the city is not chaotic anymore. And it's not a ghost town. You know, some people said it's a ghost town. It's not a ghost town. Everything is in order, and people are returning to this city from other provinces and cities across the country, because now they have to go to work. And last night also didn't hear, for the first night after 8 days and nights, I didn't hear a lot of explosions in the sky, and that was better.
President Donald Trump has posted on social media that the U.S. military has conducted successful strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. This comes after he met with his national security team in the White House on Saturday. Our coverage of the situation continues after this short break. Stay with us.
Now officially entered the war with Iran, a war that Israel has started. And now the president just announced the U.S. entering. I don't think this is going to be a one-time thing. It sounds like he's announcing this as just a one-time thing. They bombed and they're out of the sky, and now he's saying there's time for peace. This is not time for peace. This is now time for war.
So do you think that this will hamper any diplomatic efforts to bring Iran to the negotiating table, especially since they said they were not going to discuss any nuclear issues?
I think this will absolutely impact diplomatic efforts by the Europeans, any other mediators, even the United States itself. So what essentially happened here is that the U.S. was trying to negotiate with Iran on the nuclear issue, the nuclear program. They had rounds of talks. The most latest was scheduled for last Sunday. And then the Israelis attacked Iran and essentially attacked diplomacy. They sabotaged diplomacy through this attack and started the war. And now the U.S. has entered the war as well. So I don't see really a pathway for diplomacy while this is the situation. And the Iranian side has time and again said in the past, and they've threatened that if the U.S. attacks them, they're also going to attack U.S. targets and interests. So they're going to see this as a major escalation. And from what they've said before, I think they're going to escalate as well. We saw a similar episode back in 2020 when President Trump ordered the assassination of top Iranian general Soleimani back then, and the Iranians retaliated by attacking the U.S. base in Iraq, al-Assad, with missiles directly from their soil. So I'm expecting a similar episode happening this time and potentially even more escalations.
At the same time, Nagar, Iran seems to be running out of options. In the last few hours was unable to fire rockets. It seems to be running on, the Iranian war engine seems to be running on fumes. So out of options, maybe diplomacy is the only option that's left.
They don't have good options in front of them, but I wouldn't see them as out of options yet. Yes, they're the underdog in this fight, but they still have been able to inflict pain on the Israeli side in the past week. They're not down out of their missiles and the drones and whatever their arsenal is, which is limited, but it's not finished. And also they're going to see this as a major escalation. So this is bringing back memories of the 1980s war with Iraq. It was a brutal war for Iran back then, and they were the underdog. But nevertheless, they saw that attack on their homeland, on their sovereignty as a serious violation, and they fought that war for about 8 years. So I don't really see a prospect for diplomacy at this moment. I think Iran will see this as an escalation. I don't want to predict, of course. There are different scenarios that can play out. I hope that diplomacy would be the way to resolve this. But right now, President Trump and the U.S. just showed that they don't want to choose diplomacy as a path forward. And this is a step towards military escalation. So my guess from Iranian past actions and also their statements is that they're also going to see it as an escalation and escalate as well.
Negar Muratsavi, please stay with us. I need to turn our attention now to Owen Fairclough. He's our correspondent here in Washington, D.C. Owen, we have breaking news. We have a few facts that are trickling through. What do you make of all this?
Well, Diego, just to repeat that, we've got this statement from Donald Trump. Obviously, a man who likes to communicate, a president who likes to communicate on his own social media network, posting this just around 10 minutes ago. Let me just read some of the text that we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. Now, that might suggest that there wasn't quite a full payload on those other 2 nuclear sites. We'll get those details, I'm sure, as they emerge. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. Now is the time for peace. Worth noting, Diego, that earlier this Saturday, air traffic control, multiple sources had reported these B-2 bombers heading from the United States, from their base in the state of Missouri in the Midwest, out towards the Pacific. So those were clearly the bombers involved in this attack on those 3 nuclear sites in Iran. It's also worth noting, Diego, as well, that just a couple of hours ago, or 2 or 3 hours ago, Reuters was reporting that Israeli officials were getting a little bit impatient with the Trump administration. Donald Trump had talked about waiting a fortnight, 2 weeks or so, to try and negotiate some kind of deal with Iran, and the Israeli officials, were getting impatient with that timeline, were much more impatient to have some kind of action take place. So as we go forward with this, that will surely be a factor, and questions will be asked about exactly whether the timeline was brought forward for this attack on Iran. Trump and his officials, the Trump administration, appeared to want to wait a little bit longer to try to negotiate some kind of deal with the Iranians that would involve them in the Trump administration's view, de-escalating what they consider to be a program to build a nuclear weapon. Remember, Diego, that the Iranians have denied consistently that their nuclear program was not intended for military purposes or to build essentially a nuclear warhead, but was for peaceful purposes. But Israel's position was very much against that. They felt that Iran was weeks and days away from building a nuclear weapon, and that was certainly the view of many people in the Trump administration, although it's worth noting that Trump's own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, had said she wasn't sure that Iran was that close, but then corrected herself after being effectively reprimanded by the US president and said that she felt that Iran was weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. So you can see these strands, to some extent, not quite competing narratives, but certainly there were voices of some dissent in the Trump administration. But all of that has now obviously been superseded by this historic intervention in the conflict between Iran and Israel, with Donald Trump announcing that strike some 15 or 20 minutes ago as we speak. Diego.
Owen, what really draws our attention here is how the U.S. administration shifted positions, changed gears from the tack of negotiation. Very unlikely that there is a nuclear program for intended to produce weapons, and in a very short time into actually striking alleged or supposed locations where the uranium, the enriched uranium maybe, and so on. How do you look at this shift, and what's your take on this?
Well, clearly, if it's accurate, the Israeli, I don't want to say impatience, but certainly the Israeli concern that they wanted some kind of military operation to be conducted before Donald Trump must be a factor here, and that's something that will emerge, I'm sure, in the days and weeks to come. Yes, Donald Trump was being somewhat evasive, somewhat ambiguous, even as recently as Friday evening, obviously repeatedly asked about the US intentions. He didn't want to give too much away, but as you point out, Diego, he still felt that a deal was there to be made, and that perhaps might explain why he wanted to play for time to some extent. But obviously, the Trump administration has been in lockstep with the Israelis, not just supporting their operation in Gaza, but indeed supporting Israel in its decision to launch those airstrikes on Iran and some days ago, and obviously Iran responding with airstrikes on Israel, those images that we've seen throughout the last week or so. But clearly, Israel would certainly appear to have been putting some pressure on the Trump administration. I think we can see that, and that is something that I'm sure we'll hear more of in the days that emerge. Just to recap, Diego, Donald Trump saying that those planes are out of Iranian airspace on their way home as we speak. So that announcement coming shortly before 8 p.m. Eastern time, and that airstrike will have been carried out in the early hours of the morning in Iran. Diego.
Owen Fairclough, stay with us. Please continue to monitor any developments. Let's bring back Negar Moradzavi, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Policy and host of the Iran podcast. Negar, as very few details trickled through, what becomes apparent is a major shift in the U.S. administration, or at least in its public stance, and at the same time, a game changer for the Middle East. This intervention, do you think, will really change how the political map looks from now on?
Maybe not the political map yet, as in the geographical map. I don't know. But, this is a large nation state we're talking about. Iran is one of the largest countries in the region, one of the most populated. And this is, potentially, if it escalates into a full-on war between the U.S. and Iran, if neither side de-escalates and takes an off-ramp, this can go on for years. This is reminiscent of the memory of the 1980s Iran-Iraq war for Iranians. And for Americans, this can potentially look like Afghanistan and Iraq, maybe even the two combined. This can be catastrophic, going to war with a country like that. I don't know if this is going to be continuing the escalation. It can very well be. I mean, President Trump just escalated this war to a whole new level, basically bringing the U.S. into this. And then at the end of his post, he says, it's now time for peace. I think that sort of is the paradox or the contradiction, or maybe this lack of strategy that his administration has been pushing. One thing that was promoted during the election campaign, calling him the president of peace, saying that he's going to bring peace to the Middle East, potentially to the world. It was promised that he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. It was promised that he would bring peace to the Middle East and the suffering in Gaza. None of that happened. We didn't see any of that peace happening. Negotiations did happen with Russia, with Ukraine. Negotiations did happen in Gaza with Israel, but peace didn't come. These negotiations have not been successful. Diplomacy was not successful. And this is just the third instance. So he entered negotiations with Iran showing a serious interest, but the process of that negotiation was failure, just like the other two negotiations for peace. So I think this idea of how do you make peace? How do you do diplomacy? What does diplomacy even mean? It sounds like, in his view, in his administration, it means total surrender from the other side. The Iranians didn't surrender totally in the process of the negotiations. They didn't give up their nuclear program, even though it's a civilian program. They didn't give up, when there was an attack on their homeland, on their sovereign land. And President Trump did call for unconditional surrender. That didn't happen. And so he escalated. So to call this escalation, which is more war, to call it peace, I think shows that contradiction and sort of that lack of awareness and understanding of what it actually means to negotiate and to do diplomacy, the concessions that you have to make, the give and take. You go to the table, you give something and you take something. It's not just about giving. It's not just about taking and not giving. It's not about unconditional surrender. So I think this is basically the embodiment of that thinking and that course of action.
We're seeing on camera Donald Trump's post on Truth Social. Meanwhile, Negar, I want to ask you one question. Leveraging your Iran expertise, is this a time where we should look at the minorities in the country, the Kurds and others? Could they be taking this as a cue for their own action and to advance their own interests?
I mean, there are a lot of groups that are opposed to the central government in Tehran, minorities across the borders, like you mentioned, ethnic groups, also not just ethnic groups and minorities, various different middle class, working class who have political grievances, economic, social, cultural, and people have shown this in protest after protest against the government with very radical political slogans. And I think the Israelis were also hoping or depending on this to happen after the attacks. They have pushing this line publicly, asking the Iranians to rise up against their government. Now is your time to fight this regime or rise against this regime, potentially signaling that they're weakening the regime and so the Iranians can take over. But we haven't seen anything in the past week. What we've seen in the country is just chaos and fear and shock and people scrambling to save themselves and their families from the bombing that, from the perspective of the civilians, it's random. There have been a lot of civilian casualties, 600 people, between 400 to 600 people killed, thousands injured, and many people have been displaced in the country, not knowing where is safe and where they can go. So I think the immediate reaction right now to people is how to make myself safe, my family safe, potentially even leaving the country. People, the airspace is closed, but people are leaving the country by land wherever they can. But yes, I think this can also bring instability and chaos to the country. Potentially, we've seen in some of the neighboring countries, it could even lead to situations like civil war, and armed militias being formed. We saw in Iraq that happening. We saw in Afghanistan what instability and sort of this foreign attack and invasion can do to the country. So a lot can happen. I mean, it's still hard to predict right now. This is just an aerial bombing, but this is an escalation. And down the line, we can see the examples of Iraq and Afghanistan. I hope it doesn't come to the point of boots on the ground and American troops going to Iran. But if escalations happen, that's also not an impossible scenario to imagine right now.
Negar Muratsavi, thank you so much for your time and insights. We go back to Owen Fairclough here in Washington, D.C., following the latest developments and what's going on. This, of course, since President Trump shared on social media the fact that a successful bombing raid had been carried out on sites in Iran that were of nuclear interest. Everything has acquired a very different pace, right, Owen?
Diego, just to give you some more background to this, Donald Trump returned to the White House this Saturday evening around about 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's around 10 p.m. at GMT. That wasn't planned. He'd been spending the weekend at his New Jersey home, golfing there. So it was something of a surprise. And you might say now in hindsight, perhaps something was afoot with that decision to return to the White House. That was to convene a meeting with his national security team, a national security meeting that was slated for around 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So that was clearly the moment for Donald Trump to get together with his top security officials, and it would appear now to launch that airstrike on those 3 nuclear facilities in Iran. And I should also say that the White House had called what it calls a lid. That's essentially when it says to the correspondents, the media following the White House who are assigned to follow the US president, that there's no more news. Now that lid was called just before around 6 p.m., around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, so you get a sense of how quickly things shifted and how easily Donald Trump, who likes to keep people guessing, we know that, wrong-footed people. I should say US presidents have done that before. That is not unique for President Donald Trump to wrong-foot the White House press corps by declaring that there'll be no more news in a day and then to do something else. That's happened plenty of times before. I believe, Diego, we have that Truth Social post up from Donald Trump on screen. There's lots to unpack in that. If we just take another look at this, he's talking about these 3 main nuclear sites. People who follow this might be familiar with Natanz. That's the biggest site in Iran, the biggest nuclear development site. But we also have these other sites, Fordow and Esfahan. Now, that was a site that the International Atomic Agency a few days ago identified as the latest center for the Iranians to be enriching uranium. So, of course, it would be of interest to the US. But that explains partly why the US targeted that site as one place where nuclear experts thought that Iran would be enriching uranium. Just to repeat, of course, Iran has consistently said it was not developing or isn't developing nuclear weapons, but that's clearly contrary to Israel's view, and now it would appear Donald Trump's view, joining this massive escalation in the conflict between these 2 sides to strike those 3 nuclear sites. One other line that's worth mentioning as well, Diego, we're talking now about the US entering this conflict with those B-2 stealth bombers carrying those so-called bunker-busting bombs and striking Iran. A little earlier this Saturday, Houthi groups who are aligned with Iran, essentially they've been fighting in Yemen, aligned with Iran, warning the US that should it strike targets in Iran, it would target in response US warships that have been in the Red Sea and indeed around the Middle East. They've been on a state of high alert. Those warships have been there for some time now, assisting Israel in its operations, its ongoing military operation in Gaza. But the Houthis and the US had declared a kind of truce back in May not to attack each other. That clearly now is something that's going to be reviewed by those Houthi forces, and it's something else that the US military will have to consider now that it's increasingly engaged in this conflict between Iran and Israel. Diego.
We'll follow these developments and a lot more with you, Owen. We'll continue reporting on other news in the region. For now, I can say that mass rallies denouncing Israel have been held in Yemen's capital, Sana'a, and over 400 locations across Houthi-controlled areas. The Houthis say they have targeted sensitive sites in Tel Aviv during a recent military operation coordinated with Iran. Ehab Al-Fandi has that report.
The Yemeni capital, Sana'a, and several other provinces held large public marches on Friday afternoon. The marches were the first since the direct military confrontation broke out between Iran and Israel. Held under the slogan, "Steadfast with Gaza and Iran against Israeli and American crimes." The marches expressed public backing for civilians in Gaza and Tehran amid rising regional violence.
Our participation in today's march, steadfast with Gaza and Iran against the Zionist American aggression, is an expression of support, solidarity, and cooperation with the Islamic Republic of Iran in the face of the brutal and unjust aggression it is subjected to, an aggression that contradicts all laws, charters, and international norms.
We're here in Al-Sabin Square, in the land of faith and wisdom. Yemen, standing firm and steadfast with Gaza and with Iran against Zionist American crimes. We support the Iranian strikes and salute the Iranian armed forces for carrying them out. We stand with them and by their side.
Participants raised Palestinian and Iranian flags and chanted slogans condemning Israeli airstrikes in civilian areas and infrastructure in Iran. They called for international action to stop what they described as violations and to end U.S. military assistance for Israel.
This aggression poses a serious threat to international peace and security, as the attacks on the Islamic Republic of Iran endanger maritime routes, global economic projects, and the Silk Roads.
The marches came just hours after a televised speech by Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the leader of the Ansar Allah group. In his speech, he declared full solidarity for Iran's actions. He said Yemen's position will remain aligned with Tehran and Gaza against what he called American and Israeli aggression. The popular movement in Yemen underscores growing regional cooperation with Gaza and Iran as calls to end the escalation of attack civilians intensify. All the way, the regional situation in the Middle East is becoming more tense and complex with each passing day. Yabal Fendi, CGTN, at the 7 Square in Sana'a.
Israel is now facing conflict on two fronts. Its military chief has warned of a prolonged campaign in Iran, while military operations continue in Gaza. Apart from the billions in direct military spending, global media and defense analysts are asking, are the expenses sustainable over time?
A January report by the Israeli business newspaper Calculus finds the economic toll of the Gaza conflict had reached over $67.5 billion by the end of 2024. And that figure only accounts for military operations, civilian expenditures, and revenue losses. The report said the costs were a heavy burden, highlighting the need for substantial increases in Israel's defense budget over the next decade. The escalating tensions with Iran have raised concerns that the budget could face further strain. Riyam Aminok, a former financial advisor to the IDF chief of staff, said the recent conflict with Iran is costing almost $725 million a day in military spending alone. He said the initial 2 days of fighting totaled around $1.45 billion. That's excluding damage to civilian property and broader economic fallout. The Wall Street Journal reports Israel's spending over its war effort is largely due to the use of its multi-layered missile defense systems. The Israeli government has reported over 400 missiles launched towards Israel each day, most of which require sophisticated air defense systems to stop. More missiles mean more interceptors, and the defense systems each carry hefty price tags. The Iran Institute for Economic Policy says ammunition and interceptor usage each day in the conflict with Iran is more expensive than for Gaza or Hezbollah. The institute estimates defense-related spending against Iran could cost Israel $12 billion if fighting persists for a full month. Other military expenditures include the cost of keeping dozens of warplanes, such as F-35 fighter jets. Each costs around $10,000 per hour of flight time. With offensives on two fronts, Israel's military spending isn't slowed down anytime soon. The direct military costs, plus spending on restoring civilian infrastructure, insurance for Israeli commercial and cargo traffic, medical care, and other expenses will continue to be a burden on the country's defense budget.
And now we go back to Owen Fairclough. He's following the latest with Donald Trump and his social media posting explaining that 3 sites in Iran were bombed today. Owen, how is the dust settling around this breaking news?
Well, as we mentioned, Diego, I was just as you were in that other report, one key question here, and that statement that we have from President Trump on Truth Social, we should have it on screen for you. It doesn't make any mention of allies consulted about this. Again, that would not be unprecedented for US presidents to announce a military strike. It's not obligatory for them to tell the public that they might have informed allies, but it will be a crucial question when we're talking here about Donald Trump leaving his New Jersey home to return to Washington, D.C. to convene with his national security advisors around 2 hours or so before he announced those airstrikes on those 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Remember, earlier in the week, he left the G7 summit in Canada abruptly, ostensibly to come back to Washington, D.C., and Trump said that the reason he was leaving was because he had urgent business to attend to in discussing this situation, this conflict between Iran and Israel. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but clearly he needed to discuss with his military advisors, his national security advisors, how to proceed with this operation. It will be interesting to note how your EU leaders, how allies in places like London will respond to this. Were they notified before this strike? And I raised this because the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Friday was telling the British public, essentially, get ready, there could be a potential strike on Iran, and essentially trying to take the temperature of the British public and indeed his own advisors as to whether the UK would back the US. All of this has deja vu for people in the United Kingdom. You'll remember Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister at the time, was in lockstep with then President George W. Bush over his decision to invade in Iraq after the 9/11 attacks here in the United States. So that definitely has a precedent there in the United Kingdom. It'll be interesting, again, in the days and weeks that follow to find out exactly to what extent allies were informed. The European Union as well, obviously a key player in all of this. Their positions have been somewhat nuanced, slightly differing, the EU respecting Israel's right to defend itself, but essentially trying to urge some kind of diplomatic solution for Israel and Iran to get around the table and talk. This is clearly now somewhat after the fact. The UK, again, wondering whether it would be asked to back Donald Trump in a military strike on Iran. These things are important. If the US knows that it has the backing of its allies, it's much more palatable for the citizens of those countries to understand why leaders take these decisions. But these are all questions that will be asked, that will emerge in the days and weeks to follow. So just to recap, Diego, we're talking now around some 45 minutes ago, Donald Trump putting that post up on Truth Social shortly before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, confirming that the US had struck 3 Iranian sites, all at the center of Iran's disputed nuclear program. One of them, the largest one, the other recently confirmed by the International Atomic Agency that it was developing uranium as well. But once again, to stress, Iran has consistently said it is not developing its nuclear sites to build a nuclear weapon. That's obviously been disputed by Israel. That's certainly the motivation for its strikes on Israel and the bombardments that it's been bombarding Iran. And now, obviously, the United States taking that extraordinary step to join that strike on Iran. Diego.
Owen, you brought up a very interesting point that I'd like to share with Seyed Khan, assistant professor at Wayne State University. We're just discussing with Owen Fairclough. He was telling us that the allies may not be fully on board on this. The U.S. allies may not be fully on board on this, but they were trying to understand, you know, what kind of temperature their voters had toward a U.S. involvement and the involvement of several European countries. How are you right now analyzing the movement of the alliance of NATO, the classic, you know, Atlantic alliance, and in the wake of these air raids over 3 key sites in Iran?
Well, I think we're seeing a bit of deja vu to what we saw transpire at the time of the Iraq War in 2003, where there seemed to be quite a gulf, pardon the pun, between the public and the leadership. And it's equally important to remember that in 2003, George W. Bush led his coalition with complicity by other world leaders, including at the time Prime Minister Tony Blair in Great Britain, of what can only really be described as deception. The so-called yellow cake, the allegations of weapons of mass destruction in order to curry public opinion. And despite that, public opinion was categorically against these particular engagements. Today, we see a similar split that's happening, especially here in the United States, among President Trump's base of support. Those that believed that President Trump would be honoring his word that there would be no more wars, there would be no more military intervention, that the United States would not be the so-called global policeman, are feeling deceived. They're feeling betrayed by what is going on. And now we're finding that along with others who have been clamoring for restraint, or at least to see whether the diplomatic option could be exercised. Remember, last week, the United States and Iran were still directly negotiating in Oman about resurrecting the nuclear deal from which President Trump had pulled the United States, one that had been enacted in 2015 by then President Obama. So right now, I think that there's an awful lot of confusion when it comes to what exactly is America's policy, what are its relationships with its allies, and more importantly, really whether America can be trusted when it comes to enacting agreements or at least negotiating in any kind of good faith while it seems as though it has planned military intervention at the same time.
Could there be a miscalculation from Tehran? They said they seem to have cornered themselves into a very inconvenient position by saying, you know, our nuclear program is a red line. There is no way we're gonna stop it. We're gonna continue it anyway. After that, there seems to be little to talk about, right?
Well, again, we have to define what does Iran really mean by having a nuclear program. It has never shied away by saying that it has the right to enact a civilian nuclear program, and that's why it was enriching uranium. During the time that the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the nuclear deal was in place, even the IAEA acknowledged that Iran was complying with the terms of enrichment, the levels of enrichment, and also allowing itself to be investigated and to be inspected. Now, of course, there's going to be two different camps. One saying that as a sovereign state, it has absolutely every right to develop a military nuclear program, just as other countries around the world have, including Israel. Although Israel does refuse inspections to its program and does not formally even acknowledge it has a nuclear military program. But then there's also the idea that here over the last several weeks, if not months, Iran was in negotiations directly with the Trump administration, something that was unprecedented and something which the reporting seems to indicate was a particular annoyance to Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel more broadly, that the United States might actually then engage in some kind of rapprochement, some kind of an agreement which was not palatable to Israel at all.
Let's stay with us, Seyed, please. I need to go to another guest, Michael Maloof, for his insights, and we'll be back with you. Michael Maloof, former Pentagon strategic analyst. It's good to see you. Michael, could you give us a sense of what was going on in the last few hours in the Pentagon, in the DOD, in the defense, in the intelligence and defense establishment of the United States?
Well, they obviously were on operational silence. They were there was no leaks. The fact that this was, and there seemed to be some deception, and the fact too that Trump said within 2 weeks. It did not mean he'd wait 2 weeks, and we'd always been saying that, and so he only waited 2 days. I think that the rapidity with which they were able to move the forces in place and undertake this action tonight showed that the United States was gearing up and that everything was locked and loaded and ready for the president to make a decision, and that's what happened.
So do you believe that military assets were already in position, they were ready? How much ahead do you need to get ready to carry out an operation like this? Because it takes there's a ton of moving parts here, from fueling planes to common supplies and to sorties and protection and possibly jamming, satellite observation. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts.
Well, all of that was being done on a very rapid basis, unlike when we went into Iraq. Like for Desert Shield, Desert Storm, in which I was involved in, that took a 6-month buildup, but that also included ground forces. This was strictly air. So the planes, the B-2s, took off, and you also had tankers that had already pre-deployed into Europe. Europe was probably the main gas station for all the aircraft that were going in, not only the B-2s, but also their support, their fighter escorts. So this was a major logistical thing. They just did it within a matter of 2 weeks rather than a month or 6 months.
And just to give us a sense, what kind of work goes into the preparation in terms of intelligence, right? They're going to fly over specific airspaces. They have to avoid other airspaces. Does this take a lot of preparation? I'd like to get a sense of how many resources were mobilized to make this happen.
Well, the whole Pentagon was probably mobilized. Yeah, you have to get country clearance. You got to get permissions. I know when Reagan attacked Libya, I think it was France who denied us overflight, and they had to go around, which delayed the attack on Gaddafi at the time. Yeah, all of that is into consideration, but it was a very swift strike at that time, and it looks like it happened again. Now we just wait for the reaction that's inevitably going to come. And we're already hearing from the Houthis that they plan to go ahead and start attacking U.S. shipping in not only in the Red Sea, but perhaps in the Persian Gulf and elsewhere. We have a lot of ships in the Mediterranean. The Houthis have that capability to reach them. Whether they'll be able to, but I'm sure that part of the contingency of planning was just for that purpose, that they're going to watch the Houthis and see if they light up their launching systems. And if they do, we have a technology that is capable of detecting when a missile is about ready to launch, and it can be taken out very rapidly.
Would you say, is it fair to say, Michael, that Houthi-controlled areas are the most looked at, observed parts of the world right now?
Well, yes, because they have a capability, and but we also need to see what the Iranian reaction will be, particularly for our bases in Syria and in Iraq, primarily. I don't think Iran would target bases in Saudi Arabia. Now, I don't know if aircraft took off from the Gulf Arab countries. I don't think they would have been allowed to. So but certainly Iraq and Syria bases and assets in the region would be vulnerable to any attack if Iran has that capability to undertake a response.
Michael Maloof, stay with us. I'd like to turn to Owen Fairclough. Owen has been following closely every single minute since this social media post was came public through Donald Trump. Owen, back to you.
Diego, just a few more details for you. There are obviously so many questions to be asked in all of this. We may get some answers around about 10 p.m. Eastern time here in the US. That's around 2 a.m. GMT. Donald Trump saying he's due to address the US nation at 10 p.m. Eastern time, following this post from the US president saying that the US has bombed those 3 sites in Iran. So we're likely to get more details from the US president. In terms of the wider repercussions, remember Iran's foreign minister said a few days ago that any decision by the US to join Israel's military operation against Iran would result in all-out war in the region. And there's some indication of perhaps the wider repercussions of this, with Houthi rebels earlier this Saturday, or Houthi insurgents, I should say, warning the US that if it joined this attack with Israel on Iran, that it would attack US warships that have been stationed in the Red Sea area. They haven't been there. They've been there for some time now, assisting Israel with its ongoing military operation in Gaza. These 2 sides had agreed some kind of truce back in May not to conduct military operations against each other. So that's just one example of the potential fallout from this. But of course, we're talking about a much wider regional conflict that certainly would involve many other regional actors. And just to recap, Iranian authorities have warned the US that they've essentially crossing this line would result in all-out war. So plenty of details still to come, but the US president, the latest is that he is due to address the nation here in Washington, D.C. at around 10 p.m. Eastern time. That's highly unusual for a US president, A, to make such a late statement, and B, certainly on a weekend, and it perhaps indicates the gravity of all of this and how quickly things have moved since the US president returned to Washington, D.C. Somewhat unexpectedly this Saturday evening, and within an hour or so was convening with his national security experts before posting this statement on his Truth Social website, his Truth Social platform, telling the US and indeed the wider world that the US has struck those 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Diego.
Owen, there's another layer of analysis that I'd like to discuss with you, because this is a Saturday night. Tomorrow is Sunday in the United States and the West. There are no markets. And one of the variables that has been closely linked to all these actions is oil, right? And this is happening at a time where we have no markets, where there will be no jumps in the price of oil because they're not open. I'd like to try and get your take, not only from the United States, but also from Europe, that is so dependent on all these forms of energy. The Western world depends on oil, and the price of oil determines, first, how the US voter is going to react, and second, how many other voters around the world will follow suit, right?
Well, we had some indication of that already, Diego. You'll remember in the wake of these first strikes from Israel, around a week ago now, oil prices did tick up. Obviously, the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is a big oil exporting nation. The Strait of Hormuz is a strategic corridor, not just for the export of oil, but for the export of other goods as well in that region of the world. Those oil prices did come down somewhat. Investors perhaps thinking that this strike was not going to, I should say, that the US was perhaps not going to enter this conflict. But we've seen, as you say, oil prices moving up. We're going to get some indication, of course, when Asian markets open for their trading on Monday morning. That will be Sunday evening here in the United States. So certainly Wall Street here in the US is going to get some indication of where those prices are moving and what investors, certainly in parts of Asia, are thinking about that. And remember, the US has just come through this period of inflation, the highest inflation for a generation. The central bank has just about got a lid on it. There is still some pockets of inflation, but there are still concerns. In fact, the central bank, when it met on Wednesday of this week, nodded to this concern that any potential wider conflict in the Middle East involving Iran, Israel, other regional actors, and its impact on oil prices was something to factor in with how the central bank raises interest rates, how the central bank influences the US economy, which, despite robust growth, is still in a somewhat fragile place with inflation still there. And now, as you mentioned, the prospect potentially of the cost of living, of energy prices going up. The US is somewhat inured to this. Obviously, Donald Trump has been claiming that the US is energy independent, but as you say, still imports large quantities of oil. This will have an impact for sure on oil prices, on how energy is consumed and indeed paid for here in the US. Diego.
Owen, thanks. And let's go back to Seyed Khan. Seyed Khan, assistant professor at Wayne State University. Seyed, we're touching on oil and the strategic choke points around Iran and next to the Houthis, right? The Red Sea next to the Houthis, the Strait of Hormuz next to Iran. Those two areas are key for shipping internationally. Hormuz especially sensitive to energy prices. What do you expect to happen, given the fact that Iran has several times spoken about possibly looking for targets that could, or targeting the supply of oil through the state, through Hormuz?
Well, it's an open question to see what kind of retaliation Iran takes, and perhaps just as importantly, against whom it's going to take. If it realizes or if it suspects complicity of various Western actors, then there's the possibility of those countries not being drawn into this, but from the perspective of Iran, those countries already having been involved in providing logistical support and other forms of support to Israel. And now with the case of the United States, we see that also as a prospect. So there's two elements that go to the oil coming out of the Persian Gulf. One, of course, is going to be the tankers, but the other is going to be the kind of naval support that protects the oil supply. We know that the United States now has 3 carrier groups in the Persian Gulf. Whether this is going to now accentuate their being targeted by Iran, again, is a source of speculation.
I see. We have a report. We're going to one report where one of the 3 nuclear facilities that the U.S. targeted is the Fordo fuel enrichment plant. And CGTN takes a look at why the Fordo plant was targeted and if it could be destroyed. Take a look.
Israel's Fordo nuclear facility is located in a mountainous area north of Qum. It's buried 90 metres underground in solid rock, making it highly resistant to attacks. Its uranium enrichment levels are higher than those of the Natanz facility. Since the US withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal in 2018, Iran's resumed high-level uranium enrichment there, saying it's for civilian use. Over the past week, Israel has launched airstrikes on multiple Iranian nuclear targets, aiming to destroy its nuclear program. However, satellite images show no visible damage to Fordo. The International Atomic Energy Agency also confirms the plant's been unaffected. Israel's conventional weapons are incapable of destroying such a deeply buried site. US media report that only the GBU-57 bunker buster bomb could damage the plant, but it must be delivered by a B-2 stealth bomber and would likely require 2 bombs in succession to achieve penetration. This method has never been tested in combat.
Young guy, and I think it's got...
Some analysts believe President Donald Trump may eventually authorise the use of US-made bunker busters despite the significant risks.
We were thinking maybe...
Ian Bremmer, president of political risk consultancy Eurasia Group, believes Trump will ultimately authorise a strike on the Fordo facility.
And of course, the big question is really about what happens with Fordo, the critical component of their program that the United States is increasingly, apparently, heading towards making a decision to strike.
But Bremmer says the situation is not as urgent as Trump claims and says there are other options available rather than using the bunker busters. US arms control experts warn that striking Fordo could cause a release of uranium hexafluoride, potentially leading to radiation leaks and chain reactions. Such a move could also further involve the US in a wider regional conflict.
And this wraps our coverage out of Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us. I'm Diego Laje, but do stay with us. Do stay with CGTN because after a short break, the coverage continues out of our colleagues in Beijing. Thank you.
start with breaking news on the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. President Donald Trump says U.S. forces have successfully conducted strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. He said the targets were Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Posting on Truth Social, Trump said all U.S. planes are now out of Iranian airspace and on their way home. Trump concluded his post with, quote, "Now is the time for peace." For the latest developments and Iran's response, let's go to Sapar Sarami in Tehran. Sapar, what's the current situation at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan? Are there explosions or fires on the site?
Yeah, first let me tell you that now I'm reporting from Tehran, the capital of Iran. Now those cities are in almost center of Iran. Now it's 4:30 a.m. in the morning, so we are still unaware of the actual damage and actual the bombings that happened. But from this, what I read in the news and also our national TV, I can say it's been somehow confirmed because political and security deputy of Qom province, where the Fordo facility is located, said that a few hours ago, I'm quoting, after the activation of Qom's air defense and the identification of hostile targets, part of the area of the Fordo nuclear site was subjected to. We know about the extent of the damage, but now I think it's been confirmed by the authorities, as I said, the deputy of Qom province, that the attack was carried out by the U.S.
Sapar, has Iran officially confirmed the attacks were carried out by the U.S.? Any government response yet?
As I said, it's 4:30 a.m. in the morning, and we have to wait for the official and responses from authorities. But I saw on social media the IRGC had a post that said the war had just begun for us. So maybe we can consider it as an official response from the IRGC. But for responses from the president, the parliament, the supreme leader, we have to wait and see what will happen in the coming hours.
Have the residents been evacuated, and how are people reacting to these attacks?
A few minutes ago, our national TV's political deputy said that even if the Trump statement is true, we didn't suffer a major blow because those materials were already unloaded and evacuated. So I think, according to the news, state media, there is no danger because they already predicted what would happen, and they had unloaded the dangerous material. This is what I read in the news and watched on national TV. But again, we have to see what will happen in the coming hours.
And what damage have the facilities sustained, and what impact might this have on Iran's nuclear program?
Of course, because as you know, the Fordo nuclear site is the most fortified nuclear facility that Iran has. But according to what President Trump said, he posted on social media on Truth that it's completely gone. So that it's completely destroyed. But again, we have to wait for official reports and official reports from the Iranian government in the coming hours. They have to go there on the ground and exactly meticulously assess the facility in Fordo, because as you know, Fordo is a very complex place. There are some facilities, the centrifuges are under the ground, so it's going to take some time to assess and evaluate the actual damage.
Yeah, as there are some of the damage, what do you think are the consequences looking ahead?
Of course, I think the consequences will be very hard to predict. But as I said, IRGC said that the war had just begun. You know, because now America is directly involved in this war. Now we have to see what is lying ahead not for. As you know, the U.S. has different military bases across the region, so we have to see what will happen to those places, because now even the president himself said we have carried out the strikes. The U.S. has carried out the strike using its B-2 bombers. Again, I say we have to wait for the official responses, but I think there'll be consequences.
Oh, Sapa, we are seeing that where you are right now, and what do you think are the local residents reacting to these damages and consequences?
Of course, as I said, I live in capital of Iran, Tehran. I'm far from those cities. Those cities are in center. But I tried to call some of my friends in Qom City, but they didn't respond. But fortunately, Fordo is not near the city of Qom. It's 70 kilometers away from the city. For now, I think there are the impact and the consequences that the radiation should be studied carefully. But as I said, the IRB political deputy said that all the dangerous material had been already unloaded. But I will try to get in touch with some residents, some friends that I have in those cities, and see how they are doing and how they are feeling. But again, I called a few minutes ago, but no one responded.
Well, as we are just looking at the pictures previously, there are some of the clouds billowing above the sky. So could you please tell us, are there any supplies of food and humanitarian aid being delivered to the site?
Yeah, of course. In terms of humanitarian aid, food, there is no problem in the country. I don't know about the situation that you're talking about because it just happened a few minutes ago. But Iran has been preparing itself for this situation. And as you see, after 10 days of war, there is no food, water, electricity. I think the authorities will take care of that because we have plenty of food, water, and everything. It's going to be taken care of according to the experience that we've had in the last 10 days.
And that Iranian state TV says that U.S. strikes are unlikely to cause major damage after essential materials removed. What do your assessment of this current situation in Iran?
Because since the war began, Israel had been threatening that it would, not threatening, actually did so many, struck many places in Iran and in different cities, but they've been constantly talking about Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear facilities, so it was absolutely predictable for the Iranian authorities and scientists, so that would be very reasonable and possible that they had already unloaded the material.
And could you please tell us more on the situation on the ground, as right now you're now very busy reporting that kind of damage from Iran?
Sorry, I didn't hear your voice because there was a disconnection here. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, could you please tell us more on the ground situation around you? Could you please give us a sense of atmosphere around you right now?
Of course, as I said, it's 4:30 in the morning, but I was reporting until 12 last night. So let me tell you something very not interesting, maybe sad, but last night my city, Tehran, the capital of Iran, was different. I was feeling different in a different way. It was bizarre. You know why? Because in the last 10 days that I've been reporting this war, every night I heard the explosions in the skies. I saw the drones. Even 2 times I saw fighter jets in the skies. I saw the defense system of Tehran being activated. But last night there was nothing. There was nothing. No explosions, no jets. Something is wrong here, and that's one of the reasons that I didn't sleep. You know, now most people in Tehran and other cities are sleeping because it's 4 a.m. now. It's becoming 4:45, but I couldn't sleep. The city, the atmosphere last night was different, and it was obvious that Israeli forces and now that we know the U.S. forces were involved with something bigger.
And Sapa, we know that Trump said all U.S. planes are now outside of the Iranian airspace. So could you please tell us how the local government and people reacting to that in the near future?
Of course, you know, the Supreme Leader, President, IRGC commanders have been constantly warning that the U.S. should not be involved in this war. And if it is involved, there will be heavy consequences. But again, we have to see and
well, Sapa, thank you very much for your latest coverage on that. It seems that the signal is not very well. Perhaps we'll go live to you later. Thank you very much indeed, and take care. For the latest now, let's go live to Owen Vekloff in Washington, D.C. Owen, what can you tell us about the operational details of the U.S. strikes?
Well, so Yutung, just to build on what Safros was saying just there, we're getting multiple, as you'd expect, with such a fast-moving operation, or certainly fast-moving revelations here of this extraordinary decision by the United States to involve itself in this conflict between Israel and Iran, backing Israel with those strikes. Reuters reporting that US President Donald Trump says the Fordow site is gone, and as you're hearing there, that's one of the 3 sites that was bombed by US forces a little earlier this Saturday. That's the main nuclear site, the largest one in Iran, and one of 3 that the US struck. According to Fox News, 6 so-called bunker buster bombs were used on that site, which gives you some indication. These are the largest bombs. They weigh some 15,000 kilograms. Dropped on that site as one of those 3 sites. Donald Trump saying that Iran should make peace immediately. Also, according to, this is CBS News, that the US did reach out to Iranian diplomatic sources before this strike took place to say that these were the only strikes that the US plans and does not plan regime change efforts. That will be familiar to anybody who's followed US politics for the last 20 years or so. You'll remember the phrase regime change was used when the US invaded Iraq back in 2003 in the wake of the 9/11 attacks here in the United States. A few more details for you in the timeline here, because this has all happened within the last hour or so. We had a statement posted by US President Donald Trump on his Truth social media network shortly before 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's around 3:30 in the morning in Tehran, announcing that the US had conducted this military operation. Interestingly, many people, if you're feeling wrong-footed, you're not alone. The White House had called what it calls a lid. That's essentially where the White House tells the media who are assigned to following the US president that there'll be no more news for Saturday evening. It's not unique for a US president to say that or declare that and then take action. But this sort of gives you an indication of how extraordinary this was. And I should add that Donald Trump as well returned somewhat unexpectedly from his New Jersey home earlier this Saturday to convene a meeting with his national security advisor. So it gives you some indication of the build-up. Something was clearly afoot, and now we've had this extraordinary decision to escalate this conflict between Iran and Israel. Also worth telling you, again, according to Reuters, that Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have spoken after that operation on Iran. That's according to CNN. So you're seeing these multiple lines coming in now, and worth noting as well that the US president is due to address the nation at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. That's around 2 a.m. GMT this Saturday evening here in Washington, D.C. So we're likely to hear more from President Donald Trump in that address. Su Yuting.
Yes, Owen. And President Donald Trump has demanded Iran must agree to end this war. What does this indicate?
He's clearly set his terms, and it's interesting looking back on this. You might remember that Trump had essentially set the Iranians a 2-week deadline to try to come up with some kind of negotiation, something that looked a little bit like the previous plan to try and contain Iran's nuclear development and its enrichment of uranium. It's interesting to note that Reuters had reported a little earlier this Saturday that Israeli officials were somewhat impatient with that timeline and wanted to conduct some kind of operation before that 2-week window. So again, it gives you some indication of how quickly things were moving. And the fact that Donald Trump came back to Washington, D.C. to essentially authorize those airstrikes gives you an indication that perhaps he was under pressure from the Israelis to decide whether to join this operation, ostensibly to rid Iran of its nuclear development program. But worth noting that Iran has consistently said it is not developing its nuclear program to create nuclear weapons. Worth adding as well, so you think, just while we're talking about Iran, Iranian officials have said that there was essentially no material at any of these sites that could cause a radiation leak. That is something that will hopefully reassure Iranian citizens who might be living anywhere near those nuclear sites. They're saying that there is no danger of radiation escaping into the vicinity. But back to the implications of this. Clearly, there were big discussions between Israel and Washington, D.C. and U.S. Donald Trump. Of course, we know that Trump had been in lockstep with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over its operation in Gaza. But this was clearly a much, much bigger deal, not least because Donald Trump was elected as a president who said he would not involve the U.S. in foreign conflicts. He even mocked his predecessor, Joe Biden. He claimed for extending U.S. operations in countries like Afghanistan and that withdrawal, that chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. His own Republican Party, there were many in his party who were deeply skeptical and deeply uneasy about the prospect of the U.S. joining Israel in these strikes. So there'll be lots of questions from even Trump's own supporters in the days to come about exactly why he chose to get involved in this conflict. Seyed.
Yes, Owen Fackloff. The latest news that we've got is that U.S. side said this is the overall military operation they take. And what are your assessment of the whole situation, as you mentioned about the Trump supporters' response? Could you please tell us more about the politicians' response to this action?
Well, one line of inquiry, perhaps, or perhaps not so much inquiry, is we were seeing splits developing among Trump's Republican Party. Remember, this is a president who has unquestionable loyalty, certainly in the first few months of his presidency here in the United States. Huge support among his base, huge support in Congress. This is a president who's been governing essentially by executive order, bypassing even his own loyal Republicans in Congress. There will be questions asked in the days to come about whether Trump should have essentially consulted Congress and had both Democrats and Republicans supporting his decision to do this. But of course, a president, certainly here in the US, does have authorization. There's certainly a protocol, if you like, for US presidents to be able to declare missile strikes, to declare this kind of thing, if not war on other countries. But of course, there'll be those questions to answer. Trump's own director of national intelligence was somewhat rebuked by Donald Trump just in the past couple of days, suggesting that she wasn't sure that Iran was that quickly developing what the US thinks to be a nuclear weapon. So there was some skepticism even among Donald Trump's own intelligence officials. He struck that down, and his own director of national intelligence essentially had to walk that back somewhat and say essentially she did feel now that Iran was within striking distance of declaring a nuclear weapon. But I should stress, Tehran has consistently said its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes only. So yeah, huge, lots of questions to be asked. Certainly, congressional officials, Democrats in Congress will have a lot of questions for Trump about why he decided to take this decision. But I should say the US is saying, or certainly Donald Trump is saying, that for now, it's limiting its military action to those 3 nuclear sites, one of which, the largest, Fordow, the US says is completely destroyed. So you think?
Yes, Owen, the latest news from the CBS reports that Americans said that it doesn't want any regime change. Could you please tell us more about that? What are the response from the US side about that kind of announcement?
Yeah, that's certainly been a question about just exactly how far the US should involve itself. And you might say that Donald Trump can legitimately claim that by limiting these strikes, this isn't quite the same as the US launching a full-scale invasion of a country, as it did with countries like Afghanistan, as it did with Iraq some 20, 25 years ago. So is likely to say that this certainly isn't the same kind of conflict, but it's clearly extraordinary for a country like the United States to join an operation like this, given that the repercussions, one of those repercussions, potentially Houthi insurgents who've been fighting predominantly the Sunni-led government in Yemen for the past 20 years.
Okay, it seems that we've lost the connection with Owen Fackloff. We'll try to talk with her later. And now, for the latest, go live to correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, how has the Israeli government responded to the U.S. strikes on Iran?
So there's no official response. Let's remember it's just before 4:30 a.m. in the morning, so there's no official response. But the unofficial response is, of course, one of I'm not going to call it happiness, but clear excitement. There was a lot of expectation to see the United States joining the campaign. Why so? especially you just mentioned the site at Fordo. It is dug deep underground, said to be some 80 meters or so underground, under the mountains. And this is a site that Israel, as advanced as it may be, as advanced as the IDF may be, Israel simply does not have the bombs which are strong enough to penetrate such a site, but the United States does. Therefore, Israel cannot deal with that site by itself. The United States can. And that is why there was an expectation to see the U.S. Joining. Israeli officials have told their American counterparts in the past week that if there's a will to shorten the war, to achieve the goals of the war much quicker, then the best way to do it would be with the United States joining. You also mentioned earlier the fact that there was this report of a phone call, which was apparently very tense between Israeli officials and American officials, including Vice President Vance. And we can now doubt the fact that this phone call actually took place, whether it's a true report or some kind of a decoy, something perhaps to make the Iranians believe that an American strike is not coming yet. It would add to the comments by Donald Trump just about 72 hours ago that he would give the Iranians at least 2 weeks before he would make his decision. And now we know that the United States has hit. We still do not have an official response from Israel. We do have an official decision by the Home Front Command. All of the easing of the restrictions which were seen here in Israel on Thursday have been retracted, meaning that the few businesses that were open last week on Thursday and on Friday will again remain shut, because Israel is expecting some kind of an Iranian response, whether towards American bases in the region or towards Israel. So the very strict instructions of the Home Front Command are once again in place, meaning Israel does expect some kind of a retaliation from Iran that may also reach this area.
Well, Jonathan, that's the latest information we've got, that the U.S. said it has informed Israel previously ahead of its strikes on Iran. So could you please tell us more about that?
Yes, and as you mentioned, there were calls between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the American President Donald Trump. Israel was reportedly aware that an American strike is coming. Israel was probably not aware at the exact time that it was coming. And we have to remember one other thing. Israeli jets are constantly operating in Iranian skies. So there was a need, an operational need, for a coordination between the two in order to prevent perhaps a collision or the presence of American jets and Israeli jets at the same time. They needed the fact that they may be together flying over Iran and not recognize each other. So there was a need perhaps for all of the Israeli jets to clear the skies where the Americans were operating, to make sure that there's no collision between the two. Israel was aware of the strike. Israel was expecting this, and Israel is hoping that the American presence would advance things much faster, either towards a heightened military operation, or perhaps to convince Iran, to make Iran understand that this is not only Israel it is facing anymore, but it is Israel and the United States. And if Iran does not go into a deal which is much more convenient for Israel and for the West, then more destruction will come, more destruction not only from Israel, but also from the U.S.
And how are the Israeli public reacting to these strikes? What are their response and reactions to that?
So again, it's a very early hour of the morning, 4:30 a.m. But I can tell you, just from the place that we are, many people are up, many people are watching the televisions. This is, of course, major breaking news. There was an expectation in Israel over the past week to see the U.S. Joining. And I'm quite sure that Israelis would be mostly happy to see the U.S. joining. It is always good when you go to a war such as this one to have the United States on your back. And there's also a hope that with the U.S. joining, this war could perhaps be shortened.
And mention about the possible attacks from Iran. What will the Israel side reacting to that?
Well, Israel has been taking strikes from Iran for more than a week now, missiles, drones, UAVs. So if Iran would choose now to fire at Israel and not at American bases, it will probably be more of the same. Israel is bracing for such a possibility. That is why, as I mentioned, the Home Front Command, again, taking away the few restrictions that were put in place earlier in the weekend, on Thursday and on Friday. There is an expectation for things to happen, and the Israeli public is now told to remain close to protected areas, as has been the case for the past week. For the moment, there's no let-up in the war. The fact that the United States has joined that does not change the fact that the wars conducted by Israel is still on. The U.S. is now waiting to see how Iran will respond. President Trump already tweeted that as far as he's concerned, the American strikes are over, but now it's time to make peace. Now it's time to reach a deal, but a deal that is comfortable for the United States. Now it's up to Iran to decide what would be the next step.
And we've heard about that. The Israel side says that the military action and operation against Iran will be a long-term measure. So could you please tell us more about that? As Iran has retaliated in past days with missile attacks on Israel, how are people in Israel coping with that?
It's a difficult thing. Businesses are shut, schools are shut. The airport is shut. Only in the last few days, people have returning flights, arriving flights, have returned to fly back. Still, for the moment, no departing flights. It's not easy. It's quite a difficult toll on the residents, who also many times have to run to shelters throughout the day and in the middle of the night. At this time, there's still support for this campaign, as a nuclear Iran is seen as perhaps the only existential threat on this country. And this operation, while perhaps not destroying entirely the Iranian nuclear capabilities, it will be able to backtrack Iran many years backwards. For the moment, there's still support for this campaign. The Israeli public can be able to take this for another week, another two. If this is a prolonged campaign, that would be quite difficult.
And Israel military said it attacks the unmanned aerial vehicle and weapons depot in southern Iran. So could you please tell us what's more will be happening in the near future?
This is exactly what Israel will do. Israel is attacking not only sites belonging to the Iranian nuclear program, but also ballistic missiles, and more than anything, ballistic missile launchers. Iran still has hundreds, maybe even thousands of ballistic missiles that can be fired to Israel, and if they hit, they cause major damage. We've already seen that. But the Israeli aim is to hit the launchers that fire those missiles. Without the launchers, then those missiles are useless because they cannot be fired. This is what Israel is focusing on: ballistic missile sites, nuclear sites, and top scientists and top generals, as we've seen in the past few days.
And could you please tell us more about what's the atmosphere like now in Tel Aviv? As you mentioned, it's been early morning in Tel Aviv. What are the people's response? And could you please give us more about the media's response towards that?
Yeah, the immediate responses, I think what we're hearing from officials is there is hope that with the United States joining the war, the goals of this war would be achieved faster, meaning the U.S. can perhaps help destroy certain sites that Israel cannot destroy. And more than anything, the United States can persuade Iran, I'm not going to call it surrender, as perhaps President Trump said that word a few days ago, but to reach a deal that is more comfortable for the West, that is more comfortable for Israel. There have been discussions between Iran and the United States for weeks, but they led nowhere. Iran was very steadfast in its demands. There is a hope that after the very serious strikes by Israel, and now the strikes coming from the United States, that Iran would eventually agree to a deal that is more comfortable, but that of course is up for Tehran to decide.
And Jonathan, that we know President Donald Trump says he will be giving an address 10 p.m. local time at the White House. So how are the Israeli side to respond to that? What can we expect?
Well, of course, we have to see what Trump is saying. I think we can pretty much expect what he will say, because he published a tweet saying that the U.S. carried its strikes. As far as the United States is concerned, no need for other strikes as long as the Iranians get the message. And first and foremost, do not strike back on American targets. And second, arrive to a more comfortable deal. Of course, at this time, at this very early time, there's still no response. But we'll have to wait and see what Donald Trump says. And then according to that, we might hear reactions from Israel.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan Regev, reporting from Tel Aviv. And for more insights, let's
live streaming coverage on Israel-Iran conflict. I'm Zheng Chunying, live in Beijing. Well, the United States has successfully hit 3 nuclear sites in Iran, as announced by U.S. President Donald Trump earlier on Saturday night, as the conflict between Israel and Iran entered its 2nd week. The U.S. President Donald Trump said he will go into address to the public from the White House later today, which is going to come in about 30 minutes. So we'll keep track of the development. Please stay tuned with CGTN. But before that, let's get more analysis with our current affairs commentator, Mr. Rong Ying, who is the professor from Sichuan University. Good to have you with us, Professor Rong. As I just mentioned, the U.S. successfully had the strikes, successfully hit 3 nuclear sites in Iran. How will that affect Iran's nuclear program, both in the short term and in the long run?
Well, it is true. I think we have already finally learned that the United States, President Trump, has made that decision, which he said will be expected within 2 weeks. And that bombing by U.S. military signifies, first and foremost, I think, a major shift for United States on the question on the approach how to deal with Iran's nuclear programs, and specifically, I think, with nuclear facilities. Even though I think President Trump said in his Truth Social to that mean that he's expecting diplomacy. I think it would now become very difficult, if not possible, for Iran to come back. I mean, in the short period of time, and the destructions or the damages to Iran's nuclear facilities will take some time. I mean, to learn for outsiders, but definitely I think that is once again possibly one of the most serious destructions Iran has received. I mean, in terms of the sabotages, bombings, and so on and so forth. And in the long run, of course, it would, I think, change. Would I think for us to learn about the decisions that would be made by the Iranians leadership on a very fundamental question, that is whether it would go ahead its nuclear weaponizations, which I think so far publicly, despite the intransigence and the positions Iran has been expressed either publicly and privately, I mean, in terms of diplomatic engagement with the United States and the international community in general, has remained peaceful, remain that committed that it would its nuclear programs were meant for peaceful use.
You just talked about Iran's stance earlier. So from your perspective, after the U.S. military's intervention, after the attacks, what immediate what immediate steps will Iran take?
Well, I think what I learned from that's right. What I learned from the press, that first and foremost, I think, is the Iranian side, their media has have acknowledged in public that their facilities, the 3 facilities in Fordo, in Natanz, in Isfahan, were hit with bombed. So that is, I think, a very important signal by acknowledging the sort of the bombing bombing, even though I think they have not specifically identified by whether it is Israel or the United States. And secondly, I think there are, the reports that the Iranian officials now came back with remarks that it was the United States that opened this game or this engagement. Now it would be Iran's side to end. And taking into account the kind of remarks which I think warned the United States against the military engagement, military involvement by the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, that if the United States involves militarily, it would receive, irreversible sort of damage from the United States. So I would assume that the first and immediate response from the Iranian side would be military. That's why I think one follows the reports. And also, I think the address by President Trump, which we are all waiting for, well, I would assume that a large part of that speech, apart from explaining, defending, making the argument why the United States, finally, despite the debates, those, particularly those, I think, his supporters who have been opposing or has been very much, I think, hesitating in about the direct military engagement, would be about, I think, the efforts or measures that the United States has taken in terms of managing the responses, military responses from the Iran side. After all, I think, despite the fact that it has been Iran's military capabilities, missiles and others have been very much degraded by the Israeli, bombings. They still are very much, I think, capable, and also I think there are widely believed there are other means or capabilities Iran can adopt in terms of hitting or responding the military sort of involvement of the United States. That's why I think President Trump, in his sort of truth message, he has also been calling upon it's a time for diplomacy. And I think, again, from the reports of the other international media, that the United States and President Trump would like to make very clear the very purposes of this military engagement, military strike, was purely from the nuclear facilities. In other words, it tried to make the case, which is by distancing itself from the speculated, actually it's been largely, talking about, the so-called regime change of Israel. This is also a very, I think, interesting point to follow as the situation develops, evolves.
Professor Yurong, you just talked about the U.S.'s role in catalyzing, escalating this Israel-Iran conflict. So I'm wondering, how should the countries cooperate, and what should the international community do to get things back on track, to get the nuclear issue back on the negotiation table?
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, the issues should be followed by the diplomats, by the international, regional country, in the region and beyond. As we know that at just the weekend, there were a very important diplomatic engagement between Iran on the one side and the European on the other, the 3 European countries plus EU. I think it was unfortunate that the talks did not produce any substantial sort of progress or breakthroughs on the question of Iran's nuclear programs, and has not, as we have seen, prevent the U.S. Direct military involvement of this situation. It did, I think, give us some hope, and I think from what the two sides has been demonstrated their readiness to pursue diplomatic or political sort of a solution for this conflict. And the most important thing is, of course, the immediate ceasefire, which I think the Iranian side made it very clear they cannot negotiate without the stop, without the cessation of Israel military strikes on Iran. And now with the new sort of development related to the United States, which has again been directly striking the nuclear facilities, it comes. I mean, now we have a new question, which is even more important: whether the United States will do exactly as it is said, that it is just limited. It is just meant to sort of destroy the nuclear facilities of the 3, nuclear facilities in Iran. So we have many unknown questions. But despite these unknowns, the most important thing is that there are no military solutions, as we all know, that to this complicated question. I think if one follows the debates in the United States, whether those are for or against the military sort of strikes or directly involvement of the United States in Iran, the major concerns or the core concerns is the end game of that of U.S. involvement, which really touches upon the core question of this conflict, because despite whatever I think damages and destruction that has been done for Iran, and even I think the ultimate sort of goals of Israel to change the regime in Iran, I don't think it is going to be changed, the policy of Iran, which is very much touched upon the root causes or this fundamental security or safety of Iran as a nation state. Yes. This is an existential threat. And only through political means and diplomacy can the parties concerned, directly concerned, to find a way out. So we are really at a critical moment. And even though I think the situation is becoming more and more complicated and dangerous.
Yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on development of the situation. But also, is there any lesson that other countries can learn from this conflict? Like, how should other countries collaborate to safeguard their nuclear non-proliferation programs after the U.S. military action disrupted the international nuclear order?
That's a great question. I think there are many lessons learned or are being learning
Yes.
for different states, for different countries. Those countries that has the capabilities or feel that their security, their existential, their survival of as a nation, as a sovereign state, would not be guaranteed until and unless they have a demonstrable, overt nuclear sort of a capability, will learn different lessons from what the international community, the mainstream sort of views of the international community would like to have. Well, which I think we would hope that the non-proliferation treaty, regime, the NPT regime, which has been helped the world in the past decades, ever since the first nuclear bomb was dropped. Would like to hope that the system will continue to help in preventing the proliferation or nuclearization of the world, which I think neither country would be benefit that. And this is a fundamental question, I think, not only for these parties directly concerned here, in this case, I think Iran, Israel, the United States, and others, but also for the countries in the region in particular, and of course the international community at large. There are already speculations that there are several countries would learn different lessons, in the ongoing crisis. That's why I think China, for the past few years, have made a very clear its position on the question of NPT, and for that no nuclear war should not be waged, and nobody is going to win in a nuclear war. So this is, I think, the point I would like to make, that in the wake of this latest development is that it would make even more important for NPT to the survival or for the non-proliferation treaty regime to guard against that negative impact. And it would take all the countries, all the members of the international community, despite their differences, politically, ideologically, to work together to ensure this world would not once again living under the danger of that nuclear war.
We know that China, there are a lot of collaboration program and trade cooperations between China, between China and Iran, and China with Israel. So what do you make of China's stance in the conflict, and how is the escalation of the conflict is going to affect China?
Definitely, I think China and, as I said, all the members of international community, but the regional countries in particular, excuse me, have been negatively affected. We have seen very recently the very successful evacuation of Chinese nationals from Iran and from Israel. And where I think the Chinese nationals and Chinese interest in the region and beyond definitely is being affected negatively. We're talking about, I think, very much concerned about the energy. We're talking about also the concern, the safety and security of sea lane transportation, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, I think the economic fallout, consequences that has been very much talked about. And that's also very much, in a way, I should mention about the possible environmental, ecological sort of impact by this conflict, and specifically about the military strikes by the United States on the 3 nuclear facilities in Iran. We don't know. So far, maybe we never know in a specific way, but of course it will take international community, organizations like IEA to come up objective assessment of that, which have already expressed their concerns about that. And because of these concerns, I think China over the past days, in particular, has working very closely with the countries, regional countries, international community in general, to come out its very specific principled positions for this conflict. First and foremost, I think the conflict, nuclear issues of Iran would have to be solved through political means and diplomacy, and that is the most important thing. Secondly, ever since the conflict broke out, China came up a very strong voice and calling for immediate ceasefire. And last but not least, I think China has also been working with the other international or regional groups by playing a kind of a constructive role to mediate, to provide to help the parties concerned. And I think in this regard, we have seen kind of phone conversations, and we have seen that the talks between President Xi and also the phone conversation between President Putin, and also I think I would assume that there are very intensive diplomacy between Chinese diplomats and the regional and international community. And last but not least, I think the UN Security Council and others. So only hope that China is not alone. China would be, I think, China's sort of cause, China's sort of initiative will be supported and will be sort of reinforced by the international community, so that this conflict will stop as early as possible. We have too many, I think, conflicts in the region and in the world. The least thing is, I think we are going to have, the world is going to want to have, is one more conflict, which can easily go out of control and not only bring in the other players in the region, but also possibly even the major countries, major powers as well.
Because there will be no winner in such a attack or conflict between Israel and Iran. And as you just mentioned, that China's been calling for immediate ceasefire. What kind of role do you think China is going to play in mediating the tensions? What more actions will China take?
I think diplomatically there are quite a lot China has been doing and will be doing as far as I can see. I think the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, definitely, I mean the UN venue, the platform definitely is very much important, and because it would help send a very strong signal for peace, for negotiations. And it is, of course, again, we have seen the UN Security Council, UN Secretary-General, also being very much making his views and position loud and clear. I think that has to be supported, and this is the one. The other areas, of course, China has been working so far, and I would believe will continue to work along, is of course the other important regional groupings. For example, the Shanghai Cooperation Organizations has come up with a statement condemning the military military attacks on Iran, full member of its SCO, and calling upon immediate ceasefire. And there are other occasions and steps China, I think, would be taking. I think, for example, like sending its special envoys and working with the IEAs and others, and apart from the multilateral diplomacy, China I think, would also do more in bilateral diplomacy, not only with the two parties, the parties directly concerned, i.e. Iran and Israel, but also I think of equal importance is the countries in the region. And that's why I think China has very much, you see the foreign minister as making phone conversations with Egypt, with Oman, and of course I think has also responding very positively, reinforced the calls for peace, for ceasefire of the Arab and Islamic foreign minister's statement. And I would also assume that diplomatic efforts along this line will be continued. And China is a major country with international sort of significance. It is a permanent member of UN Security Council, and definitely I think China has always pledged that it will continue to play a constructive role in helping for the political settlement solutions with that. And I think the last point I would make that as early as March this year, China has worked with Iran, with Russia on a trilateral sort of negotiations in Beijing. And I would like to recall or remind our audiences to go back to the statements that the consensus that are being reached, and specifically the principle, I think the 5-point principles proposals put forward by Foreign Minister Wang Yi on how to pursue continuously the political sort of settlement, diplomatic work on the question of Iran's nuclear issues. The primary on the question of how to ensure a balance. On the one hand, the integrity of the NPT system, which provides a sort of framework where the nuclear non-proliferation issues and the legitimate concerns of security like Iran will be guaranteed. And on the other hand, I think Iran would have to cooperate in a way with the international community to ensure that this balance or this legitimate security concern will be guaranteed. So the framework is there, the position is there, and China has done a lot, and China will continue to play a constructive role in managing of this conflict.
Thanks for your insights and analysis. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Rong. All right, this is the live streaming coverage with CGTN on Israel-Iran conflict. And later, next up, we're going to take you to White House, where the United States President Donald Trump is going to address to the public. Stay tuned with us.
Since Israel began its unilateral attack on Iran on June the 13th, their strikes have killed more than 400 Iranians. Iran's health ministry says the majority of the casualties have been civilians, with 54 women and children and 4 medical workers among the fatalities.
Unfortunately, when the attack began, 70 wounded people were brought to this hospital. 2 hospital staff members were also hit at their homes. Sadly, one of them died and the other was treated at the hospital.
I'm a delivery guy. I had 2 deliveries to make. I dropped off the first one just south of Azadi Street on Behboudi Street and then headed north. When I reached the Koshu intersection and was about to turn, something blew up right in front of me. I realized my head was bleeding. I touched it and saw blood on my hand. Shocked and panicking, I started shouting. My motorbike had a flat tire from the blast, so I left it on the sidewalk. Then someone offered to take me to the hospital.
Breaking news just in. U.S. President Donald Trump is now making an address to the nation from the White House. Let's listen in.
Precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're watching live pictures from the White House that Donald Trump just made a speech to the nation about the attacks on Iran. And now let's go live to Professor Joseph Gregory Mahoney from Eastern China Normal University in Shanghai. Well, Professor, good to get you back. We've just listened to the speech made by Donald Trump. What do you think are the highlights from his speech, and what are some of the implications between U.S., Israel, and Iran in this conflict?
Well, just a number of quick points. First, he peppered his speech with patriotic tropes and working class euphemisms, and these are designed to appeal to his base, which is certainly a substantial portion of that base is troubled by this aggression, and he's appealing to their patriotic side and their desire to demonstrate strength, and this is to try to paper over that division. Secondly, he was very thorough in his demonization of Iran. He accused Iran of being the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism. He made a number of spectacular claims about Iranian aggression. I think that may suffer under fact-checking. Nevertheless, that was a key talking point. He declared this to be a spectacular success. That it could end here if Iran capitulates. But he also promised future attacks, which he said would be worse, but a lot easier if Iran doesn't capitulate. And interestingly, he made it very clear that he had been working as a team with the Israeli leadership, with Netanyahu, as no team has worked before, which will lend itself directly to suspicions that the U.S. has been conspiring with Israel from the very beginning, even going back to his first term when he blew up that first agreement that had been negotiated by Obama. That this has always been conspiratorially the objective of Trump and his White House.
Yes, Professor Mahoney, that we also heard that Donald Trump said, quote, he just delivered a speech on Iran strikes, and he said that strikes were spectacular military success, and Iran must now make peace. What's your understanding about that? What's your interpretation?
Well, I think again, what he's saying is that if Iran fights back, although he didn't say what fighting back includes, he just said he just simply said that the U.S. and Israel are working hand in hand as a team has never worked before. So I think if we see Iran counterattacking Israel, that may provoke more American aggression, direct aggression. If we see Iran or any of its supporters out around the world, potentially the Houthis or Hezbollah, attacking Iran or American assets, then that may invite U.S. aggression. If Iran doesn't completely, formally, vocally, what have you, abandon nuclear enrichment, then this could invite more aggression. So basically what he's done is he's put a gun to the head. He's shot off what he claims are some of the key body parts of the Iranian state, and he's threatened to do more if what remains doesn't do what he says.
Yes, and as you mentioned, that Donald Trump has mentioned about the U.S. said that I just want to thank Netanyahu. And previously, we know that CNN, just citing two White House officials, says that Trump spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ahead of the strikes. So what do you think about the relationship between the U.S. and Israel in this conflict? What's your assessment in the near future about the operation, the military operation between the two sides?
Well, Trump thanked the U.S. military, he thanked Benjamin Netanyahu, and he thanked God. And it's interesting because all three of these things are linked through a certain type of American evangelical ideology, which Trump has long employed in appealing to a substantial part of his political base, and the evangelicals themselves are the largest religious bloc within the U.S. military itself. So, there's this old questionable interpretation of biblical scripture that says that a Jewish state must control Jerusalem for the second coming of Christ. And this has long been used as a justification, an ideological justification for advancing these types of aggressions. And Trump was certainly, I think, playing on some of that in his discourse tonight. But of course, there are other reasons why the U.S. is interested in sustaining American control and Israeli control in the Middle East that go far beyond the metaphysical considerations of whether God exists or not.
And the CBS also reports that the United States reached out to Iran on Saturday, saying that the strikes were targeted at Iran's nuclear program and are not aimed at regime change. What are some of the highlights from Donald Trump's speech right now, just as we have listened to? Is there any key points mentioned about that, about the Iran's regime in the near future? What's your assessment about that?
Well, again, I think that who can trust what he says? He said that we were led to believe that he was negotiating in good faith. We were led to believe that the U.S. didn't believe that a weapon could be produced quickly, and yet we now see that either that was a lie, a deception, so that the U.S. could set up these attacks with Israel, or maybe Trump changed his mind for whatever reason. It's hard to say, but the bottom line is, again, we have long seen the U.S. Saying that it would not take the worst or most aggressive position, and yet allowing Israel to do so. And Israel has made it clear that they have the objective of regime change, that they have the objective of assassinating the supreme leader of Iran. Trump says that's not his goal, but if you're working hand in hand with Iran, and that is Iran's goal, and you always sort of protect them, then I think that's the position that Tehran has to assume that they're facing, regardless of what Trump says. And above all, because whatever Trump says is not something you can take to the bank anyway.
Yes, it's very unpredictable. But we've heard that Trump also said, we will go after other targets with speed, accuracy, and skill. What can we are looking forward to that? What can you expect from that sentence from Trump?
Again, it's just a threat that if Iran responds, if Iran doesn't capitulate, that the U.S. is prepared to attack other targets. I think we all understood that if the U.S. was to attack nuclear sites, that these three sites were probably the top three. We do know that Israel has been pressing its advantages, trying to attack the production of ballistic missiles, missile launcher sites, and so forth and so on, to debilitate Israel's capacity to deliver weapons or missiles or drones or what have you against Israel. But nevertheless, I would assume that Israel is on top of that. So what the U.S. means specifically, I think at this point it's just a threat. But I'm sure there's a long list of targets that both the Israeli and the American side would advance if it came to that.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Mahoney, for your insight. Thank you very much indeed. U.S. President Donald Trump has just delivered a speech from the White House. It follows his announcement that U.S. forces have conducted successful strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
After a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivered a televised national address.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
For the latest developments and Iran's response, let's get back to Sepah Sarami in Tehran. Sepah, we've just listened to the speeches from both sides, both the U.S. President Donald Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They both thanked each other, and as Donald Trump said, that I want to thank Netanyahu, we work as a team. And Netanyahu said the U.S. action would change history. What's your interpretation of their addresses just delivered?
Of course, but first let me start with the latest and update you on the latest, because Iran's Atomic Energy Organization just issued a statement and condemned the attacks on Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo earlier today, with U.S. President taking responsibility. Iran accuses the IAEA of silence and vows to continue its nuclear program. And also it said that legal action is being pursued. Condemnation. On your question, I have to say that, as a reporter, I always try to be very neutral and transparent and just report the facts. But I cannot help being an Iranian. I'm an Iranian and my country is under attack. But, as you said, that the President Netanyahu is thanking Trump, President Trump, and President Trump is thanking Netanyahu for destroying the sites in the Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, and it's an important mark in history. But here I have to say something. I have to add something, that before we are Muslims, the Iranians are Muslims. Before that, before they are Shias, they are Persians. They are Persians, and they have been a part of this history for more than 3,000 years. So it's not like that if you bomb 2 or 3 places, you can change the history, because we've been here in the last 3,000 years. But again, for the official reaction or responses, we have to wait for that is being reflected on the social media is coming from some TV presenters. That is not, as I explained earlier, that's not legally defendable. So in the coming hours, there will be reactions and responses from official authorities in Iran. And please, Serapi, we can't hear you right now, but I just want to ask you one more question. That what are the response from the Iranian side? Because you know that from the U.S. President Donald Trump's allies, they just praised Donald Trump's action. They said it's just for American first policy and praised that military action. And some of the politicians inside the United States are just supporting Donald Trump's action towards Iran. So what are your assessment on that? Is there any news from the local media from Iran? What are their response? You have my voice? Because the internet is very low here. Oh, yeah, you have my voice. Because the attack was perpetrated a few hours ago now. It's still before 6 a.m. in the morning. And now I'm sure the officials and authorities, those responsible, are preparing an official statement, and things will be clear in the coming hours. In 2 or maximum 3 hours, there are going to be responses and statements from responsible organizations of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I will update you on the latest. Okay, thank you very much, Sarami. And the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has also made a statement on the current Israel-Iran conflict. He says he's alarmed by the use of force by the US against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in the region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. And Guterres is also concerned the conflict could rapidly get out of control, causing catastrophic consequences for
for civilians in the region and the world. He also urged the member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations on the UN Charter and rules of international law. So let's go back to you. Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Let's go to our reporter, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, how has the Israeli government responded to the U.S. strikes on Iran?
Yeah, so you just heard statements from Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that President Trump has prevented the world's most dangerous regime from the world's most dangerous weapon, thanking the United States. Similar comments coming from the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Dani Danon, saying that no, never again. It's not just a statement, but actually a policy by the United States. So clearly a thankful message from Israel towards the United States. And now there's, of course, an expectation to see what would be the reaction. What Israel is perhaps hoping is to see Iran now coming back to negotiations, but agreeing to an agreement that is much more comfortable for the United States and for Israel than it did up until a week ago, because the Iranians were very steadfast in their negotiations with the Americans before. This is what Israel is hoping for, at least at this very early hour in the morning. It's not even 5:30 a.m. So that's the first responses that we had, the Prime Minister and the Ambassador to the United Nations.
Yes, Jonathan, that we've heard lots of voices right now from the United States, from Israel, and from the UN. From the United States, Donald Trump just made a speech, and he said that this is a spectacular military success, and Iran must now have peace. And although we've seen that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked Trump, and he said that Americans' action will change history. But right now, we've heard that the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, said this is a very dangerous escalation in the region, already on the edge, and a direct threat to international peace and security. What's your assessment of different voices right now?
Well, the United Nations is a very different voice when compared to the Israeli one. The UN, of course, Israel and the United States are very concerned by the Iranian actions, developing nuclear weapons, something that the UN Secretary-General apparently was not very much concerned with. And that is why the voices coming from the UN headquarters and are say one thing, and those coming from Jerusalem or the White House say another thing. Of course, the world is very polarized, and we can expect a lot of condemnations to this action coming from one hand and a lot of support from the other. It is quite expected that the American action will get support from Israel, possibly from some European nations, and condemnations from many others, and also from the United Nations.
And previously, we know that from a follow-up post, Donald Trump held it as a historic moment for the U.S. and Israel and the world. He says Iran must now agree to end this war. What are some of the responses from the Israeli side?
This is exactly what Israel is hoping, that the war will now end, that the U.S. sent a clear message saying that this war is not only an Israeli war, it is not only Israel fighting Iran, but also the United States. Therefore, this is a much more powerful stance against Iran, and this would perhaps convince the Iranians that this is time to head for negotiations. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what their reactions come from Tehran. What will their move be? Will it be targeting Israel? Will it be targeting American interests in the area? Israel is hoping that Iran will now understand that it's time to go back to negotiations and find an agreement that is far, far better than what they have negotiated for before.
And we know that as CNN has just cited the reports that saying White House officials that Trump just spoken to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following the strikes, and they've been keeping lots of contact with each other. What do you think are the implications of the relationship between the U.S., Israel, and Iran in this escalating conflict?
I think that after such a strike, we can only understand that Israel and the United States are very much coordinated in this issue. They should be coordinated, first because they're close allies, and second, if American bombers are getting into Iranian airspace, then Israel has to make sure that its jets are nowhere to be around. The last thing that these two countries would want is some kind of collision between their two air forces over the airspace of Iran. We can understand that both countries are very much coordinated. We heard it in the comments from our Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And what Israel is hoping is that this would persuade Iran to change course, understanding that it's not only facing Israel, it is also facing the United States.
And the reports also said that the United States reached out to Iran and saying that the strikes were targeted at Iran's nuclear program and are not aimed at regime change. So how do you interpret that kind of words? What will be these consequences happened in the near future? Because the three sides already attacked on the nuclear sides, including Fordo, Natanz, and also Isfahan.
Yes, and this perhaps could give some reassurance to Iranian leaders that the United States carried out its strike, but it's not planning, if Iran would really head back to negotiations, then it's not planning any more strikes. It's not as if the U.S. is planning to put boots on the ground and change the regime, but the strikes are meant to convince Iran that it has to leave the nuclear program, and it could perhaps assure the Iranian regime that the plan is not to overthrow it, but only to backtrack the nuclear plan. The big question is what actually will Iran understand? What will Iran actually do?
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan Regev, reporting from Tel Aviv. Please take care. And we will continue our special coverage on the breaking news on the escalating tensions between Iran and Israel. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has made a statement on the current Israel-Iran conflict. He said he's alarmed by the use of force by the US against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Guterres is concerned the conflict could rapidly get out of control, causing catastrophic consequences for civilians in the region and the world. He urged the member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations under the UN Charter and rules of international law. Iran's Atomic Energy Organization has condemned what it calls a barbaric act on its nuclear sites in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. In a statement, the agency said the strikes were carried out by enemies of Iran and violated international law, especially the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And U.S. President Donald Trump said 3 Iranian nuclear sites have been targeted by the U.S., including Fordo. Earlier, Israeli National Security Advisor Taji Haqqani said his country would not stop its operations in Iran until Iran's Fordo nuclear facility was destroyed.
Fordo nuclear facility is located in a mountainous area north of Qum. It's buried 90 metres underground in solid rock, making it highly resistant to attacks. Its uranium enrichment levels are higher than those of the Natanz facility. Since the US withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal in 2018, Iran's resumed high-level uranium enrichment there, saying it's for civilian use. Israel's conventional weapons are incapable of destroying such a deeply buried site. US media report that only the GBU-57 bunker buster bomb could damage the plant, but it must be delivered by a B-2 stealth bomber. US arms control experts warned that striking Fordo could cause a release of uranium hexafluoride, potentially leading to radiation leaks and chain reactions. Such a move could also further involve the US in a wider regional conflict.
For more on that, now let's cross live to Tangan and just talking about the latest situation and signals right now. For the latest, now let's go live to Tangan. Tangan, can you hear me? Yes, we've just heard lots of voices from the United States, from Israel, and from the UN. What's your assessment on that? And we're now just having very latest pictures. We're watching live pictures over there. Could you please tell us more about that?
Yeah, this was an act of war, and U.S. intelligence and IAEA denied that Iranian nuclear capabilities. Netanyahu has been saying since 1992 that Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon within a few years, then it was a few months, and he's been saying that for a long time. This is literally the boy who cried wolf. Now people are listening to him. The question now is Donald Trump has 48 hours from his act of bombing to give a report to Congress on the War Powers Act of 1973. It basically gives him 60 days to exercise his commander-in-chief role, another 30 days perhaps to withdraw if it's necessary, so about a 90-day window. Congress, through resolution, can demand that there be a withdrawal after that. It's a huge danger that this is going to unite the Islamic community. It's a danger to Americans abroad and at home. MAGA base reaction is going to be favorable if this continues. There's retaliation, back and forth. Pictures of U.S. bases are now being shown on Iranian TV, bases in the area, saying that these are going to be targeted. Looking at escalation, there's no end. This is Donald Trump at his bully best. Now reshaping conflict and global norms. This idea that you can establish peace, death, destruction, I don't think that is the way to go.
Well, thank you very much, Tangen, for your insights. Please stay with us and we'll get back to you very shortly. Now let's go live to Nick Harper in Washington, D.C. Nick, President Donald Trump has just made brief remarks at the White House, saying the strikes were successful. What more can you tell us?
That's right, very brief remarks from the US president, only lasting a couple of minutes, but very consequential in nature, detailing what had taken place, but also looking to what might happen next. In terms of the actual strikes themselves, he said that this had been a spectacular military success. He said the goal had been the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, and he said essentially this was mission succeeded during the course of these 3 strikes against 3 separate nuclear facilities. He said that they had been completely obliterated, and in his words, the bully of the Middle East must now take peace. That's the thing that he now wants to take place. Although the US has decided to carry out strikes against Iran, the US president making it clear that the US does not intend to carry out more strikes unless Tehran responds. And that was the warning from the US president, that Tehran not to decide to take more action. He's against Israel or against US assets and troops in the region that number about 40,000, but instead to desist. He did say that if Iran were to decide to retaliate, future strikes from the United States would be far greater and a lot easier. He underscored all of this in closing by saying this cannot continue. For Iran, he said, there will either be peace or tragedy for the country. He said that many targets were left that the US could potentially strike, not making it clear if those were other nuclear facilities or potentially cities with millions of civilians within them. But the US very much trying to say tonight action has been taken, but it does not intend to carry out more strikes unless Iran decides to retaliate.
Yes, Nick Harper, we've just heard that Trump says Iran must make peace, or he said, quote, we will go after other targets. And previously we've known that Donald Trump once said that he doesn't seek for the regime change. What's your interpretation on that?
Yeah, interesting that, because Donald Trump has said in various comments to the media that he's not looking for regime change. Even earlier this week, he posted on social media saying that US intelligence knew where the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was in the country, but he said that the US did not plan to take him out. But he did say that the US patience was wearing thin. Throughout, the US has been trying to present this not so much as changing the leadership of Iran, but rather taking action that would cripple its nuclear enrichment facilities. Obviously, bear in mind, though, that Israel is very much looking for regime change. They say that the Iranian leadership needs to be undone, that the Ayatollah needs to be toppled. The US doesn't appear to hold that sentiment, even though the United States is a strong supporter and ally of Israel. We know that the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump spoke just after these strikes during the course of this evening. But for now, the US at least seems to be saying that it doesn't intend to topple the leadership in Iran, something, of course, that the US has done in previous conflicts in the Middle East, including in Iraq and Afghanistan. Donald Trump here trying to present himself as the president of peace, someone who does not intend to carry out another forever war in the Middle East, but rather someone who is trying to find peace by changing the calculation for Iran and eradicating its nuclear enrichment facilities.
And we've heard that some of the White House officials has praised Donald Trump's actions, saying that it's just a support for the policy of American first. But some others just criticized about that. What's your assessment on that? And do you hear some of the voices from the Americans' political circle? What are the response from the Democrats and Republicans?
Yeah, quite incredible. Let's just focus on the Republican Party schism that has taken place during the course of this week. These are the MAGA Republicans, the Make America Great Again Republicans. Republicans who throughout have been staunchly behind the US president. And yet, during the course of this week, there has been an issue that has divided them, and that is the issue of Iran. On one side, we have the American lawmakers who are saying that isolationism is the best way forward. America first means not getting involved in forever wars in the Middle East. And then on the other side, we have the defense hawks who are looking to eradicate Iran, effectively looking to bomb it back into the Stone Age and get rid of its nuclear facilities. And there has been very divergent opinions, even within the Republican Party. We saw an effort this week for a bipartisan bill put together by both Democrats and Republicans, essentially to try and limit the power of the president and get him to seek congressional approval for any attacks on Iran. Just to read a couple of the statements that have been put out since the US attack, we have heard from the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, a staunch supporter of Donald Trump, saying, "I stand with President Trump." Lindsey Graham, also a strong ally, saying, "Good, this was the right call. Well done, President Trump." But also we've seen Republicans and both Democrats saying that this is unconstitutional. Representative Thomas Massie, a Republican from Kentucky, saying this is not constitutional. Similarly echoed by a Democrat from Kentucky, Jim Himes, saying that according to the Constitution, my attention to this matter comes before.
Hello and welcome back to the special live streaming coverage on the Israel-Iran conflict with CGTN. I'm Zheng Chunying, live in Beijing. Well, just now, the United States President Donald Trump called his country's strikes in Iran a spectacular military success. He said that 3 of Iran's nuclear sites were completely and totally obliterated. And during his speech, he also threatens more strikes from the United States. And for more analysis on the current situation, let me bring in my guest, Mr. Zhao. Let's start with the U.S. President Donald Trump's speech. How do you read this? What key message do you think is he conveying to the public?
I think in his speech, there are 3 main points. Number one, he said he thanked Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and said that this attack is in close cooperation with the Israeli side. So that means this is a joint operation. It's not the United States working alone. And secondly, he said, basically, the United States completely destroyed the 3 sites with nuclear facilities on the Iranian side. And that means that he accomplished his goal of destroying the capability for the Iranians to develop its nuclear weapons. And third, of course, is that he threatened Iran not to retaliate. Basically, he said if Iran retaliate, the U.S. can escalate and can target other facilities in Iran, probably will enlarge this conflict. So altogether, basically, Trump declared a victory, sort of thanked the Israeli side and satisfied their requirements, and also continue to threaten Iran and try to pressure Iran coming back to the negotiation table.
And what do you make of the strategic reasons behind Trump's, claiming victory or threatening Iran with more strikes?
Well, there are a number of reasons, both domestic and international. Domestically, we've seen that the support of President Trump continued to decline. He has failed in accomplishing domestic reform and also failed in terms of driving the so-called illegal immigrants out of America, and also not very accomplished on the economic side, particularly on tariff. So now on foreign policy, he has to show some strength, has to show some success. And Iran has been one of the most easy target probably at this moment. And secondly, I think after continuous attack from Israel, Iran's air defense has been greatly weakened, giving the U.S. opportunity and easy target to assault Iran at this particular timing. And thirdly, we've seen that Iran, even though weakened, continue to attack Israel, and Israel is very much stressed in terms of their air defense. And if the U.S. continue to stay outside, Israel's position will be weakened in vis-a-vis the Iranians. So at this moment, the United States has to come to the aid of Israel, and that is also under a great influence domestically by the Jewish lobby.
Affects Iran's nuclear program, both in the short term and in the long run?
Well, in the short term, we still don't know exactly how much damage has been done to those three sites. Allegedly, the U.S. used bunker busters, also cruise missiles, to attack all those three sites. And we've known that Israelis has already destroyed surface buildings. However, we know that many of the facilities are buried underground very deeply, so it's hard to evaluate exactly how much has been done. However, this nuclear sort of processing requires a lot of process and many sites. Without air defense, for the Iranians, it's very hard to proceed and continue their nuclear project. So at this point, even though the U.S. and the Israelis may not achieve all of their objectives, but still they severely weakened Iran's ability to continue to produce or enrich uranium, and particularly acquire a nuclear weapon. However, we all know that Iranians said continuously that they don't have a nuclear program. They don't want to produce nuclear weapons. So at this point, we still consider Israel and the United States now in violation of international law, and pretty much invaded and damaged the Iranians' facilities.
So the U.S.'s intervention plays an important role in catalyzing the conflicts between Israel and Iran. But is there any economic fallout to the U.S. economy as well?
Well, yeah. Right now, it's number one concern, of course, is oil price, because Trump came into office promising Americans to reduce inflation. And one of the key factors in U.S. price or impacting inflation is the oil price. And with the attack and continuous tension in the Middle East, we've seen in recent weeks, the oil price has risen to a high level. And that will have a further impact on domestic inflation on the U.S. side. And furthermore, with the disturbance, sort of spread and further expand and possibly escalate in the Middle East, there will be further impact on economic side on the United States, including not just limited to oil price, but also spreading to government bonds to stock market and also impacting not just the Middle East economy, but overall global economy.
There's no winner in a conflict or war. And also, after the U.S. military intervention, from your perspective, how can the international community bring the Iran nuclear issue back to the negotiation table?
Well, we've seen that Iranians has already been talking with the Europeans, lay out their terms of stopping the current conflict. However, we still don't know exact terms on the Israeli side and the U.S. side, even though the Trump administration has said what they want. So I think down the road, both sides, the Israelis, the Iranians, needs to come back to the negotiation table and starting to talk about how to de-escalate. Other international factors, players, including Russia and also China, needs to double their effort in terms of trying to contain and deter further escalation in the region, because this, as you said, is a lose-lose situation for everybody. But now I think the key factor is the United States, because now the U.S. is jumping in and militarily intervene in this conflict. It's very difficult to evaluate what Trump would do, because he's very much an undecided, unstable factor in this whole process.
I'm also wondering, is there any lesson that other countries should learn? Like, how should other countries cooperate to safeguard the nuclear non-proliferation system after the U.S. military action disrupted the international nuclear order?
Well, the U.S. has started a very bad precedent, because the U.S. withdrawal from JCPOA, from the original agreement with Iran, and now the U.S. Unilaterally attacked Iran on its nuclear facility, without a legal authorization from the United Nations. And remember, Iran is still a member of NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. So to attack Iran means that in the future, if any country wants to develop their own nuclear weapons, they won't negotiate or to stop their nuclear program until they get their nuclear weapons, because without nuclear weapons, none of those countries will feel safe anymore. So now we have on our hands a even bigger problem of proliferation, not less.
And next up, what immediate actions do you see Iran is going to take? Will it retaliate against Israeli nuclear facilities? And what geopolitical crisis could occur if it does so?
Yeah. I see even though the Iranian side declared that they will now all targets from the U.S. side is legitimate, and they will try to attack the U.S. On their facilities and perhaps even attack their personnel. But drawing from the lessons from previous retaliation from the Iranian side, I would assume that Iran will have limited counterattack instead of a wholesale escalation, because I think Iran also wanted to de-escalate at this point, and they will need to find a way to start talking to other sides. We've seen that Iranians reached out to multiple parties and trying to reach Israel and the United States and try to bring them back to a negotiation. But I think without the U.S. and Israel confirming that they've destroyed the nuclear facility, they're not willing to come back. But I think Iran still has a lot of capabilities, and it's hard to predict at this point how far we can escalate from here and now.
Exactly. And in addition to that, the Hezbollah leader also earlier said that he offered all forms of support to Iran in his fight against Israel and the United States in a speech delivered on Thursday night. So I'm wondering if the Israel-Iran conflict were to draw in Hezbollah or other non-state actors. From your perspective, how prepared is the U.S. to manage a multi-front escalation involving Lebanon, Syria, and even Iraq?
Well, without committing ground troops, it's very hard for the U.S. To manage the situation if they only attack from the air. We've seen that the U.S. tried to attack the Houthis in Yemen, but unsuccessfully, and ultimately they have to reach agreement with the Houthis. But even though Hezbollah and other militant groups might declared retaliation against Israel and the United States, but so far they haven't achieved much. And also the government of Lebanon also reached agreement that will contain and also create a buffer zone between Lebanon and Israel. So I think further down the road, it depends on how much Iran would likely to encourage those military groups to attack U.S. interests in the region and also to attack Israel. I think in the short run, maybe they will try to show some force and attack. But in the long run, again, I think the escalation is not good for either side, and they need to find a way out.
All right. Well, keep close eye on that. Thank you, Professor Zhao. Thanks for analysis and insights. We really appreciate it. Hello and welcome to the special live streaming coverage on the conflict between Israel and Iran. With CGTN, I'm Zheng Chunying live in Beijing. Earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump just called the strikes in Iran a spectacular military success. He said that the United States has successfully hit the 3 of Iran's nuclear sites, adding that he is going to threaten more strikes. And for more analysis on the current situation, we're now joined by our guest, Dr. Azmi Hassan, who is a political analyst based in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Great to have you with us, Professor. First of all, let's start with President Donald Trump's address. How do you read it? What do you think are some of the key messages he's going to convey to the public?
Well, one thing for sure, that he wants to convince his supporters, his MAGA supporters, that what he did, meaning that striking Iran, the 3 nuclear facilities, is good, not only good for the world, but good for the Americans. I think that's a message he wants. Even though the message was a very short one, he tried to convince his citizen first, United States citizen. He don't care much about the global world. I think majority of the global world will not be in agreeable terms with Donald Trump by attacking directly Iran nuclear facility. So I think when he said a spectacular success, I doubt it is a very spectacular success. Most probably, Iran still has the capability to retaliate. So I think we wait for Iranian message, maybe from the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, whether what will Iran do after this, whether they will target United States targets in most of the Middle East or something else. Their proxies will do it. So I think we just wait and see what is the next action from Iran in this case.
You just mentioned that Iran has the capability to retaliate. But from your perspective, do you think Iran will do that? Do you think Iran will retaliate against the Israeli nuclear facilities? And how will that impact the general Middle East situation?
Yes, I think when Mr. Trump said Iran need to surrender, I think this is something that's not going to happen. Because I believe that when the United States targeted these particular 3 nuclear facilities, these 3 nuclear facilities is only the capability of Iran to enrich the uranium, most probably. But their capability of retaliate, I think they still have the missiles that still are working. They still have stockpile of missiles. So that's the reason I said, when Mr. Trump said spectacular success on this particular nuclear facility, not on the capability of Iran putting out missiles toward Israel or towards United States bases in the Middle East. But again, we have to remember there are a number of Iran proxies in Iraq, in Syria. They are still capable of doing something on the ground. So I guess, yes, Iran still has the capability to retaliate, because the target that Mr. Trump put a few hours ago is not the target of the missile capabilities, it's the nuclear facilities. So I guess we just have to wait what's going to happen in terms of Iran's answering back what the United States did a few hours ago.
And I noticed that the Hezbollah leader earlier offered all forms of support to Iran, as you just mentioned, in its fight against Israel and the United States. So from your perspective, if the Israel-Iran conflict were to draw Hezbollah or other non-state actors, how prepared do you think is the United States to manage a multi-front escalation involving Lebanon, Syria, and even Iraq?
Yes, truly enough, I think Israel can face this particular multi-pronged war. I think they have been going on for a few years. But for United States, it's a totally different question. Because during his campaign period last year, Mr. Trump promised that will not drag United States into a war. But in this particular case, Mr. Trump intentionally dragging United States into war. I think that's the reason why his base supporters, the Republican, the MAGA supporters, are quite divided in terms whether the United States should involve directly. Maybe they can help Iran, Israel in this case, but do not involve directly. I think United States, the U.S. citizens just are not prepared to see the body bag if Iran, if proxy, Hezbollah, for example, in Lebanon, or a number of militant proxies in Iraq that are aligned to Iran take action in this case. Because I think the bases of United States, they are still not capable. The bases in Middle East, I mean, the United States bases, they are still not capable in repelling a small kind of attack, not a ballistic missile attack, but a small kind of ground attacks that the proxies of Iran are capable of.
And also, what are some of the strategic reasons, behind Trump administration's policy of involving U.S. in the conflict between Israel and Iran?
Well, it is being for the last 7 days, Israel is not capable of destroying the nuclear facility because that's the reason why Israel attacked Iran. So I think the strategic reason from the United States is to destroy this particular nuclear facilities 100%, as Mr. Trump said, and to force Iran to surrender and to agree on the terms of nuclear program on the terms of United States. That's a strategic reason why United States involved directly. Whether this is success, I don't think so. It's very successful because I'm sure in the next few hours, not that Iran will surrender, but there will be more retaliation from Iran and also its proxies in the Middle East. So I think it is a mistake, a big mistake from Mr. Trump to involve directly because it opened up the target that they have the basis in Middle East to Iran in this case. So as I said before, the United States do not have the capability to protect themselves from Iran proxies, especially that are available in the Middle East.
So you see the U.S.'s involvement in the conflict a mistake, a true mistake. So what are some of the economic fallout? What do you see for the U.S. economy?
Yes, one thing for sure, it is the price of oil is going up. It's not going down. I think that's before United States involvement directly in attacking Iran. But in this case, you put Iran in the corner. Iran is quite desperate right now. Then they will do the things that they have in power. For example, closing down the Hormuz Strait, or maybe persuading the Houthis in Yemen to do what they do best in the Red Sea by creating trouble, by creating turmoil on this maritime, a very important maritime route. So I guess in terms of economic, not only it will put a detrimental effect on the United States economy, but for the whole world. I'm sure the supply chain will be retarded in this particular case. And when the supply chain retarded, all the price of goods will go up. And currently, before, let's say, involved directly, all the maritime lane have been, they're going to the further away, and also the airspace, the airline are going further away. It makes things to do business more expensive. So it will not affect only Israel, Iran, and United States, or the Middle East country. In fact, in terms of economic, it will affect the whole world. So this is something that we want to avoid. But Mr. Trump has made his decision. It's quite difficult to go back the status quo before this.
Of course, there's no winner in such a war or conflict. And also, in your perspective, I mean that we should get things back on the track. We are looking forward to see people getting back to the negotiating table. But what are the most urgent diplomatic or security measures the international community should take to prevent the escalation of the conflict?
Well, talking about international community, the superpowers are doing something. UK, United States, well, also France are doing something, try to negotiate with Iran in this case. And also on the other hand, China and Russia on their part also trying to mediate with Iran in this case, trying to talk with Iran. What I would like to see is that these two big superpowers, these two blocks of superpowers need to come together And I think this Israel-Iran conflict, especially with the United States involved directly, it put more pressure on the Western superpowers, plus, as I call the global South superpowers, China and Russia, need to come together so that they can persuade not only Iran, but also to Israel, so that cooling heads will prevail, so that they talk to each other. So the immediate case, I think, Chung Yi, is that these two superpowers, these two bloc superpowers, even though they are apart in terms of their thinking, in terms of their strategies, need to come together and talk to each other so that we don't want this thing to be escalate into a bigger war.
And China called for immediate ceasefire at the very beginning of the conflict, actually. So what do you make of the role that China could play in mediating this conflict?
Yeah, that's very, very ironic, Chong Hee. I think talking about superpowers, only China called for a ceasefire at the beginning. I think the first few days. France never called it. UK never called it. In fact, UK and France call they will protect Israel, which is something that not trying to de-escalate, but trying to escalate. So I think the world need to take heed. The Chinese stand, Beijing stand in this case, that they don't want from the first day this particular war erupted, China called for a ceasefire. And it is good that when China called for a ceasefire for the first 24 hours, 48 hours, I think UK and France especially need also to jump in to calling for ceasefire. But on the other hand, they say that they will protect Israel. So it is very difficult for the superpowers are not doing things that they are supposed to do. I think that's why we call them superpowers, because they need to de-escalate war, not to escalate war. So it is something sad to see how these superpowers putting their agenda first, not the world agenda, meaning that the world does not need another front of war in this particular case.
And let's get back to China's role. I mean, China is economically active with both Iran and Israel. So, and to what extent would a broader Israel-Iran conflict disrupt China's Belt and Road Initiative investment, across the Middle East and Central Asia? How can China circumvent?
Through that, I think the BRI, Chung Yi, I think the BRI will be truly affected because the supply chain, for example, will be truly affected. The global economy will be affected. I think China, when you say that can talk or I think have some form of relationship in terms of economic relationship with Iran and also Israel, it is advantage to China, meaning that China has the capability, China has the interest, Israel and Iran understand it. So that's the reason I think China should play more active role. I think China has been playing an active role by calling a ceasefire for the first 24 hours, then this particular war erupted. And I think the other superpowers also need to take cue. Not only China's BRI or their economic interests will be affected, but the other superpowers' economic interests will also be affected. So small countries like the Southeast Asian nation countries still do not understand why these superpowers are going each other because they have the power to say to Iran, they have the power to say to Israel, stop all this particular nonsense. We don't need it. Ukraine war is still going on. We don't need another front of war. So I think yes, not only China economy will be affected, I think the whole economy of the world economy will be affected too.
And talking about economic fallout, we know that over 80 to 90% of Iran's oil exports flow to China. So how do you think will Beijing circumvent the possible U.S. sanctions against this trade? And will that accelerate non-dollar settlements as well?
Yes, I think as we've seen in the Ukraine war, how Russia circumvent itself by selling its oil, even though the United States put a sanction on Russia. So in this particular case, I think China needs to find a way need to find a way. As you mentioned, 80% of Iran's oil or China imported Iran's oil, that's a lot of percentage in terms of depending on one country. But I think there are ways and means because Malaysia too, United States advised Malaysia not to, as I say, not to do trade with Russia, but Malaysia answered that the problem with United States and Russia is a bilateral problem. And similarly, the problem with United States and Iran is a bilateral problem. I'm sure China can go around as Malaysia can go around, and China will do trade with Iran as Malaysia right now is doing its trade with Russia, even though we are being forced not to do that. Changge.
Right. Thanks for your analysis insights. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Changge.
All right, this is the live streaming coverage on Israel-Iran conflict with CGTN. Stay tuned with us.
Officially announce how they are going to retaliate. So maybe in the following hours, Iranian military officials, Iranian political officials can react and outline Iran's policies in this regard. But I'm sure that the United States will receive a crushing response. The United States should understand that the era of hit and run has ended. The United States cannot carry out an act of aggression against Iran and remain unscathed. So the United States should wait for the consequences. It is just a matter of time.
Yeah, it probably will be dire consequences. And we've seen that Iranian media has already reported that Israel's Revolutionary Guard has launched a new round of missile and strikes against Israel. What's your interpretation of that action?
Iran's missile strikes or Iran's retaliation against Israel makes it clear that the United States and Israel have failed to weaken Iran's military capabilities. Over the past 10 days, Iran has hit strategic targets within Israel, in Tel Aviv and Haifa, and some other locations in Israel. Israel and the United States should know that Iran has indigenized its military capabilities and its nuclear program. So even if they target Iran's military sites or Iran's nuclear facilities, Iran is capable to reconstruct them, to produce new weapons, because Iran has the knowledge to produce weapons. Iran has the knowledge to promote its nuclear capabilities. So what the Israel and the United States are trying to do will definitely fail and blow up in their face.
Yes, indeed. And we've got the latest address from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And he said that the United States launched strikes on 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. So from the Iranian side, what's your observation of the consequences of those nuclear plants attacks? What will be the consequences on the public in Iran?
The International Atomic Energy Agency should be responsible in this regard. The IAEA should condemn these heinous attacks. The Israel and the United States have hit Iran's nuclear site, and it could pose a danger to the health of people in the area. But the International Atomic Energy Agency has remained quiet. As I told you, it indicates that the IAEA is complicit with Israel and the United States. The international community should not remain quiet. They should take action. At least in international organizations, they can raise their voices against such brutal attacks against Iran. The United States and Israel are not only targeting Iranian military sites and nuclear facilities, but they are also targeting civilians. As you know, since Israel launched its attacks on Iran on June 13, 400 people, including civilians and women and children, have been killed, and 3,000 others have been injured. U.S. and Israel claim they target Iranian military sites. So why they have killed civilians? It shows that they have ulterior motives, and they are attempting to achieve their sinister plot.
Well, thank you very much, Shakrak Seyed, editor from Tehran Times. Thank you very much indeed for your insights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities was in full coordination with Israel.
Do you remember that from the beginning of the operation, I promised you that Iran's nuclear facilities would be destroyed no matter what? This promise has been fulfilled. Not long ago, under comprehensive coordination between myself and President Trump, and with the full operational cooperation between the Israeli Defense Forces and the U.S. military, the United States launched strikes on 3 nuclear facilities in Iran: Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan.
For the latest developments and Iran's response, let's go back to Sefer Sarami in Tehran. Sarah, it's been reported that Iran has launched a new round of missile and drone attacks on Israel after U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Could you please tell us more about that?
Of course, and I have to tell you that I've been covering this war for the last 9 days, and it's not necessarily related to the strikes against the nuclear facilities by the U.S. because Iran and Israel have been trading the strikes in the last 9 days. So as I said, it's not necessarily related to what happened a few hours ago. But again, we have to see what the officials will say about the response to what U.S. did after President Trump took it in Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo.
And we've got the latest news from Iranian state TV. It says that U.S. strikes are likely to cause major damage after essential materials removed. What will be the consequences of that?
Of course, in this regard, let me provide you with an update on the latest developments, because a spokesperson of the crisis management headquarters of Qom province said that despite some damages to the Fordo nuclear site, there is no danger to the people of Qom. And also, fortunately, the Nuclear Safety Authority also announced that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear sites, assessments revealed no signs of nuclear contamination. Therefore, there is no danger to residents near these sites. So we are happy that no threat is threatening the residents around those areas. As I said, they said the city is in order and the life still goes on in those cities.
And we've heard some of the speeches from U.S. President Donald Trump and also Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They thanked each other and they said that they've been working as a team. So what are the Iranians' response to those kind of statements from Israel and the United States?
Of course, as an Iranian first, before being a reporter, I have to say this is not the first time Iran is going through such a thing, because 20 years ago, we were also in war with Iraq, and so many Western countries were helping Iran at that time. Now, again, we are in a war with Israel, and Israel also got help from the United States. But as I said, Iranian officials will prepare a statement, an announcement, and will be issued. The Islamic Republic will be. But as I said, this is not the first time Iran is going through such a thing. Even 2 or 3 or more countries against the nation of Iran.
And we know that Donald Trump just delivered a speech on the White House and said that the Iranian strikes were a spectacular military success and Iran must now make peace. What will that mean? What's your interpretation of that sentence from Donald Trump?
Sorry, I didn't hear your voice. Can you repeat your question? The connection is very bad here in Iran.
Yes, President Donald Trump said that Iran must now make peace. But we've seen that Iran has already made some of the retaliation against Israel. So what's your interpretation of Trump's statement right now made from the White House?
The connection is very bad here. I don't have your voice. I just heard that you said something about retaliation by Iran, yes, to retaliate against the strikes of the U.S.
Yes. Yes, we've just asking you that Donald Trump has made a statement from the White House, and he said that the United States had just made a very successful strike on Iran, and that's a spectacular military success, and Iran must now make peace. But we've seen that Iran has made some of the retaliations against Israel. It had just launched a new round of missile and strikes against Israel. What's your interpretation of Donald Trump's statement made in the White House?
Of course, you know, in the early days of war, Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei said that neither imposed war nor imposed peace is acceptable to the Iranian nation. So we can surrender. You know, if that's not possible, because Iranians, that's a fact that because now the only thing that the U.S. and Israel, I think, from my personal perspective, are doing is to consolidate the positions that the hardliners Iran have had in the past 15 years, because now Iran signed the JCPOA in 2015 with the U.S. Donald Trump withdrew from the JCPOA. Iran was negotiating with the U.S. and European powers a few weeks ago. Again, Israel attacked and U.S. helped him. So now the only resolve that these actions, these behaviors have is to consolidate the position that the hardliners here in Iran have. And it will only lead to the radicalization of the Iranian politicians. But of course, as the world knows, as the history has shown, Iran is not a nation that will give up on coercion or capitulation.
Well, thank you very much, Stepa Sarami in Tehran. Although there are some of the difficulties in the technical lines, but we are still very appreciate your efforts and coverage on these escalating tensions between Iran and Israel from Tehran. Thank you very much indeed. Iran's state media said 3 stricken nuclear sites had already been evacuated of its enriched uranium reserves prior to the U.S. attack. Hassan Albini, the deputy head of Iran's state broadcaster, said there were no materials left there, and if targeted, would cause radiation or harm to its citizens. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the U.S. attack on Iranian nuclear facilities was in full coordination with Israel. Well, for the latest developments and Iran's response, and for more discussion on that, we are now joined by Dr. Azmi Hassan, a political analyst based in Kuala Lumpur. Well, the U.S. is now involved in the conflict directly. So what's your assessment on the situation?
Well, one thing for sure, that the Iranian has been warned to not involve directly and just try and make a decision to bomb these 3 nuclear facilities. It means that it's opened up the target for the Iranian, not only at Israel, but also a number of bases that the United States have in the Middle East. So I think not only that Iranian will attack directly these particular U.S. bases, but also they can use their proxies in Iraq or in Syria to attack this particular base. I think that's the consequences that Mr. Trump made to involve directly in this case.
Well, Azmi Hassan, we've also heard voices from the UN chief, Antonio Guterres. He just expressed concern about the escalating tensions between Israel and Iran, and he said the U.S. action will just escalate the tensions there. So what's your assessment of that?
Well, true enough, when Guterres said U.S. action will really escalate, not de-escalate, but Mr. Trump is he has the thinking that by bombing these 3 nuclear facilities, Iran will surrender. And as mentioned before this by Iranian reporter, I don't think so that the Iranian will support. As we have seen in Iranian itself, when Mr. Netanyahu said he wants regime change, but I think the Iranian is coming together immediately after the 3 nuclear facilities is attacked by United States. But I think Antonio Guterres, I think as the Secretary-General said it, but I think it has been very quiet on the IEA chief. When a member of NPT is being attacked for a reason that we know that is not true, this particular IEA chief has been very, very quiet compared to when Russia attacked Zaporizhzhia nuclear facility in Ukraine, for example. He was very, very vocal about this particular issue. So we can see the standard between IEA when handling with the Ukraine issue and IEA when handling the Iranian issue in this case.
Yes, for more implications on the world, that we've seen that Emmanuel Macron has already involved this kind of situation, and the Houthi-controlled areas have also been involved. So what do you think are the further implications on the world, including those European allies and also the Arab states?
Well, one thing for sure, the Houthi in Yemen still hasn't directly involved in terms of how they threat the Red Sea. And Iranian also hasn't taken full control or closed the Hormuz Strait in this particular case. So I guess the world need to come together. And if I can recall, 24 hours when the war erupted between Iran and Israel, Beijing called for de-escalation. Beijing called for a ceasefire because Beijing knows it will affect not only China, but the whole world. But on the other hand, United Kingdom, for example, and France too, they will protect Israel if attacked by Iranians. So in this case, I think these superpowers, including United States, I really believe that need to come together. China, Russia, US, France, and other states need to come together to persuade Iran and Israel so that the war can be de-escalated, not trying to put oil into this fire again.
Oh, thank you very much, Azmi Hassan. Now let's turn to He Wenping in the studio. Ms. He, could you please tell us more about your assessment on the situation? Because we've seen that the Iranian state media just said that every American citizen and military personnel is now a legitimate target in Iran. And what's your assessment on the future development of this situation?
Yes, of course, there is no doubt that regional situation will be put in the more risky, and maybe will be, the situation will be not de-escalation, will go to another round. So I think now even civilian, we cannot guarantee those civilian not only living in Tehran or in other area now is saying, wow, they will feel very secure. Because as we just heard from, the correspondent based in Washington, D.C., he also pointed out, saying that Donald Trump now gave a further threat to the Iranian government, saying, wow, if you're not come to sign the deal, to offer comprehensive, we give up all those nuclear, those activities. And then there will another strike go after. So this another strike go after, not only just limited to those nuclear, those facility, or go to just a military facility. Well, maybe we'll go to the big cities with a lot of people living there. So this definitely will make all the situation in the region being, put security in danger. You see, this war has been started from Israel with Hamas almost 20 months ago. Now it's already spill over to the war between Israel with, Lebanon, and then also goes with Yemen, and then now come back all the way with Iran now. Before, when we talk about those other conflicts, like Israel with Hamas and Hezbollah and the Yemen Houthi, people think, wow, it's still within the control, because those are the three. Compared with Iran, this big, population country, and also with big size, either demography or demography are all both big size. Now you have a confrontation between Israel and Iran. Now even getting engaged with U.S. Now this around. So look about Iranians this strong reaction, saying two things. Now they make clear. Number one, they will make U.S. citizens and Americans, those soldiers in that area, become a legitimate target. Okay, so which means they are not surrender. And then second, they also send out the message saying all those nuclear, those material, even though in those three areas has been bombed by the U.S., those B-2 bomber, saying they have been already removed, saying evacuate them at the beginning. So everything has been kept. And also the Iranian foreign minister also made clear, saying you can bomb our facility, but you cannot wipe out our technology and our, all those intelligent, the talented people. Even though some top nuclear scientists has been also killed, but they are saying they have many, many more. So they will continue for their rights to explore this nuclear technology. So you see, even those two things, your facility being bombed, but we haven't seen, but in fact, we haven't seen so-called spillover, those nuclear, those materials, because it's dangerous, but now saying nothing those things has been spilled out, so which maybe indirectly proved the saying given by Iranian side, saying they have been evacuated, removed all those very valuable material already out before U.S. make this strike. So that will make this strike, as Donald Trump said, now we have fully achieved our goal, saying 100% victory. If just bombed in some, nothing there, can you call this 100% victory, saying now this nuclear issue no longer existing anymore in there? So now that's why he called upon the Iranian side, come to the table, just sign the treaty, because now you have nothing in your hands. This is Donald Trump's value and his tactics, always talking. If you haven't anything in your hands as a bargaining chips, so nothing you can do. You just sign the treaty. Before he pointed this to the Ukraine, this President Zelensky, saying you have nothing in your hands. You just sign the deal, saying give all your military resources now back to go send this to the American companies to handle your resources on the ground. Now he is using these same tactics now to the Iranian side. But we don't know, is the things like Donald Trump said, nothing now in the Iranians' hands, no, there's bargaining chips anymore. So the way forward is surrender. So it seems not that as Donald Trump just imagined. So we will see. Actually, one thing happened immediately is Iranian side not surrender, not saying they now play out all the chips cards in their hand. They made immediately this, revenge airstrike to Israel, not to Israel, because targeting Israel is similar, which means targeting the person behind, the government behind Israel. Because Netanyahu now made a very, even very chilly, very happy, saying, now we and me and with Donald Trump, those two leaders between Israel and the United States, saying we have been coordinated in a very good way. Before, he always saying, we have already talked with White House, even we made this airstrike, preemptive airstrike to Iran 1 week ago. Before, even United States want to keep distance away with Israel. Even the Rubio, the state secretary said, we haven't known anything about Israel's this airstrike. So they haven't got any so-called green lights from the White House. And then I also heard Netanyahu, when he did an interview with Israel, this press, he also said, we don't need any green lights from any country. Saying we can do, this is our defense right. So also indirectly to say seems as nothing to do with White House. But now they don't want to, to hide these so-called secrets anymore. Now they are said this in an open way. We are working as a team. We have been, coordinated in a comprehensive way. I have been phoned. Even Netanyahu said he has been making phone call in the past weeks to Donald Trump, White House, almost every day. You see, almost every day, phone call every day, which means inform all those information. Inform all the things going on, even constantly, to give another twist arm of the Donald Trump. Maybe Donald Trump was in doubt, do or not to do, do or not to do. Now, given the everyday phone call from Netanyahu saying, wow, I have been already done 99%. Now the 1% left have to be done by you, Donald Trump, because only you got that B-2 bomber, because Israel couldn't do the final, this 1%. So you have to do. We wipe out all these facilities of Iran, this nuclear threat. So maybe those twist arm, those everyday phone call, make Donald Trump eventually
yes, indeed.
Change.
Thank you very much, Ms. Helen Ping, for your insights. Lots of development at this moment. And of course, we will keep a close eye on the developing situation, on the escalating tensions and conflict between Israel and Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump has delivered a speech from the White House. It follows his announcement that U.S. forces have conducted successful strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
That's the latest announcement and statement from Donald Trump. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has made a statement on the current Israel-Iran conflict. He says he's alarmed by the use of force by the U.S. against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and direct threat to international peace and security. Guterres is concerned the conflict could rapidly get out of control, causing catastrophic consequences for civilians in the region and the world. He urged the member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations under the UN Charter and rules of international law. And Iran's Atomic Energy Organization has condemned what it calls a barbaric act on its nuclear sites in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. In a statement, the agency said the strikes were carried out by enemies of Iran and violated international law, specifically the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And the Iran state media says the 3 stricken nuclear sites had already been evacuated of its enriched uranium reserves prior to the U.S. attack. Hassan Abeni, the deputy head of Iran's state broadcaster, said there are no materials left there, and if targeted, would cause radiation or harm to its citizens. The Iran's National Nuclear Security System Center issued a statement saying information recorded by its radiation detection system shows no signs of contamination, and there is no risk to residents living near the facility. It also condemned the U.S. attacks as a violation of international law, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. An Iranian member of the parliament representing the province of Qom, where the Fordo facility is located, denied the U.S. President Donald Trump's claims and said the main damage to Fordo was a ground section that can be repaired. And joining us now is our guest Zhao Hai, Director of International Political Studies, National Institute for Global Strategy, and Ms. He Wenping, the Research Fellow from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and Azmi Hassan from Kuala Lumpur. Thank you very much for joining us on our program. Well, let me first ask you, Mr. Zhao Hai. President Donald Trump says U.S. airstrikes have completely and totally obliterated the targeted nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran. And militarily speaking, how did the U.S. target these facilities and what missiles were used?
Well, reportedly, the U.S. used 2 kinds of missiles. One is called the bunker buster, also called massive ordnance penetrator, which is a very large bomb that can penetrate up to 60 meters of earth and up to 18 meters of reinforced concrete. And another missile is the cruise missile, Tomahawk, that can cruise and attack target in other 2 nuclear facilities. Altogether, it's possible that the United States achieved partially of their goal, which is to destroy the nuclear facility in Iran. However, I doubt that 5 to 6 bunker busters and 30 cruise missiles that the U.S. claimed that they used could completely destroy all those facilities. Probably it's partially done.
And the CNN, citing sources, says the U.S. used more missiles, a 30,000-pound bomb with 60,000 pounds of explosives in its latest strikes. So please help us understand its power and how have the U.S. used such bombs before?
Well, the thing is, these bombs are experimental. They have never been used in real war, and this is the first time they're using, particularly targeting Iran. Supposedly, these bombs can go, vertical, directly going deep under earth and trying to attack targets that buried with the shield on top. However, in real war, there's a lot of factors. For instance, the composition of the earth and also the depths of the facility must be considered. So exactly how effective are those ordnance and how effective can those attacks be? It's very much in question. We will see the post-attack evaluation from the Iranian side and also from other intelligence to see exactly what could be achieved.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Zhao Hai. Now let's turn to you, Azmi Hassan from Kuala Lumpur. In his speech to the nation, Donald Trump threatened more attacks if Tehran does not make peace. What could these attacks entail?
For sure, I guess making the term making peace, meaning that Mr. Trump wants Iran to surrender. I don't think so that will happen. By targeting these 3 nuclear facilities, I think that it has been very irresponsible. Even though Iranians say they move out the uranium, but I think the threat of radiation leakage is still very there. Is there. Talking about the speech, I guess the most important thing is that Mr. Trump trying to convince his supporters, trying to convince the United States citizen this is the right thing to do, because during his campaign, during the election last year, he promised not to bring United States to another war, to more war. But right now, he's bringing United States closer to a war, basically joining Israel directly. So I think the speech is all about to convince his base supporter, his MAGA supporters. And we know that by attacking these nuclear facilities, it is very irresponsible. because Iran, as mentioned just now, is part of NPT. And I think IEA should voice out their concern by the United States attacking their member.
And Azmi Hassam, I want to ask you that what military capabilities does Tehran have to respond to Washington strikes and military mobilization? And how could Iran fight back militarily?
Yeah, one thing for sure that for the last few hours, Iran put a barrage of missiles toward Israel. Not yet the interest of the United States in the Middle East, but I guess in terms of military capability, Iran still has their proxy in Iraq and also in Syria so that they can put some damage to this particular bases that United States has in the Middle East. So basically, I think for Iranian to attack directly the bases of the United States in the Middle East, maybe that will not happen. I tend to believe that the proxies, even though Hezbollah has been decapitated, I think severely, but I think there are a number of smaller militant groups that are aligned to Iran that can take action on behalf of Iran by attacking on a smaller scale towards the United base in the Middle East.
Thank you very much, Azmi Hassam, for your insights. And now let me go to you, Ms. Ho Wenping. Where do you see the Israel-Iran conflict heading now?
For sure, I think there are no stop point right now because now the situation has been really escalated to a new high. Because from the Iranian side, they cannot just sworn in this kind of humiliation, saying, okay, you have been punching down, if we use Donald Trump's words, now is the time you come to the peace. That means you come to sign the deal. But for Iranian side, how come such a big country, so many population, they have been keep saying, they have been standing there for thousands of years, longer history than the United States, those 300 years history. So without the United States, Iranian people already standing there and standing there high. They will continue. So with all those determination, I think they will definitely, we have seen already, do this revenge missile attack to Israel. Of course, whether and how, what kind of way they will do retaliation to American, this military base, or as they said, even all the American citizens also becoming the legitimate target. I think they need to think. Before, Iranian side also do those revenge attack to Americans' military bases. But as I remember, they gave some early notice to the United States. And then United States, those military soldiers, they even hiding somewhere prior time. And then so this won't be more like a symbolic way. So how will they do this time? From my understanding, maybe they will do, but maybe take the same measures like before. Yeah, we are not kill American soldiers, in person. Also, maybe give notice. Why I'm saying that? Because Iranian already said this bombing are not cause real damage. Now, they are saying our material, those things has been evacuated earlier. So which means they give this kind of message to the people, their own people, saying, okay, because we haven't been damaged that much, we haven't lost very important thing. That's why our retaliation to American military those base shouldn't be that tough. Give some room for future diplomatic talk. And then they can make this either to the Iranian people themselves or to the American side, both have steps to getting down. Because at the bottom of the heart, I don't think Iranian would like to escalate it, all those conflicts, either with Israel or with the United States. Because just very simple, the reason, because they are not compatible. Their military strengths are compatible to Israel or not mentioned to United States. So they know how to save their strengths and also getting the new room for diplomatic talk.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Ms. He Wenping, for your insights. And now let's go back to Mr. Zhao Hai. Well, Mr. Zhao Hai, as CGTN, we have been closely following the situation developing recently. And as we've mentioned that Donald Trump has made a speech, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also made a response. And also Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has also made a statement. What's your observation of those different voices from different sides right now?
Well, apparently the U.S. side, and particularly President Trump, must declare that he has another victory because now he's caught in between. On the one hand, there's very much domestic opposition to any involvement of the United States helping Israel to attack Iran. But then on the other hand, there's this urgent call from Israel for help from the U.S. side. And now after the attack, finally the U.S. can declare some sort of target destroyed, victory accomplished. So this is the U.S. position. However, for the Israel position, they attacked Iran, but then they themselves are also being under attack for some time now. So this is an opportunity to de-escalate once declared that they have mission accomplished. For the Iranian side, of course, they will take some advantage and attack or try to score some wins after retaliate against U.S. targets and Israeli targets. And they can continue to send missiles, drones to the Israeli side. However, ultimately at this point, Iran has less cards to play regionally and from their own capacity after being weakened by air bombing and raid from Israel and the United States now. So further down the road, from my personal interpretation is that after this, they will still try to show strength, but at the same time, some under-the-table negotiation must go on to de-escalate the situation. Otherwise, if they try to escalate and expand the conflict throughout the region, then that will be a more lose-lose situation, both for the country in the region, but also for other parties that get involved.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Zhao Hai, for your insight. Thank you very much indeed. You're watching CGTN on the coverage of the escalating tensions and conflict between Israel and Iran. And the United States have recently strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites, including Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. And we also bring you some of the latest news from U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei. And we will keep you updated on those developing stories. So please stay with us on CGTN. And thank you very much for your company. Stay tuned.
U.S. President Donald Trump says U.S. airstrikes have completely and totally obliterated Iran's main nuclear enrichment facilities. In brief remarks on national television, he warned of more attacks to come if Tehran does not seek peace. The U.S. struck 3 Iranian nuclear sites, including Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Iranian authorities says there are no signs of contamination after the U.S. attacks. Israeli authorities announced the closure of its airspace until further notice due to recent developments. Let's listen to Trump's remarks earlier at the White House.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Iran's state media says the 3 stricken nuclear sites had already been evacuated of its enriched uranium reserves prior to the U.S. attack. Hassan Abadini, the deputy head of Iran's state broadcaster, said there were no materials left there that, if targeted, would cause radiation or harm to its citizens. Iran's National Nuclear Security System Center issued a statement saying information recorded by its radiation detection system shows no signs of contamination and there is no risk to residents living near the facility. It also condemned the U.S. attacks as a violation of international law, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. An Iranian member of parliament representing the province of Qom, where the Fordo facility is located, denied U.S. President Trump's claims and said the main damage to Fordo was a ground section that can be repaired. For the very latest, let's cross live to Nick Harper in Washington. Hello, Nick. So President Trump made brief remarks at the White House saying the strikes were successful. What more can you tell us?
That's right, brief remarks lasting only about 3.5 minutes, but hugely consequential in nature. He was flanked there by his Vice President, J.D. Vance, also his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and his Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. All 4 of those men making that very brief statement that Donald Trump read out just after 8 p.m. local time here in Washington. And as we heard there, the president very much championing this as a complete military success. So looking at what had taken place, but also looking forward to what may take place in the coming hours and days, and making it very clear to Iran it should not, under any circumstance, decide to retaliate. Because if it does, the US president said that the US military would be waiting. He said there would either be peace or tragedy for Iran. And he suggested it was now up to Iran to make peace. That suggestion that he now wants to push Tehran to the negotiating table to try and come up with some solution that potentially would see Iran drop all of its nuclear ambitions and stop enriching uranium, something which really is the goal of the US president by carrying out these strikes tonight.
Well, Nick, what can you tell us about the operational details of the US strikes?
Yeah, none of the details made completely public yet, but there have been a number of military officials speaking off the record to give some of the details. They say that there were about 6 B-2 bombers involved in the attack on the Fordow facility, and those 6 planes dropped about a dozen 30,000-pound bombs. These are the bunker-busting bombs that the US wanted to use to try and target that deeply buried nuclear facility, buried deep beneath the ground. They needed those weapons to be able to reach it and, in the US president's words, obliterate it. And we're also told that US Navy submarines are fired at the 2 other facilities. About 30 cruise missiles were launched from the submarines targeting Natanz and Isfahan. We're also told that one B-2 bomber was used to send 2 bunker-busting devices at Natanz. So a whole range of different weaponry being used here in the attack.
Well, President Trump has demanded Iran now agree to end this war. What does this indicate?
Well, I think the United States is trying to show its position of peace through strength, using a military attack, the strength part of it, to try and push negotiations that could ultimately end in peace. Donald Trump has spoken over the last few days about not really wanting just a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, but rather something much bigger. And that really appears to be a negotiated settlement that means that Iran would stop carrying out the enrichment of uranium. Iran, of course, says that that is just for peaceful purposes, but Israel and the US says it's all about Iran trying to develop a nuclear weapon. So the US will try and push them to the negotiating table to stop that sort of uranium enrichment that could lead to the development of a nuclear device. In return, the US might offer sanctions relief. That is what was on the table for many years. But bear in mind, Iran is significantly weakened as a result of its proxies in the region, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon. They have been weakened over recent months, and it may be that the United States isn't making much of a concession. They simply want Iran to stop that uranium enrichment.
Well, Reuters reports that the White House did not brief Congress leaders before the strikes. Why does this matter?
That's right. It's hugely significant because there were lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, Democrats but also Republicans in Donald Trump's own party, that throughout this week have been cautioning him not to take military action. And there has been a push to get a bipartisan bill through Congress, which would have seen the US president needing sign-off by Congress before attacking Iran. Obviously, that did not take place. And top Democratic lawmakers say they were only told of the news just before the attack. The US president not seeking approval and decided to go ahead and do this unilaterally. In the past, when there has been military action, it has been Congress that has been needing to approve it before the president acts. Donald Trump here with this action circumventing Congress, and that is why we're seeing really a furious response from Democrats on social media who quite simply are crying foul and saying that what Donald Trump has done is simply unconstitutional.
Let's talk more about this absence of Congress briefing here. So Democrats have largely protested against any U.S. involvement, with former U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying Trump ignored the Constitution by unilaterally engaging U.S. military without congressional authorization there. Meanwhile, Republicans led by U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson said the strikes serve as a clear reminder to our adversaries and allies that President Trump means what he says. Other Republican lawmakers say it was unconstitutional and the Israel-Iran war is not a U.S. fight. Why is there a divide among the Republicans there?
Yeah, very interesting that we have seen this. The MAGA faithful, the Make America Great Again contingent of the Republican Party, who are staunchly behind Donald Trump, have been split over this issue of Iran. We've seen some of them backing him to the hilt, saying that it's the right thing to do, praising his military action, but others who throughout this week have told him not to do so, feeling very aggrieved that he's decided to do it anyway. Some of the people within the right wing of the Republican Party have said that that America First policy of Donald Trump is really all about isolationism. It's not about getting involved in conflicts in the Middle East. But of course, there are some other Republicans who say that this is something that is needed. They are the defense hawks who want Iran to be taken on and say that a nuclear weapon needs to be taken out of Iranian hands. We haven't seen a split like this within the MAGA movement since Donald Trump returned to the White House. And it's interesting that this issue, a foreign policy issue rather than a domestic one, is the thing that has very clearly divided that part of the party.
Thank you for the update. Nick Harper reporting from Washington, D.C. And for the latest developments and Iran's response, let's talk to Safir Sarami in Tehran. Hello there. It is reported that Iran has launched a new round of missile and drone attacks on Israel after the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course. I also heard that Iran launched a barrage of missiles toward Israel. But let me tell you something, because I've been reporting on this war since day one, and it's not necessarily related to what's going on in Natanz, Ford, and Isfahan, because there is a war of Iran and Israel. So Israel attacked Iran last night, and Iran responds. So this is not necessarily related to the attacks that occurred a few hours ago. Iran and Israel have been trading the strikes almost on a daily basis.
Well, has Iran officially confirmed the attacks were carried out by the U.S.? Any government response yet?
You know, the attacks occurred at 3 or 2:30 a.m. in the morning, so officials have not had the opportunity to respond. But, yeah, of course, the state media, after Trump himself took the responsibility, the state media, Iran's national broadcaster, had some responses, and also some other authorities had some responses, but it was more technical. For example, Iran's atomic agency says that the country will carry on with its nuclear activities despite. So responses have been so far technical. For example, also a spokesperson of the crisis management headquarters of Qom province, where the Fordo facility is located, said that despite some damages to the Fordo nuclear site, there is no danger to the people of Qom. I've always said, I've always clarified this, that as an Iranian and also a former law scholar, I always said that if you want to know about the Iran position, you have to pay attention to the officials' statements, including the supreme leader, parliament, and the president. Because this morning a presenter on national TV was saying he was anxious, he was emotional, he was saying different things. That's not the Islamic Republic's position. We have to wait for in the coming hours, and we'll see what the Islamic Republic of Iran will say and what it will do.
And have residents been evacuated? How are people reacting to the attacks?
Of course, you know, I've been reporting from Tehran, the capital of Iran, so it's far from Isfahan, Natanz, and Qom, but I have some friends in Qom, and I called one of them, and actually she told me that she didn't even realize that there was an explosion in Fordo, because as you know, Fordo is somehow in a desert and it's far from cities. So I think so far no one has felt it, but of course we have to wait, because there might be some dangers of radiation. But fortunately, so far, the Iran's Atomic Energy Agency said that please only pay attention to news released by the officials and specialist sources. And also, Nuclear Safety Authority said that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, assessments reveal no signs of nuclear contamination, but Iranians worried about a situation on the ground near Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo facilities.
Well, Safir, what damage have the facilities sustained, and what impact might this have on Iran's nuclear program?
Of course, it's undoubtedly for the facilities one of the most important facilities that Iran has had in the past few years, and also Natanz and Isfahan. They are vital to the nuclear industry. But for now, we haven't actually, the experts, the authorities have not exactly assess the damage. But one thing that is worthy to mention is that the representative of Qom city in the parliament said that the damage is not that extensive as Trump is claiming it to be. But still, we have to wait for official reports and field assessment to see what extent damage was caused.
Okay, thank you for the update, Safir. Well, any other situations regarding the war and the attacks that you want to share with us, Safir?
Yeah, of course. I want to tell you something very interesting, not interesting, sad for Iranians, but interesting from my personal point of view, because last night every night I go and report for CGTN. Last night, again, I was on the roof. Last night was the only night after the 90s that there was nothing going on in the skies of Tehran. And I told my friend who was helping me with the camera that, what's going on? There's nothing. There are no explosions in the skies. I see no drones, because 2 nights ago I saw a jet fighter in the skies of Tehran. But last night the city was quiet and calm, and I had the hope that maybe there is some kind of negotiation going on. But again, we saw that the explosions happened in center of Tehran. So in that moment, with something bigger, and unfortunately, I was right. But in general, let me tell you that Tehran and other cities, life is going on, and people are living their lives normally. Even in Qom, Isfahan, and Natanz, everything is in order, and Iranians have access to all the essentials for now. And people are returning to Tehran to go to work, and for now, everything is good.
Okay, thank you for the update, Safir Saremi in Tehran. And for the latest, let's go live to your correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Hello, Jonathan. So how has the Israeli government responded to the U.S. strikes on Iran?
Yes, so despite this being an early hour of the morning, it's not even 7:30 a.m., but a lot of reactions have been pouring in the last hour. It started with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who released 2 statements just as the news broke. The first one was actually in English, speaking about the thankfulness to the American administration, to President Donald Trump, about Trump facing evil and standing up to evil, and saying that the American administration did not allow the most dangerous regime in the world to have the most dangerous weapon in the world. And then Benjamin Netanyahu also echoing similar comments in Hebrew. Later on came other reactions from Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, from President Isaac Herzog, and from Defense Minister Israel Katz, all of them echoing pretty much the same statements, saying that Israel is thankful for the United States, that Israel and the U.S. are working together to make sure that this threat is being taken away from the world, the threat of the Iranian nuclear plan. The Speaker of the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset, Amir Ohana, later on also tweeting, saying that President Trump did not wait for another Pearl Harbor in order to stand up to evil. So congratulatory messages coming from practically all of the Israeli political spectrum. This is what is happening now. More messages, of course, will be pouring in as the day will progress. Israel was waiting for this to happen. There was quite a lot of frustration a few days ago when it seemed that President Donald Trump was perhaps delaying the American response. Now we know this was not really, Trump was not really about to wait for 2 weeks. This was probably some kind of a decoy plan, perhaps to make Iran think that there's time until an American response will come. So in Israel, for the moment, on the one hand, there is a satisfaction. On the other, there's an understanding that this war is far from over and Iranian responses still may come.
Well, what's the public reaction to the U.S. strikes in Israel?
So I can tell you that again, it's a rather early hour, and not only that, there are not going to be a lot of people out in the streets today, as the Home Front Command again toughened the restrictions. The restrictions that were somewhat eased on Thursday have been toughened again, meaning people are basically ordered to stay at home. Businesses are shut, schools are shut, but the public was expecting and hoping the United States to join, because eventually the U.S. has abilities that Israel does not have. Israel does not have the kind of bombers that acted in Iran, and the kind of very heavy bombs that were dropped on Iran. This is something that Israel does not have. Therefore, the public was, generally speaking, hoping for an American involvement in this war. Apart from the restrictions that, as I mentioned, were toughened again, I can tell you that all through the weekend there were somewhat messages to the Israeli public relating about the fact that normalcy is about to come, that routine is about to come. That is obviously not the case, but this was possibly some kind of a decoy plan by Israel along with the United States, perhaps because since all of the messages here are seen in Iran as well, maybe for the Iranians to see and to think that a response is not yet coming, and then to catch the Iranians by surprise.
Okay, thank you for the update. Jonathan Regab reporting from Tel Aviv. Meanwhile, the U.S. Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has made a statement on Israel-Iran conflict. He's alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Guterres is concerned the conflict could rapidly get out of control, causing catastrophic consequences for civilians in the region and the world. He urged member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations under the UN Charter and rules of international law. And Iran's Atomic Energy Organization has condemned what it calls a barbaric attack on its nuclear sites in Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. In a statement, the agency said the strikes were carried out by enemies of Iran and violated international law, specifically the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And for more, we go live to our correspondent Evangelos Sipsas in Gurbulak, Turkey. Hello there. So are there any reactions from Turkey to the U.S. strikes?
Well, it is quite early to be able to have a reaction from the Turkish side, but we are expecting in the next few hours an official statement by the presidency of the office of the presidency of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Also, today is the second day of the meeting of the IOC, the Islamic Organization Cooperation, where all the countries, the Islamic countries, are meeting here in Turkey, in Istanbul, to discuss about the de-escalation. We heard yesterday the president of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, speaking to the public, saying that what Israel has been doing is illegal and it's an act of terrorism, and these countries need to de-escalate, and that Israel is the one who actually is sabotaging diplomacy in these discussions with Iran. But it is quite interesting to see what the announcements are going to be today, because it seems like the game has changed. Things are completely different. And we are expecting also the foreign minister of Iran, Araghchi, who is attending the meeting, to be able to give a press conference here in Istanbul. So it will be quite interesting, the response from the Turkish presidency, from the Turkish side, but also what the Iranian foreign minister has to say, since he is here in Turkey. Now, Turkey is on standby. They are concerned, of course, because it's a country that is neighboring Iran with 570-kilometer border, sharing its borders with Iran. There's more armed patrols, there's more surveillance by air, there's cameras delivering feed in real time to see what is going on. So there's a lot of concern, and it's from what sources are saying here in Turkey, there are more patrols and more armed personnel actually are expected to fortify the borders with Iran.
Well, Evangelo, Turkish President Erdogan met with Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi yesterday on the sidelines of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation meeting in Istanbul. So tell us more about their discussions there.
Well, the president of Turkey, Erdogan, expressed his full solidarity with Iran. He mentioned that Turkey is standing with its neighbors. Whatever they can provide to Iran, they will provide it. They said they're open its doors for Iranian citizens to be able to come here into the country to be able to provide them with any humanitarian aid. There has been discussions with humanitarian aid. If needed, corridors will be open and sent from Turkey into Iran, or the Iranians who are coming here will be able to find shelter with opening up centers, first aid spots, but also providing them the necessities to be able to live a life here as long as they need until things de-escalate in Iran. But they also discussed how Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Turkish president, is pressuring the whole Islamic world to stand by Iran, to be in solidarity with Iran, and to be able to provide whatever Iran needs in this struggle that he said that the country is facing. He mentioned specifically that it's now the time that the Islamic world needs to stand up and change its course and play more significant role when it comes to the world problems, world issues. Now, Turkey is quite significant position here because it's also putting itself as a mediator, saying that it would like to be that diplomatic, play that diplomatic role to be able to de-escalate the situation between Iran and the United States. So Turkey, on the one hand, is preparing to support Iranians, to support people who are in need, are calling on the Islamic world to support Iran as well and take a more crucial role in de-escalate the situation. But at the same time, it's making sure that nothing will happen on its border and nothing will threaten its country's national security.
Okay, Evangelos Sipsas reporting from Turkey. Now joining us from Moscow is Dasha Chernyshev. Hello, Dasha. So what's been Russia's reactions?
Well, so far we are just getting the details, and Moscow has been earlier warning the United States against getting involved into this conflict and against striking the Iranian nuclear facilities. Moscow has been saying that it's fraught with serious possibilities and consequences of this conflict spill over and the escalation of tension in the Middle East, something that is of particular worry to Russia because Russia has its borders close to that region as well. Moscow has also been earlier suggesting that it is ready to mediate in the potential talks between the sides to resolve this conflict, and has been suggesting that there is no military way to resolve this conflict, only the political and diplomatic solutions. The latest statements we got from the Russian President Vladimir Putin was suggesting that there was no evidence of Iran actually trying to build its nuclear weapons, and Moscow has said that the IAEA has been receiving no evidence of that. On top of that, Moscow has been suggesting that there are many of the Iranian nuclear facilities that have been under the supervision of the IAEA, and Moscow has been repeatedly informing Israel that the Islamic Republic had no intention of obtaining nuclear weapons, while Moscow has been saying that Iran has the right to have its peaceful nuclear weapons. Moscow was again against the Iranian side obtaining nuclear weapons. So in this situation, we are hearing some of the Russian lawmakers now suggesting that those strikes by the United States only signal that Russia should be beefing up its nuclear potential, because to survive in this world, according to Senator Andrei Klish's, it is important to beef up sovereignty, nuclear capacities, as well as the nuclear triad. So Russia is saying very strongly that it has received the message, but at the same time, we're still waiting for more reaction to come from the Russian presidency, from the Kremlin, as well as from the Russian Foreign Ministry.
Thank you, Dasha Chernyshev reporting from Moscow. And more governments and groups around the world are condemning the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Venezuela's foreign ministry issued a statement denouncing the U.S. actions, which it said was carried out at Israel's request. It called the strikes illegal and reckless and a dangerous violation of the UN Charter and international law. The ministry also demanded an immediate end to hostilities there. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemned the strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, calling them a dangerous escalation and a violation of international law. Chilean President Gabriel Boric has also urged de-escalation there, stating on social media, "We demand and need peace." Colombia has called for a return to negotiations as the only responsible path forward, while Mexico emphasized the urgency of restoring peaceful coexistence in the region. Hamas has issued a statement as well, calling the attack a blatant violation of Iran's sovereignty. The group warned that the attacks pose a direct threat to international peace and security and reaffirmed its solidarity with the Iranian government and its people. And for more insights, let's talk to Einar Tengen, Senior Fellow at the Taihe Institute and Chairman of Asian Narratives. Hello, Einar. So President Trump made brief remarks at the White House saying the strikes were successful there. He also threatened further attacks if Iran does not make peace. What is the long-term U.S. strategy in Iran following these strikes, though?
Well, that's the problem. There is no end game. It's the usual self-defeating bully tactics. You look at what he's actually doing. He's encouraging countries to develop a nuclear weapon as the only way to deter American action against them. Look at this case versus North Korea. North Korea is not being attacked. It does have the nuclear weapons. Donald Trump vowed that they never would. Now, all of a sudden, he feels he has to pick on Iran.
Well, U.S. is now involved in the conflict anyway, so what's your reaction to its direct attack there?
It's the involvement escalates the conflict, and it's going to lead to increased regional instability and further escalation. Donald Trump, the idea that he can go over and break somebody's legs and tell them that, oh, listen, don't respond, just accept it and surrender unconditionally. These are not terms. I mean, Israel is determined to take out the existing government in Iran. They're killing people by the day, high-level people. Under such circumstances, what options does Iran have? You're pushing them further and further towards something more and more desperate.
Well, prior to his second term, Trump said he would keep the U.S. out of foreign conflicts. How do you view the U.S.'s actions in relation to this?
Well, Trump's taken a 180-degree turn on this, and his base, a portion of his base, doesn't like it. These are the people not in Washington who, love this neocon movement. These are people who are out there wondering why it is that the U.S. has spent somewhere around $350 billion to almost $1 billion using these bunker buster bombs and these cruise missiles to destroy these things. They're wondering, is this the end of it? Is he that naive? They want an America that gets out of the rest of the world, not one that engages in wars.
Well, what can U.S. get out of the Iran-Israel conflict, though?
That's the problem. There is no real benefit for the United States. His own Secretary of, his own advisor, national security advisor, told him there is no evidence whatsoever that Iran has developed a nuclear weapon. The IAEA said the same thing. Trump's response, well, I don't care what you say, I think they do. I mean, this is really dangerous. When somebody says, I don't care about the evidence, I'm going to just do whatever it is that I want to do. It's acting politically. It's not helping America. And it's going to lead to a situation, as I said before, where more countries are going to be considering whether they have to have a nuclear umbrella of their own to protect themselves against the arbitrary actions of somebody like Donald Trump.
Well, what about the rest of the world? How might this attack affect, the wider conflict between Iran and Israel and, of course, the regional peace and security there?
Well, as you heard from the reactions going around the world, no one likes this. There's no one sitting on the sidelines other than Israel saying, great, 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 glad you did this. Right? The U.S. and Israel have been pariah states since they have ignored UN resolution after resolution that has told them to take action, to stop their actions in Gaza, and to stop attacking other countries. So at this point, other countries are now, just like with trade, right? And the U.S. dollar, they're saying we have to de-risk from the United States. Now, that's a nuclear umbrella, whether it's finding another currency, finding other markets. This is going to leave America much more alone, much more isolated.
Well, we've noticed there's a division among Republicans regarding the U.S.'s attacks on Iran. What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, this goes back to this MAGA issue. You have the neocons. Graham loves war for some reason. He's out there saying it's the greatest thing in the world. And then you have the grassroots, Tucker Carlson, many others, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bannon, people who are stalwart supporters of Donald Trump. And remember, this isn't really about the Republican Party anymore. The party is effectively been taken over by Donald Trump. Now it's infighting. Those within the party who believe that he's betraying what he promised. He was supposed to control prices, help people who are really in desperate need. And he was supposed to get out of all these forever wars and prevent, more money being spent on a war machine that has yielded nothing. What has America won in terms of any kind of military confrontation? It's been 0, 0, 0. It's cost trillions of dollars. People not happy with it. The rest of them, they just feel war is the answer.
Thank you so much for analysis, Arno Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Taihe Institute and Chairman of Asian Narratives. And Yemen's Houthis have released a statement saying President Trump must bear the consequences for strikes on Iran. For the latest, let's talk to Ihab Al-Fendi in Yemen's capital, Sada. He's joining us on the line. So the Supreme Political Council says it will make the U.S. bear the consequences for striking Iran's nuclear sites. Tell us more about their statement. Hello, Ihab?
Yeah, I hear you well. We start from the latest statement issued by the Supreme Political Council here in Sanaa after the U.S. attacking in Iran with 3 nuclear sites. The American aggression against Iran represents a serious escalation and poses a direct threat to regional and international peace and security. The U.S. also, the statement added, the U.S. aggression against Iran comes as part of the unlimited criminal support that America provides to the Zionists. Just let us get back to yesterday, to what's happening before U.S. attacking on Iran, the 3 nuclear sites. The head of the Supreme Political Council in Sanaa, said his administration will send an official note to the United Nations. This official note has been already sent, claiming that some member states, according to the head of the Supreme Political Council, al-Mashad, there are like a couple of countries intending to get involved in this war against Iran. Mahdi al-Mashad said any possible military attack on Iran will not go unanswered, will be met with a response. But we do not know until now what kind of plans that will be taken. I think it's going to be more harder and more stronger than the previous attack against Tel Aviv and the United States. Also, we told in Arab and Muslim countries as well as nations that support peace to take clear stands instead of waiting to be targeted one by one. And then said also that Yemen's position is rooted in humanitarian, religious, and moral principles, and they don't have any kind of laws regarding targeting Tel Aviv, and they are not afraid to Israel strike or American air strike. That's what he said exactly. Also, what's the most important point here that he decides what he describes as the failure of some governments to uphold their responsibility in maintaining international peace and security, achieving them of supporting or participating in Israeli military operations in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and now Iran. We are saying now that no collective action is facing the fire will eventually reach every country and call for strong United States to halt what is described as expansionist ambitions for Israel and the United States.
Well, Ihab, Yemen's armed forces previously said it would target U.S. Navy warships in the Red Sea if Washington launches an attack against Iran. How do you expect Yemen to respond to the recent strikes?
Actually, there are bigger escalations gonna be coming out. As I said, yes, I heard your question.
Mm-hmm.
The escalation for regarding targeting Tel Aviv or United States will be taken. What we're trying to expect the plan for unsettled groups targeting Tel Aviv, United States, as the Yemeni armed forces stated that yesterday we will be targeting U.S. vessels in the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, and they might target U.S. bases in the region, just speaking in the Middle East, and what kinds of study plans that until the group will be taking in the upcoming days or maybe hours, we didn't know, because the statement has come into effect, especially after the United States, attacked the nuclear sites in Iran. I think this statement has come into effect. The U.S. vessels in the Red Sea region to the Mediterranean Sea will be targeted. Any place, as the military spokesperson for Ansarullah said, any place that Yemeni armed forces will be able to reach, it will be legitimate place for them targeting any country that involved in supporting Israel against Iran. So U.S. places in the region will be targeted. They might launch missiles towards Tel Aviv in the upcoming hours, because they said U.S. will bear the consequences of targeting Iran. We are standing by Iran as Palestine, whatever the matter is. But there are further planes. I just, still one of the members of Ansarullah group posting at least in access the response to the attack on Iran, the response towards U.S. because they targeted Iran in the early hours of the morning. It will take time, but the response will be hard and strong. And any country will be getting involved in this war against Iran will be bearing the consequences.
Okay, thank you for the update. Ihab Al-Fendi reporting from Sana'a. And Iranian Foreign Minister Seyed Abbas Araghchi says the U.S. has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Writing on social media, he said the U.S.'s strikes will have everlasting consequences, saying every member of the UN member must be alarmed over such extremely dangerous, lawless, and criminal acts. He added Iran reserves the right to defend its sovereignty, interest, and people. The Israel Defense Forces, meanwhile, says it has identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israeli territory there. It also says defensive systems are operating to intercept the incoming missiles. The military has advised the public to enter a protected space and remain there until further notice. And for further discussion, we are joined by Dr. Azmi Hassan, a political analyst based in Kuala Lumpur. Hello, sir. So U.S. is now completely involved there in the conflict. What's your reaction?
Well, Pangdeng, I think it's very reckless of the United States to attack this nuclear facility. Similar to when Russia attacked nuclear facility in Ukraine, the whole world is against Russia. So in this case, I think similarly, it is a very reckless of Mr. Trump to attack the nuclear facility, because it gave the danger of radiation, I think, in this particular site. So I guess, as mentioned before this, that a nation that wants to protect itself, they need at least a nuclear weapon in this case. I think there's a lesson learned from when the United States attacked Iran in this case, Pangdeng.
Well, prior to his second term, Trump said he would keep the U.S. out of foreign conflicts. How do you view, the 180-degree change there?
Yes, it is. I think during his campaign that he will make America great again, but not to go to war. But he made this decision to attack Iran. I think that's the reason. When mentioned before this, his MAGA-based supporters are split into two. And I think he's confident that he can basically can persuade the MAGA supporters that against attacking Iran in this case. I think that's the reason he put a stress on Iran is developing a nuclear weapon, which is not true in this case. So it's boiled down to the domestic political. I think he's quite confident that he can get the support, not only from his supporters, but from the American, by accusing Iran is developing the nuclear weapon on them.
Well, how do you view U.S.'s role behind this conflict?
Well, I think I still recall that within the first 24 hours when this conflict began 9-10 days ago, Beijing called for de-escalation. Beijing called for so that the two talk to each other. But again, contrary to what Beijing did, Washington, I think, trying to escalate from day one by protecting Israel. And right now, for the last 24 hours, by involving directly, it's not de-escalating. It's basically try to make matter worse in this particular case, Pandang.
But what's here to gain for the U.S. in the Israel-Iran conflict, though?
Yeah, that's the most, I think, intriguing thing. Iran is not interested to develop weapons, nuclear capability in this case. So it's not a threat to the United States. It's not a threat to Israel in this case. But there is basically no gain. I think the only gain that Trump is trying to show that when it comes to Israel, the United States will do whatever it takes, even though the United States is at risk. So right now, the United States is at risk, not the United States per se, but there are a lot of bases, military bases of the United States in the Middle East. So I think the proxies of Iran still has the capability to do some harm on this particular basis. So if you ask me what are the benefits for the United States, I would say there's none. Nothing that benefits the United States at this particular juncture.
Thank you for your analysis, Dr. Azmi Hassan, a political analyst based in Kuala Lumpur. And for the very latest, let's cross live to my colleague Han Peng in D.C. Hello, Han Peng. So President Trump made brief remarks there at the White House saying the strikes were successful. More can you tell us?
Well, President Trump has been extremely tough. He said there will be either peace or tragedy for Iran, far greater than losses over the past few days. Previously, he also urged all residents in Tehran, a city of about 10 million people, to evacuate, sending a very strong signal. He also declared that the U.S. has full control of Iran's airspace and knows where the Iranian leaders are hiding, hinting that their safety could be at stake. Trump made it very clear that the U.S. is not seeking a simple ceasefire, but is pursuing what he calls a total victory, which he defines as Iran without nuclear weapons. Such words have left little room for ambiguity, making it evident the U.S. is willing to take extreme measures if Iran doesn't meet the U.S. demands. But of course, like what Trump himself said about himself, no one knows what I'm going to do. So the situation is still highly unpredictable.
Well, Han Peng, what can you tell us regarding the operational details of the U.S. strikes?
This U.S. strike seems to be very carefully planned. American street bombers like B-2s were involved in the surprise attack. They had to conduct mid-air refueling to reach their targets. Initially, there were reports that those bombers were headed to Guam, but it turned out to be a deceptive piece of information. Without prior announcement, they suddenly launched attacks on Iran. The targets included key military and nuclear-related facilities. By using this element of surprise, the U.S. aimed to deal with a heavy blow to Iran's military capabilities and also its nuclear program. Although the full extent of the damage still remains to be fully assessed, Iran now claims that the damage is repairable and that there is no nuclear leak.
Well, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says President Trump ignored the Constitution by unilaterally engaging the U.S. military without congressional authorization. So what's your reaction to Pelosi's statement and the widening gap between U.S. Republicans and Democrats, and of course the division among Republicans themselves regarding this, of course?
Yes, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi not only accused Trump of ignoring Constitution by acting without congressional authorization of war, but she also emphasized that such a move endangered American servicemen, diplomats, and other people. In fact, back in 2020, when Trump launched a surprise attack to kill Iranian General Soleimani, Pelosi, she was the then House Speaker, she already stated that the House would introduce and vote on war powers resolution to limit Trump's military actions abroad. This has sharpened the divide between Republicans and Democrats, especially after this attack. Some Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham and also Tom Cotton are urging Trump to take tougher stance, while other people, also who should be Trump allies in the Republicans, such as Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, are actually vocally against the U.S. involvement in Iran-Israel conflict. This clearly shows that there is not only deep-seated partisan differences in the U.S. over military actions abroad, but also a lack of unity within the Republicans. It's probably part of the reason why Trump has to resort to surprise attacks against Iran twice, since the 2020 killing of General Soleimani, where otherwise the White House can hardly unite the different factions in the U.S. to get involved in the Israel-Iran conflict.
Thank you. CGTN's Han Peng reporting from Washington, D.C. And we also talked to Wang Jing, director of Center of Strategic Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an. He said U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites further escalate tensions and prevent peace efforts in the region.
According to Donald Trump, United States' latest attacks against the targets inside Iran could be understood as a very, very direct escalation of the tension, because on the one hand, it suggested Iran has already got attacks from United States. It means that United States' very direct involvement into the latest conflict between Israel and Iran. And on the other hand, it might become the very further obstacle for the possible negotiation between United States and Iran within the very short term. And also it would be very, very dangerous for any other peace attempts from the regional countries as well as international society. So that's why it is very unacceptable and it should be condemned. And moreover, we cannot forget that there might be some possibilities of the nuclear pollution, because when attacks against these nuclear facilities, it could further lead to the release and pollution of the nuclear facilities and the materials. This could be dangerous for everybody, particularly in this region.
Well, demonstrators gathered on the streets of London and Berlin on Saturday demanding peace and protesting Israel's attacks on Iran. Some waved the Palestinian flag, shouted slogans, and carried banners expressing their concerns about the worsening conflict in the Middle East.
We're here to say stop arming Israel, stop the genocide, but also hands off Iran. We don't want the bombing of Iran, which Israel has been doing for more than a week. We don't want Donald Trump joining in with this. We don't want any of these things going on. So we're here today. We've had 20 months now of this genocide in Gaza. If there is a war with Iran, or a worsening war with Iran, the forever wars that the Americans say they don't want any more of, we will get another one of those, and it'll be worse than anything we've seen in Iraq or Libya or Syria or anywhere else.
Yeah, I think escalation is a bad idea, and we can't support Israel in starting forever wars in the Middle East. It's very important there's a ceasefire, and we're here because we want peace.
So why was Iran's Fordo nuclear facility targeted by the U.S.? Located in the mountains about 30 kilometers from north of Qom there, Iran's Fordo nuclear facility is buried roughly 90 meters underground in solid rock. The deep buried design was intended to shield it from potential airstrikes and enhance its defense capabilities. Compared to the Natanz facility, Fordo is equipped to enrich uranium to higher levels. Since the U.S. withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, Tehran has resumed enrichment activities at Fordo, including producing uranium with higher enrichment levels. Iran insists its nuclear program is solely for civilian use. Reuters has just reported Fox News saying the U.S. dropped 6 bunker buster bombs in its strikes on the Fordo nuclear facility. In an earlier interview, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton, a military analyst for CNN, explains the mechanism behind the GBU-57 bunker buster bomb. It's the only known weapon in the world that could destroy Fordo.
You might have heard about bunker busters. It's the type of weapon that can be used to attack a site like Fordo, a site where Iran is enriching uranium that's buried about 300 feet beneath the ground. There's only one weapon in the world that can destroy a place like Fordo, and there's only one plane in the world that can carry that weapon. That weapon is the GBU-57, a sophisticated bunker buster called the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP. The MOP is 20.5 feet long, weighs about 30,000 pounds, and it can strike a deeply buried target after multiple impacts with pinpoint accuracy. And the only plane that can carry it is the B-2. Israel doesn't have any of these planes or any of these bombs, and that's why they want the U.S. to join their aerial campaign against Iran.
And that's it for this edition of Global Watch. I'm Xiaocheng in Beijing. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to your weather news update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at your world weather news highlights. We're going to start off over in Northeast Asia. Unfortunately, an unsettled weather pattern over the next couple of days. We're going to see
Yeah, CGTN's editor. I'm now briefing you what's happening here in Israel. So this morning, after U.S. decided to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran, Israel is now facing the first missile attacks and also UAV attacks from Iran. And for now, we heard from Israeli media, both Israeli English channel 12 and channel 13, that around 30 missiles was launched from Iran to Israel, like just an hour ago. And these missiles hit 10 places across the country. And nowadays, it's reported in Israel media that there are around 15 to 17 people who are injured, and among them, one is kind of injured severely, but not that much. And Israeli media is saying that the fatality is comparatively low because all the people, they are guided to be inside the shelters when the attack came. So this is really saved their lives. And so Israel media is again emphasizing the necessity to be inside the shelters and be listening to the instructions from the Israeli authorities to hide inside the shelters whenever there's an attack. And this really saved their lives. We see from the footages now broadcasting from Israeli media, like the damage is pretty bad, pretty severe. You see the building, there is being fire, and you see it collapse, mostly broken. But still, the fatality is comparatively low, and Israel media is emphasizing the necessity to do that. And before this missile attack, this 30 missiles attack this morning, Israeli IDF, the Israel Defense Ministry, also reports there are around 2 UAVs sent from Iran who entered the north of Israel, and they are both intercepted. And so until now, the UAV attacks are over, and the missile attacks are also over around some 20 minutes ago. And now we're seeing footages from all over Israel, not specifically, we don't know where because authorities didn't release the specific locations of these places. They are saying they are trying to persuade people not to get close to these places. So the specific locations are not released. We only know maybe somewhere in Tel Aviv or in the north or in the central plateau between in the Judea area, in Judea plateau. We don't know exact place. But nowadays we see footages from all over the media and both on social media, Telegram, like the damage is pretty severe. And again, and if they think, according to Israeli media, they're saying that they are feeling like after U.S. decide to attack Iran nuclear facilities, and this is the price they have to pay to annihilate, to eliminate the threats, the nuclear threats from Iran. This is what I heard from Israeli media earlier. There was an officer, female officer, saying that, like, Israel public feel like this is the price they have to pay in order to make Israel secure once for all. And again, from what I talked with my friends in Israel this morning, I think the atmosphere is still more positive. Like, they are acting very positively towards Trump's and the U.S. decision to attack Iran's nuclear facilities in 3 sites, as we know from the news this morning. But Iran didn't listen to what Trump said this morning. Like, Trump threatened Iran not to attack anymore, and the war should end now and should go back to peace. It seems Iran didn't listen to him, and Iran now just launch an attack, missile attack and UAV attack, mainly missile attacks against Israel, U.S.'s ally. And we heard from news there are around 30 missiles in this wave, in 2 waves of missiles, 30 missiles launched from Iran towards Israel to all the areas, like both in the north, in the city of Haifa, and in central area like Tel Aviv and other smaller settlements inside Israel. And this is the scene we see from media, pretty bad. There are so many buildings like damaged, and we see the smokes, and we see the local market maybe even being hit, and the atmosphere is bad, but the fatalities are comparatively low. Like, when we heard from the Israeli Magan David Adom, there are now only around 15 to 70 people slightly injured. So the fatality, there are no fatality. The people who are injured are slightly low number of people who are injured, so it's almost fine. And again, we don't know exactly the exact place of these places being hit. We're just seeing footage go around all the social media, and we're still waiting for more statistics and more confirmation from the Israeli authorities and Israeli media, see how the things, like how many people are injured in this kind of severe wave of attacks. And we also saw one headline from one local media saying, like, when the attack happens, they feel like the whole building is shaking. The whole building is shaking. But because in all the Israeli buildings, there are a place called like shelter. So whenever there's an attack coming in, the people always advised to inside the shelter and to hide. And these shelters really protect their lives. This is a facility we don't see in other Middle Eastern countries. So this is maybe one of the reasons that result in the low facility and people who are injured in Israel and compared to other countries. For example, when Israel struck Iran. And nowadays we are now seeing the footage of Israel cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa. We see the authorities and the rescue teams are trying to clear the sites. From the local media, where we see that there are around 10 places in Israel that were hit by around missiles. What number are launched? Around 30 missiles are launched from Iran this morning towards Israel, and there are 10 places that were hit. Until now, around 17 people who are injured. And nowadays, there are more reports coming in. And right now, just 3 minutes ago, the Israeli Defense Force, IDF, just said the IDF has begun a series of strikes towards military targets in western Iran. So they are also, in the meantime, IDF is also attacking in Iran. Let's see what IDF says right now. He said, additionally this morning, the IAF, means Israel Air Force, struck missile launchers ready to launch towards Israeli territory. Soldiers in the Iranian armed force and swiftly neutralized the launchers that launched missiles towards Israeli territory a short while ago. So let's see, this is two-direction thing. So after Trump decided to interfere, after Trump and U.S. bombed 3 nuclear facilities inside Iran, the war between Israel and Iran is not over. Slightly after the breaking news that shocked the whole world, like U.S. finally joined Israel in helping Israel to get Israel rid of Iranian nuclear facilities. And now we see Israel is also attacking in Iran. According to IDF, they have just begun a series of strikes towards military targets in western Iran. But back to Israel, we see there are many civilians areas that were hit. Although Iran also claimed to say they are only trying to hit military targets, but we see from the Israeli side, so many footages show online already that there are many civilians residence areas, civilians buildings are hit. And the injured people in the past 8 days, they are comparatively much more than previous wars Israel suffered with its other enemies, I think. And this war between Israel and Iran is probably the most severe one after Israel's establishment in 1948. That this is what my Israeli friend told me, like the damage and the number of missiles they are suffering, that the enemy is launching to Israel is pretty much. And now this morning we saw there are 30 missiles again, just right after Trump declared U.S. has bombed the 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, especially Fordo, the one hidden deep in underground. And now this morning there are 30 missiles launched from Iran towards Israel, and there are there are buildings that hit. According to Israeli media, around 10 sites in Israel over the country are hit, and nowadays, right now, there are around 15 to 70 people injured. Now we are seeing the footage from Tel Aviv and other Israeli places. Like the people are just wondering what they're watching now, and or just because they're just coming outside because they get orders earlier from the IDF saying the strike is over, and they could come out from their shelters. But again, the IDF also emphasized that, or Israeli authorities, they also emphasize that don't be so far away from the shelter because there will probably be more attacks from the Iranian side later today, since Iran probably will take revenge on what U.S. did to this morning when U.S. decided to bomb the 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, including the Fordo one. So Israel is this morning they also is closing its airspace. So no flights, both inbound and outbound from Israel right now. Israel is closing its airspace, and right just around an hour ago. Okay, that's around 30 missiles that were launched from Iran to Israel, and the number is comparatively higher compared to previous days. Like the numbers stay around 10 or 12 something, but the damage they cause are still huge. And from the striking footages we see from online, from social media, we see there are buildings collapsed, there are buildings hit, or there's a damage in the Haifa port. And today Haifa is hit again. And also remember a few days ago the school in Beersheba is also hit. And nowadays we see again Tel Aviv or the cities around Tel Aviv in the greater metropolitan area of Tel Aviv, like Holon, are hit. And today Tel Aviv is hit again. And so, wrap up, the war is probably not ending today as what Trump said on his social media account, like the war could end right after U.S. bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. And probably the war will keep going on, and especially Israel. We just got news from the Israeli media side saying that Israel estimates to continue its airstrikes on Iran. And IDF just said that the IAF, Israel's Air Force, is also just begun a new series of attacks on Iranian military targets inside Iran. And also Iran, about an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, just launched around 30 missiles from Iran towards Israel. So the war is not ending soon. And because of this, the IDF or Israeli authorities are just advising Israeli citizens, to not stay far away from the shelters. Just be prepared. Whenever there's a siren, just people need to get immediately to the shelters.
I'm Yang Xinmeng coming to you live from Beijing. Now, more from the Middle East. A major escalation. The United States has joined Israel in a direct military strike on Iran. In the early hours of June 22nd, U.S. forces bombed 3 major Iranian nuclear sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, marking a dangerous new chapter in the Middle East crisis. Now we have live signals and correspondents from both sides and analysts joining us. Now, first, let's have a recap of what happened. Well, according to U.S. military sources, the operation employed 6 B-2 stealth bombers, dropping GBU-57 bunker buster bombs on the heavily fortified Fordow site, while cruise missiles targeted Natanz and Isfahan. Well, President Trump, in a late-night address on June 21st, U.S. time, hailed attacks as a spectacular military success, claiming Iran's enrichment capabilities had been completely and totally obliterated, and warned of further strikes if Iran does not stand down. Now we have Mr. Zhang Junshe, senior captain, former vice president from the Naval Research Institute from China, joining us. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi. Thank you.
Well, considering the Middle East situation, I have a few questions for you. So first, if the Iran-Israel conflict escalates, what roles do you think will U.S. aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and other naval forces play?
Well, we see that already there is one aircraft carrier combat group deployed in the Middle East region, and also another aircraft carrier is deploying from the corners of the continental United States. So to the utmost, maybe there will be 3 aircraft carrier combat groups coming from the United States. And these aircraft carrier ships will carry the Tomahawk cruise missiles, which have been launched today against Iran nuclear facilities. And it was said that 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired from the U.S. nuclear submarines from the nearby area. I think in the future, the aircraft carriers can launch airstrikes using the carrier-based fighters, the F-35, F-18, and also other aircraft launched from the aircraft carriers. Also, the accompanying warships, including the destroyers and nuclear attack submarines, they can fire the Tomahawk cruise missiles, which have combat radius or the range, fighting range of about 1,800 miles above. And so I think in the future, both the aircraft carrier, the fighting aircraft or fighter aircraft can launch from the aircraft carriers to launch airstrikes against Iran. And also the warships, including the submarines, can fire more Tomahawk cruise missiles against Iran.
So much, Mr. Zhang. So what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of the Navy comparing with air forces in striking Iran's underground nuclear facilities?
I think from the view of the U.S. military, the U.S. has a more advantage to use the aircraft carriers and also warships because they don't need to get permission from the sovereign states, which the Air Force fighters are based in these countries. So they can launch their airstrikes anytime from the aircraft carriers, from the warships, without getting permission from other countries. I think this is the advantage for the naval warships compared with the Air Force aircraft, because Air Force aircraft will take off from the nearby military bases around Iran. But before they taking off or they participating in the airstrikes, sometimes they have to get permission from the sovereign states or from the states which the air bases are stationed. But also, I think there is this advantage between the naval warships and the Air Force bombers. We know the Air Force bombers, such as the B-2, they has a larger payload than the aircraft based on the aircraft carrier. The B-2 can carry the GBU-57 big bomb to destroy the bunkers deeply buried in the ground.
Thank you. And now, based on the current deployment of U.S. aircraft carriers, will military strikes become a regular occurrence in the Middle East?
I think that depends, especially depends on the U.S. will to take part in the Iranian-Israeli conflict. The U.S. side has made it clear that this first round of airstrike is mainly to destroy the Iranian nuclear sites and nuclear facilities. But further, if Iran don't seek peace, maybe the U.S. will join in further airstrikes against Iran.
As you just said, Trump also stated that further military actions will depend on Iran's response. But after this round of airstrikes, will the U.S., like similar to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, further deploy ground forces?
I think, generally speaking, the United States, the government and its military are not willing to send their ground troops to Iran, because we know that the Iran military is much stronger than those militaries such as Afghanistan or Iraq. Iran has a larger military. So if the United States sends its ground troops, including the infantry and also the Marine Corps to Iran, maybe they will be dragged into a long war like the Iraq war or the Afghanistan war. I think this is not the scenario the United States wants. So they will heavily depend on the airstrikes, whether from the Air Force fighters, bombers, or from the fighters or from the naval warships launching the Tomahawk missiles. So they will reduce, in such way, they will reduce the sacrifice of the U.S. soldiers.
Trump has been claiming that the U.S. has unique military advantages. Can you please elaborate a little bit on which equipment or strategies demonstrate these advantages? Is there any exaggeration?
To some extent, it is true that the United States military has some weapons that other militaries don't have. For instance, the GBU-57 ordnance. I think not so many countries have such heavy bombs as the United States has. But on the other hand, I don't think such kind of bombs can resolve all the issues, especially the Iranian and the Israeli conflict. I think the peaceful means is the better means to solve this conflict.
So under the pressure from the U.S. and Israel, do you think Iran will retaliate by strengthening its naval operations? Can the current combat capabilities of the Iranian Navy support such actions, and what impacts will they have?
Of course, the Iranians, under such circumstances, they will try to strengthen their naval forces. We see that there is a big ship which carry unmanned aircraft, which has been enrolled in the Iranian Navy early this year. And I think such a warship can launch unmanned aircraft into the Persian Gulf or in the air and the sea near Iran, especially in the Gulf of Hormuz or in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Gulf of the Persian Gulf. So these areas are in the vicinity of Iran, so they can send their fast attack missiles to attack the U.S. Warships and also to attack the passing merchant vessels of the United States. We have seen spokesman from the Iranian side has said that maybe they will attack the United States interests in the Middle East, maybe including the warships and the merchant ships from the United States.
Now, speaking of the maritime situation, which combat areas do you think the U.S., Israel, and Iran will likely to increase in the future? And how will these changes reshape the maritime military landscape in the Middle East?
Well, I think first the missile attack from both sides, Iran and Israel, will continue, and this is the main form of the conflict. We can see that both sides, Iran and Israel, have launched a series of missile attacks against each other. And from the Iranian side, they have announced that they have they made 90 series of missile attacks against Israel, and also the air drones, the unmanned aircraft attack will continue. I think this is the main force of the conflict, which will continue. And second, just as you said, that maybe the Iranians will use their naval warships and also their fast attack ships to attack the U.S. Warships and also their merchant ships passing in this area.
Now, if the U.S. B-2 bomber keeps participate in the Israel-Iran conflict, what tactics do you think it will employ? And how much of a threat will it pose to Iran's air defense system?
Well, the B-2 strategic bomber has a stealthy characteristic. It can penetrate the air defenses of other countries. I think that this poses this kind of aircraft poses great threat to the Iranians, especially to their air defense facilities. Also, in the future, the U.S. may use more B-2 bombers to carry the GBU-50 bombs to destroy the Iranian nuclear sites, and also will further they will use their bombers and also fighters to attack Iranian military bases and military sites, and also important maybe the other targets in Iran.
Now, facing military pressure from the U.S. and Israel, will Iran continue to fight back or seek negotiations from the globe?
I think under the pressure of the Iranian people, the Iranian government will have to retaliate against the United States and also Israel. Because we have seen a leader from the Iranian armed forces say that they will attack the U.S., maybe the military bases or the naval facilities in Bahrain, in the Gulf area. So it is possible that the Iranian armed forces will retaliate against the U.S. military bases and also military forces, in addition to their counter strikes against Israel.
Now, what are the military considerations behind this, do you think?
But maybe they had to fight back. Otherwise, the Iranian people will not allow the military to exist. So I think this is a pressure from the Iranian people. We can see a strike, a parade 2 days ago that was held in Iranian capital. They urged the Iranian military to fight back against Israel. Now the U.S. has joined in the fight against Iran. So Iranian people will ask the Iranian military to fight back against the United States.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. And can you also elaborate a little bit on the U.S. military deployments in the Middle East now?
But apparently, the United States is deploying more and more naval warships, including the aircraft carriers, to the Middle East area, including the Eastern Mediterranean area and also the Red Sea. And also we see that the Houthi forces have said that, have declared that if the United States attack Iran, they will attack the U.S. warships and merchant vessels in the Red Sea. So the United States will have to deploy more and more naval warships in this area, in the Persian Gulf, in the Arab Sea, in the Red Sea, and also in the Mediterranean Sea. So the United States have to deploy more and more Air Force tankers to support their fighters, bombers to fight, and also send more and more warships to this area. In the future, if they want to start a ground war, they have to dispatch more and more ground troops, including the infantry troops and also the Marine Corps. But I don't think this is a high possibility. The United States is trying to avoid a ground war against Iran. Otherwise, they will be dragged into a long-time war, just as the Afghan war and other wars. I think this scenario is which the United States is trying to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang, for joining us, for your time and analysis. Now let's turn to the current situation in the Middle East. Well, analysts warn that U.S. military entry could rapidly transform the Israel-Iran clash into a broader regional war. Tehran may retaliate, disrupting global energy supplies and maritime traffic, and other actors, state and non-state, could be joined in escalating violences across the Red Sea and Eastern Mediterranean. So stay tuned. We'll have more coming to you and more analysts and experts joining us to analyze the current situation in the Middle East. Welcome back. We continue to watch the latest situation in the Middle East. Earlier today, in the early hours of June 22nd, the United States has joined Israel in a direct military strike on Iran and bombed 3 major Iranian nuclear sites, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, marking a dangerous new chapter in the Middle East crisis. And the Iranian Foreign Minister earlier sent a tweet, and I quote here, "The United States, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the NPT by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear installations. The events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless, and criminal behavior. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interest, and people." Now we are now joined by our correspondent, Sepper.
Thank you, Shima. That was a great question. In the last 9 days, I've been reporting here from on the ground to CGTN. I've been reporting on the war between Israel. But this morning around 2 a.m., there was a big shift in the course of war because, as you know, U.S. Struck Iran's nuclear facilities in 3 areas, Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo. As you have mentioned, Fordo is the most fortified nuclear site in Tehran. But you know, the attack in Iran, the attack took place early in the morning at 2 a.m. and there were some statement responses from different responsible organizations. But the supreme leader has not issued the statement yet. As I have always emphasized, that we have to wait for the statements of the president or the supreme leader. You know, some presenters and some social media are not in this regard. But also have to mention that Iran launched almost 30 ballistic missiles this morning, targeted some cities. That some of those missiles hit the targets in Haifa.
Thank you so much, Sapper. So no official comments right now, but how is local people responding to this situation?
Of course, you know, I live in Tehran, the capital of Iran, so I'm far from Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo, but I have some friends in Qom, and I call them, and fortunately, they didn't even realize the explosions because they are in those most areas in the desert. And fortunately, so far there has been no radiation in cities because the Nuclear Safety Authority mentioned that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear sites, assessments revealed no signs of nuclear contamination. Therefore, there is no danger. And also a spokesperson of the crisis management headquarters of Qom province, where the Fordo facility is located, announced that despite some damages to the Fordo nuclear site, there is no danger to the people of Qom. So thank God for now there is no threat and danger to the residents around these areas.
Thank you so much. Really glad to hear that fortunate information. So are you aware of any concrete retaliation moves so far?
Of course, as you know, and also Riley pointed out, in the last 9 days, Iran and Israel have been trading strikes. But this time was different because U.S. joined the strikes and launched, a coordinated attack against nuclear facilities in Tehran. Of course, in my experience, I know that there will be a response, but we have to wait and see how and when it will be carried out. And we have to wait for the official reports, announcements from the Supreme Leader, President, or the IRGC. For now, we just have to wait, and it's going to be determined in the coming hours.
Well, thank you so much, Sepper, for joining and bringing the latest information from Iran for us. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shima.
Well, Israel's Channel 14 says Iran launched at least 20 missiles and more than 10 impact sites have been reported. Chinese President Xi Jinping said earlier on Thursday that ceasefire is an urgent priority for resolving the conflict in the Middle East, and stressing that the use of force is not the right solution to international disputes. He warned that further escalation would bring greater losses to both conflicting parties and the region. In a phone conversation with the Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, regarding the situation in the Middle East, Xi urged the conflicting parties, especially Israel, to cease fire as soon as possible. And more official responses to the current situation from the UN. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres expressed being gravely alarmed and seriously shocked by the strikes, urging immediately de-escalation and emphasizing that there is no military solution. The only hope is diplomacy, warning of catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region, and the people. And more voices from inside the United States. Nancy Pelosi just posted a tweet, and I quote here, "The president ignored the Constitution by unilaterally engaging our military without congressional authorization. I join my colleagues in demanding answers from the administration on this operation, which endangers American lives and risks further escalation and dangerous destabilization of the region." So as Zephyr said earlier, we still have to wait for more official responses of the current situation. Now let's go to the live signals from the Middle East, both sides from the Israel and Iran. So stay tuned, and we will continue to follow this situation in this story closely.
Welcome to The World Today here on CGTN. I'm Li Qiuyuan coming to you live in Beijing. We begin with breaking news this hour. U.S. President Donald Trump says U.S. airstrikes have completely and totally obliterated Iran's main nuclear enrichment facilities. In brief remarks on national television, he warned of more attacks to come if Tehran does not seek peace. The United States struck 3 Iranian nuclear sites, including Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Iranian authorities says there are no signs of contamination after the U.S. attacks. Israeli authorities announced the closure of its airspace until further notice due to recent developments. Let's now listen to Donald Trump's remarks earlier at the White House.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Iran state media says the 3 stricken nuclear sites had already been evacuated of its enriched uranium reserves prior to the U.S. attack. Hassan Abdini, the deputy head of Iran's state broadcaster, said there were no materials left there that, if targeted, would cause radiation or harm to its citizens. Iran's National Nuclear Security Systems Center said information recorded by its radiation detection system shows no signs of contamination, and there's no risk to residents living near the facility. It also condemned the U.S. attacks as a violation of international law, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. An Iranian member of parliament representing the province of Qom, where the Fordow facility is located, denied U.S. President Donald Trump's claims and said the main damage to Fordow was a ground section that can be repaired. Meanwhile, the International Atomic Energy Agency has said there has been no increase in off-site radiation levels reported following U.S. strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including the Fordow site. President Trump has threatened more attacks against other targets in Iran if Tehran does not agree to end the conflict with Israel. Following the U.S. attack, Iran has launched strikes on Israel, targeting the major cities of Haifa and Jerusalem. CGTN's Nick Harper has more from Washington, D.C.
The US does not plan to carry out more military action unless it's forced into doing so, and it would do so if Iran were to retaliate. The real hope is, at least from what the US president appears to be saying, is that these strikes will force Iran to the negotiating table to come up with some sort of ceasefire between itself and Israel, but also to potentially negotiate a deal that would see it ditch its nuclear ambitions and stop the enrichment of uranium. That is the ultimate goal for the US president, and that is the step that he is hoping Tehran will take. But obviously what we're seeing unfold literally right now, Iran is not rushing to the negotiating table and instead carrying out more retaliatory airstrikes against Israel. some of those 40,000 US personnel that are based all around the Middle East might now have a target on their back because of what the US president decided to do by attacking Iran, attacking these 3 nuclear facilities. This opens up the possibility that Iran now might go after US personnel stationed all around the Middle East. It's unclear exactly what the US is doing to try and keep its troops safe. That might be something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, details during his briefing on Sunday morning. Well, the US public in surveys this week has overwhelmingly said that they do not support military action. In terms of Congress, many lawmakers coming out on social media to make statements. We've seen some top Republicans backing Donald Trump, but also some Republicans saying that what he has done is unconstitutional, that he should have sought approval from Congress before unilaterally carrying out these strikes. We've also heard from the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. He's a Democrat, and he said that no president should be allowed to unilaterally march this nation into something as consequential as war with erratic threats and no strategy.
Earlier, we talked with Iranian reporter Saper Sarami in Tehran on the damage to the nuclear site. Have a listen.
I've been reporting from Tehran, the capital of Iran, so it's far from Isfahan, Natanz, and Qom. But I have some friends in Qom, and I called one of them, and actually she told me that she didn't even realize that there was an explosion in Fordo, because as you know, Fordo is somehow in a desert and it's far from cities. So I think so far, no one has felt it. But of course, we have to wait because there might be some dangers of radiation. But fortunately, so far, the Iran's Atomic Energy Agency said that please only pay attention to news released by the officials and specialist sources. And also, Nuclear Safety Authority said that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, assessments revealed no signs of nuclear contamination. But Iranians are worried about a situation on the ground near Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo facilities. It's undoubtedly Fordo facility is one of the most important facilities that Iran has had in the past few years, and also Natanz and Isfahan. They are vital to the nuclear industry. But for now, we haven't the experts, the authorities have not exactly assessed the damage. But one thing that is worthy to mention is that the representative of Qom City in the parliament said that the damage is not that extensive as Trump is claiming it to be. But still, we have to wait for official reports.
And for more on how the Israeli public is reacting to the U.S. strikes on Iran, let's now turn to Jonathan Regev from Tel Aviv.
So I can tell you that again, it's a rather early hour, and not only that, there are not going to be a lot of people out in the streets today, as the Home Front Command again toughened the restrictions. The restrictions that were somewhat eased on Thursday have been toughened again, meaning people are basically ordered to stay at home. Businesses are shut, schools are shut, but the public was expecting and hoping the United States to join, because eventually the U.S. has abilities that Israel does not have. Israel does not have the kind of bombers that acted in Iran and the kind of very heavy bombs that were dropped on Iran. This is something that Israel does not have. Therefore, the public was, generally speaking, hoping for an American involvement in this war. Apart from the restrictions that, as I mentioned, were toughened again, I can tell you that all through the weekend there were somewhat messages to the Israeli public relating about the fact that normalcy is about to come, that routine is about to come. That is obviously not the case, but this was possibly some kind of a decoy plan by Israel along with the United States, perhaps because since all of the messages here are seen in Iran as well, maybe for the Iranians to see and to think that a response is not yet coming, and then to catch the Iranians by surprise.
And a U.S. official said more personnel from the United States diplomatic mission departed Iraq after Washington attacked Iranian nuclear sites. The Iraqi government denounced the U.S. strikes, calling it, quote, military escalation that poses a serious threat to peace and stability in the Middle East. To talk more about this, let me bring in Professor Wang Jin, Director of the Center of Strategic Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an. Great to have you with us, as always, Professor. Now, after more than a week of strikes between Israel and Iran, the U.S. has now entered the conflict directly. What's your assessment of this new development?
I think it's a very big challenge right now because it's on the one hand, this weekend, the United States role that it's described or defines as a so-called mediator, a so-called peace bringer. Because we know that before United States attacks against Iran's targets directly, that the United States try to try to bring the Iranians negotiators back to the discussion table and hopes that Iran could make the concessions given the Israeli strikes and then maintain that, according to Donald Trump, that Iran should and had to make concessions. So that's why before this attack, United States still keeps some minimum role of so-called negotiator. But now that after the war, after the attack directly launched by United States against the Iranian targets, it suggests that now United States become an invader. They become the war participator and then violated this role of so-called peace negotiator. This is very dangerous. And then on the other hand, I think it further escalates the tension because we know that the Israeli and Iranians strikes against each other has already lasted for more than a week, and no proper measures from United States to be taken to manage and control the rising tension. But now that the United States is doing the opposite thing, it does not try to pacify the tension, but to take measures to lead to the more tensions are going to rise. So that's why I think in the future, more and more uncertainties will rise, and more worries, anger, dissatisfaction, disappointment in this region will spread and leave nobody in this region safe, including United States personnel's presence in this region. They would also be in a very, very dangerous scenario.
Yeah, the situation is extremely volatile at this moment. And in his address to the nation, U.S. President Donald Trump warned of further attacks if Tehran does not make peace. What form could these potential strikes take?
I think that the United States could do something more. I mean, but the precondition the United States is how they judge and how they evaluate the situation. I think on the one hand, United States maybe could repeat this time's attack because they could send the bombers to attack the Iranians' targets once again. For example, United States, Iranians' nuclear facilities, Iranian missile facilities, Iranians and the command facilities and the command system. This United States could do that again. And on the other hand, I think the United States could maybe give new pressure or show new pressure, for example, sending more warships into the waters nearby the Iranians, the sea and the oceans, and also maybe send new jets and air forces to the areas neighboring Iranians' airspace, and maybe offering new assistance and more weaponry systems to Israel to help Israel intercept the missiles from Iran and lead to Iran's capabilities for counterattack more weaker, so that the United States could do something more. But there's a problem that if United States give new pressure, it will not make United States themselves safer. It will make the scenarios much more dangerous. And then United States, including its regional allies, including Israel, will enter the more retaliation circle and makes nobody safe in this region. So that's why I think the United States maybe do more, but they should consider more, consider twice, consider 3 times before they really take the further escalation actions.
Yes, and of course, we're monitoring the new development extremely closely. Thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it here. Professor Wang Jin live for us. Really appreciate it. Iran has requested an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council and urged it to condemn the U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. In a letter on Sunday, Iran's ambassador to the UN, Amir Seyed Iravani, called the U.S. attack a, quote, grave threat against regional and international peace and security. He added the strikes violated the UN Charter and the International Non-Proliferation Treaty. An emergency meeting is needed to examine this unlawful act, adopt necessary measures to condemn it, and ensure that those responsible will not be left unpunished. And the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has made a statement on the Israel-Iran conflict. He is alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Guterres is concerned the conflict could rapidly get out of control, causing catastrophic consequences for civilians in the region and the world. He urged member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations under the UN Charter and rules of international law. And the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has made a statement on the Israel-Iran conflict. He is alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Guterres once again urged the member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations under the UN Charter and rules of international law. CGTN's Xu Dezhi reports from UN headquarters.
Just right after President Trump announced the military operation from the U.S. on the Iranian nuclear sites, we reached out actually to the spokesperson for the Secretary General of the United Nations, and then we have his statement. In his statement, he said he is gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today, and he said it's a dangerous escalation in the region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. And he said that there's a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, for the region, for the world. And he called all member states to de-escalate and uphold their obligations in the UN Charter and other rules of the international laws. And he also urged all parties to avoid a spiral of chaos. And he stressed again that there's no military solution. The only path forward is diplomacy. The only hope is peace. Actually, just 2 days ago, on Friday, when he made a statement in front of the Security Council, he said something similar. He said he's a chance, and he said we are not drifting toward crisis. We are racing toward it, and now we see what it means racing to the crisis. And simultaneously, we also reach out to the Israeli mission as well as the Iranian mission to the United Nations. The Israeli mission, they replied me. They said Israel's ambassador to the UN, Denis Deneau, his reaction to this operation is to thank President Trump for his what he called historical decision to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. And he said, never again is not just a slogan, it's a policy. For Iran, we didn't really have a direct response yet, but there's report that Iran would ask for another emergency session of the Security Council. That would be the third emergency session that Iran has asked since this escalation between Iran and Israel.
For more on this, let's now go live to our correspondent Michal Bartovich. She is live for us in Istanbul. Good to have you with us this hour, Michal. A serious escalation we're seeing today. The international community is scrambling to respond. How has Turkey responded to U.S. strikes on Iran?
Well, we don't have an official reaction from Turkish officials yet, but today is the second day of the OIC summit taking place here in Istanbul. So the main focus already during the summit yesterday was the conflict between Israel and Iran. So we can expect as the host of the OIC meeting, Turkish officials will likely have to make a statement soon enough. They have to give a reaction soon enough today. We do expect that they will give a harsh reaction. Harsh words from Turkish officials are expected. Probably widely criticizing the U.S. attack on Iran, also calling for a de-escalation and for immediate talks. I think that's what we can expect that Turkish officials will likely say. The Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi is actually expected to talk and hold a press conference just here at the room right across us in just about 2 hours. So we are going to watch that very carefully, of course. So far, the only statement that's been made by the Iranian Foreign Minister was on a post on X. He stated stated that the attacks are outrageous. He stated that they would have everlasting consequences. He accused the United States of committing a violation of the UN Charter and international law. So we expect similar messages during his press conference here in just about 2 hours. But we may also receive some new messages from the Iranian foreign minister here in Istanbul as well.
In Turkish, President Tayyip Erdogan met with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi yesterday on the sidelines of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation meeting in Istanbul. Tell us more about their discussions.
Well, yes, that took place at 5 p.m. local time here on the sidelines of the OIC meeting. There was a statement made by the Turkish presidency right after their talks. It was stated that Erdogan told his Iranian foreign minister, Araghchi, that resuming talks between Iran and the United States was the only way to achieve a solution to the conflict between Israel and Iran. He stated that steps should be taken as soon as possible to open up diplomacy via technical and leaders level talks between the United States and Iran. So again, Turkey calling for diplomacy. This was the pressure that they tried to put on Iran. But yesterday, again, the Iranian foreign minister actually reiterated what he said in Geneva, and he stated that there could be no talks, there could be no resumption of talks between Iran and the United States unless Israel stops its attacks. So that may have been also part of the decision behind the United States taking action. Of course, it's not clear, but we do believe that it's going to be significant to see what Araghchi says and whether or not they're going to be open to any kind of negotiations. And Turkey had stated that they would be open to play a facilitator role in resuming talks between Iran and the United States.
All right, Mahal, thank you so much for the latest. Mahal Bardavid live for us in Istanbul. Appreciate it. Houthi rebels in Yemen announced the end of their agreement with the United States. They have condemned the U.S. strikes and warned of an imminent military response. They threatened to resume attacks on U.S. vessels and warships in the Red Sea. And Houthis also reiterated their solidarity with Iran in opposition to the United States and Israel. Meantime, Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry has condemned the U.S. strikes, calling it a violation of Iran's sovereignty. Saudi Arabia stressed the need for restraint and calm and urged the international community to end the crisis in Iran. Well, more governments and groups around the world are condemning the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, as well as urging diplomacy. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end the crisis. Australia has reiterated its call for de-escalation, dialogue, and diplomacy following the latest hostilities. Meanwhile, New Zealand has urged all sides to avoid escalation and return to talks, stressing diplomacy over military action. Venezuela's foreign ministry issued a statement denouncing the U.S.'s actions, which it said was carried out at Israel's request. It called the strikes illegal and reckless and a dangerous violation of the UN Charter and international law. The ministry also demanded an immediate end to hostilities. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemned the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, calling them a dangerous escalation and a violation of international law. Chilean President Gabriel Boric also condemned U.S. strikes, calling for respect and international law. Colombia called for a return to negotiations as the only responsible path forward. And Mexico emphasized the urgency of restoring peace coexistence in the region. Hamas has issued a statement calling the attack a blatant violation of Iran's sovereignty. The group warned the attacks pose a direct threat to international peace and security and reaffirmed its solidarity with the Iranian government and its people. Saudi Arabia's regulatory authorities said Sunday that no radioactive effects were detected in the Gulf region after the U.S. military struck Iran's nuclear facilities. And for more reactions from the Arab countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council, our Nadia Swan reports from Dubai.
Really, with the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities by the U.S. overnight on those three facilities, Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, is causing really grave concern here. And that's primarily because, you know, you have these are nuclear facilities, so there is always the possibility there of nuclear contamination either in the air, in the atmosphere there, or in the water. And of course, that's really important because almost all of the Gulf states depend 80 to 100% on the water in the Gulf for their desalination plants to provide water to their populations. The UAE and Saudi Arabia are two countries that do have access to another body of water, but really they're very, very worried about any nuclear contamination as well. And they've been trying furiously for the past several weeks to try and find some way of mediating between Iran, between the United States and between Israel. Some Gulf states have actually been mediating between Iran and Israel. Oman has tried, between Iran and the US, Oman has tried to get those talks together. Those failed a couple of weeks ago, the 6th round of talks. So yes, huge concern at the moment in all of the Gulf states here because they are likely to be severely impacted if there is any contamination or fallout. Well, the Gulf Cooperation Council, they held an extraordinary meeting on Monday and they have roundly condemned the Israeli strikes on Iran and they have repeated that Saudi Arabia once again has condemned those strikes. So at the moment they have been working to try and mediate, but there is nothing but condemnation from all of the GCC states on these strikes, and they're trying to do whatever they can to try and mediate and find some form. But of course, this is now very difficult because the US has joined Israel now in a partnership, and they have been launching those strikes on the United States. And the United States, despite President Trump having said that he was going to think about it for 2 weeks just over a day ago, has launched those strikes today. So it's very unpredictable and very, very difficult for them to find any kind of means of negotiation, really, between the parties involved.
Our correspondent in Cairo, Adel Amaroui, has more on the response from Egypt and other Arab countries on the latest escalations in the region.
So, as has happened before, all Arab countries have condemned the Israeli attacks on Iran. There are no expectations of anything but for a call for restraint. And that has been the stance for the Arab countries. And none of them are going to encourage any expansion in the attacks on Iran, any expansion of the war between Iran and Israel to include many other countries as the United States becomes directly involved. So no one is going to encourage that. Even all the way here in Egypt today, the National Atomic Association is holding a briefing to address all public concerns about radiation. What does that mean? Can it happen? Can Egypt be affected by what is going on in Iran or not? Definitely, if there are any strikes on Israeli nuclear facilities, the concern will be much greater on Egyptians. But this is how tense the region is, to the extent that now government bodies are addressing concerns about radiation because of these escalated attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities. And therefore, it seems that what has happened early morning today only escalates the tension and only puts the region at the jeopardy of a wider conflict that can affect all other countries, as has been feared and was clearly shown in terms of concerns by all Arab countries throughout the past couple of weeks, and specifically after the Israeli attacks on Iran began to intensify.
Since Israel began its attacks on Iran on June 13th, an Iran-based rights group says their strikes have killed at least 865 people and injured nearly 4,000 more. Iran's health ministry earlier said the majority of the casualties have been civilians. Listen.
Unfortunately, when the attack began, 70 wounded people were brought to this hospital. 2 hospital staff members were also hit at their homes. Sadly, one of them died and the other was treated at the hospital.
I'm a delivery guy. I had 2 deliveries to make. I dropped off the first one just south of Azadi Street on Behboudi Street and then headed north. When I reached the Koshu intersection and was about to turn, something blew up right in front of me. I realized my head was bleeding. I touched it and saw blood on my hand. Shocked and panicking, I started shouting. My motorbike had a flat tire from the blast, so I left it on the sidewalk. Then someone offered to take me to the hospital.
Welcome back. I'm Yang Xinmeng coming to you live from Beijing. Now we continue to follow the developing Middle East situation. A major escalation today. The United States has joined Israel in a direct military strike on Iran and bombed 3 major Iranian nuclear sites. The operation employed 6 B-2 stealth bombers, dropping GBU-57 bunker buster bombs on the heavily fortified Fordo site, while cruise missiles targeted Natanz and Isfahan. President Trump, in a late-night address on June 21st, U.S. time, hailed attacks as a spectacular military success, claiming Iran's enrichment capabilities had been completely and totally obliterated, and warned of further strikes if Iran does not stand down. Well, analysts warn that U.S. military entry could rapidly transform the Israel-Iran clash into a broader regional war. Now, according to Israel's Channel 14, Iran launched at least 20 missiles and more than 10 impact sites have been reported. Chinese President Xi Jinping said earlier that ceasefire is an urgent priority for resolving the conflict in the Middle East. He had a phone conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin and stressed that the use of force is not the right solution to international disputes. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres expressed being gravely alarmed and seriously shocked by the strikes, urging immediately de-escalation and emphasizing that there is no military solution. The only hope is diplomacy, warning of catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region, and the world. And many more countries, including Egypt, Jordan, and the UAE, have called for maximum restraint, immediate ceasefire, and return to dialogue. They emphasize the need to safeguard civilians and prevent spiral effects. Now we're now joined by a Middle East expert, Dr. Abdullah Al-Ahmed. Welcome, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you so much for joining us. So first, could you please briefly introduce the current situation in the Middle East?
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that USA uses B-2 bombers to achieve many targets. I mean, targeting nuclear reactors in Natanz and in Tehran and in Isfahan, I think. And that's for many reasons. First, I think they try to destroy targets at depths of 60 meters or more. This is first, using such pumps. And second, I think it's they want to send a message to Tehran that USA will be fully involved in this war. From other hand, I think Iranian cannot intercept these aircrafts because the air defense system like 300, SS-300, 400 was destroyed in early stages of the war. So based on the Iranian response, I think that this will be defined the cause of the war. I think they will see what will be happened. Hopefully, negotiation and peace, but I think the escalation is others.
Now, if the U.S. B-2 bomber keeps participating in this Israel-Iran conflict, what tactics do you think it will employ, and how much of a threat will it pose to Iran's air defense system?
Yeah, I think from the first day, there was fully destroyed air defense systems in Tehran, for example. And I think a bit damage there in other cities. That's why they feel free to target any facility there. At the other hand, I think Iranian uses now hypersonic missiles against Israel. But now, after these developments, I mean, what will be next? Will Iran target military bases in the Gulf area? Will Iran close the Strait of Hormuz? That will expand the war. And I think the capability of Iran will be less because now the United States is fully engaged in this war. And as we listened to Mr. Trump yesterday, he said, surrender or end. It means no way for negotiation. He wants a regime change in Tehran. This is the real goal of Israeli and American as well.
Thank you. And now facing military pressure from the U.S. and Israel, do you think Iran will continue to fight back or seek negotiations from the world?
Yeah, I think Iran is forced to respond because they have no choice. From one side, they have this war, U.S. and Israeli strikes against important targets in Tehran, and from other hand, they are facing now internal, agents and let's say opposition, which they are coordinating with Israel and the West. That's why I think that the question is now, is Tehran able to withstand by its own? I think Iran looking for support, maybe from Russia, Pakistan, or China, because the Israeli and the American, they try to implement a very big project. It's targeting not only Tehran, but also China, Russia, and other countries. So it's all started after, if we remember, 2023. The war against Gaza, and then targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon, regime change in Syria, and now targeting Iran. It's the same project. Israel tried to implement what's called David Corridor to control all the area, and to open such corridor from India via Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, and Iraq, and also to control the whole area of the Near East. That's why I think it's a dangerous game. It's a game changer here. It's escalation unacceptable, and hopefully peace will be the other again, I say, but I think it's so far now.
Thank you. Everybody is talking about Iranian fighting back, but we haven't heard of any specific retaliatory moves or plans from Tehran. So what do you think are the military considerations behind the potential retaliation choices?
I think the choices is limited because it's the capability of response is less now, while the U.S. is fully engaged in this war. I mentioned two issues. Maybe they will think to close the Strait of Hormuz, and it's a dangerous game, or they will target military bases in Qatar, for example, or United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia, or maybe they will respond only by targeting Israeli sites using hypersonic missiles. This is the only way they have, because they have a lack of support, they stand by themselves, and it's very difficult to have other choices. They use what they have now.
All right, U.S. President Trump has been claiming that U.S. military have unique military advantages. So in this operation, which U.S. strategies demonstrate its advantages, and how will these advantages impact the regional situation in the Middle East?
Yeah, I think Trump always says that. Really, they have sophisticated technology. B2 and other technology. They are the biggest country, strongest country in the world. But anyhow, I think they will not change the game. All this speech, he tried to make Tehran accept all conditions, to be surrendered. That's all. And to say at the end, yes, we win the war. And this is because of me. This is Trump. Anyhow, I think with Netanyahu, one team. And that's true. I think not changes in his policy. Or to strike these nuclear reactors in Iran. So I think no changes in the United States policy, and I think they will try to finalize the regime change issue in Tehran the same way what they did in Syria and in other countries. And that's why I think Mr. Erdogan, in his speech days ago, he concerned about that because Turkey will be negatively affected by the fall of the regime in Tehran. So all countries around in the Middle East, I think they will be losers because of the regime change in Tehran, because we will see the only power in the Middle East, it's Israel, and we will see that this project will be implemented and all this country will be affected by this war.
Okay, thank you. And can you also explain a little what are the American military deployments like in the Middle East region?
Yeah, I think, do you know, now American already, they are in Syria, money based in Syria, and in Gulf area, in Qatar, in United Arab Emirates, and in Iraq also, as well in Saudi Arabia. So if Iranian will decide to strike back to US military bases, it will be disaster in the Middle East. Because I think United States will respond again and will destroy, for example, Tehran or other cities. And maybe they will use tactical bomb, nuclear tactical bomb to make Iranian accept all conditions. And this is a dangerous thing, as I said.
Thank you so much. And after today's airstrike, what adjustments do you think the U.S., Israel, and Iran will make to their military equipment and strike strategies in the future?
I think they will, the same strategy will be not changed. I mean, maybe cyber attacks will be also used in this war. This is a very important issue. To this weapons they are using. P2 is the highest level, I mean, and Israeli, they use F-35 fighters, Americans fighters, I mean, to destroy all sites in Tehran and in other cities. That's why I don't think they are count on internal networks, because we all know, they cannot, do a regime change in any country using missiles and using airstrikes only. They need something else. That's why they count on internal networks from opposition and some agent related to and coordinating with the West. That's the more dangerous issue in this strategy. But on the strategic level, I think no changes. They only sending messages everywhere. We are the strongest players here, and that's all.
Now I have one more question. So what do you think were the considerations behind the U.S. using the GBU-57 bunker busters to strike Iranian nuclear facilities? Is there a risk of nuclear leakage?
Yeah, I think Iranian TV put out the possibility of radiation leak. But anyhow, until now, no evidence. But I think the question here, are Iranians were able to move a big quantity of uranium from Fordo, for example, reactor or no, or not, to say the place, for example, or not? This is the question. The next one, I think the leak of radiation can be caused not only by direct strike, but also if such a strike will cut off the power suddenly, it's mean it will be damage to the reactor itself because no cooling, no water to cool the reactor. And that's maybe cause leak of radiation. And it will be, people will be affected everywhere because it's not a simple issue, it's a big issue. So let's see what will be next. But until now, no evidence that it was some leak of radiation, at least in Tehran or big cities.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. That's all the questions I have for now. Do you have any more information that you want to share or add?
We are all waiting. We hope all that the war will be stopped now and the negotiation will be used to solve all kinds of problems. I think this war against all of us, hopefully peace will be the address. Hopefully all parties will recognize that. So using this weakness and war will solve nothing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed, again for your time and insights. As you said, this war is against all of us. That's very true. Now, as U.S. weapons systems remain on heightened alert throughout the Middle East, the risk of accidental or international escalation looms large. Unless diplomacy resumes swiftly, the region edges closer to widespread conflict. Now we have live signals and correspondents from both sides, Israel and Iran. Let's go to the live signals from the Middle East. Stay tuned. We will continue to follow this developing story closely.
strikes, and the number of personnel there has been reduced. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it has not detected any increase in radiation levels at the 3 nuclear sites struck by the United States. The UN nuclear watchdog will have an emergency board meeting on Monday. And just hours ago, President Donald Trump said the U.S. military strikes had totally obliterated Iran's main nuclear sites at Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. In brief remarks on national television, he warned of more attacks to come if Tehran does not seek peace. Iranian Foreign Minister Seyed Abbas Araghchi says the U.S. airstrikes were outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. He says Tehran reserves all options to retaliate. And Iran has launched a new wave of missile strikes on central and southern Israel. Israel says it has begun fresh attacks on military targets in western Iran. Iran says it has launched its Khaybar intermediate-range ballistic missile at Israel for the very first time. Israeli authorities say Iranian attacks overnight and into Sunday have wounded more than 80 people. Listen to Donald Trump's remarks earlier at the White House.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Iran state media says the 3 stricken nuclear sites had already been evacuated of its enriched uranium reserves prior to the U.S. attack. Hassan Abdini, the deputy head of Iran state broadcaster, said there were no materials left there that, if targeted, would cause radiation or harm to its citizens. Iran's National Nuclear Security System Center said information recorded by its radiation detection system shows no signs of contamination, and there was no risk to residents living near the facility. It also condemned the U.S. attacks as a violation of international law, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. An Iranian member of parliament representing the province of Qom, where the Fordo facility is located, denied U.S. President Donald Trump's claims and said the main damage to Fordo was a ground section that can be repaired. And for the very latest, earlier we talked with Iranian reporter Seher Sarami in Tehran on the damage of the nuclear sites. Take a listen.
I've been reporting from Tehran, the capital of Iran, so it's far from Isfahan, Natanz, and Qom, but I have some friends in Qom, and I called one of them, and actually she told me that she didn't even realize that there was an explosion in Fordo, because as you know, Fordo is somehow in a desert and it's far from cities. So I think so far, no one has felt it, but of course we have to wait because there might be some dangers of radiation. But fortunately, so far, the Iran's Atomic Energy Agency said that please only pay attention to news released by the officials and special sources. And also nuclear safety authorities said that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, assessments reveal no signs of nuclear contamination, but Iranians are worried about a situation on the ground near Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo facilities. It's undoubtedly Fordo facility is one of the most important facilities that Iran has had in the past few years, and also Natanz and Isfahan. They are vital to the nuclear industry. But for now, we haven't the experts, the authorities have not exactly assessed the damage. But one thing that is worthy to mention is that the representative of Qom City in the parliament said that the damage is not that extensive as Trump is claiming it to be. But still, we have to wait for official reports.
And for more on how the Israeli public is reacting to the U.S. strikes on Iran, let's now turn to Jonathan Rekif from Tel Aviv.
So I can tell you that again, it's a rather early hour, and not only that, there are not going to be a lot of people out in the streets today, as the Home Front Command again toughened the restrictions. The restrictions that were somewhat eased on Thursday have been toughened again, meaning people are basically ordered to stay at home. Businesses are shut, schools are shut, but the public was expecting and hoping the United States to join, because eventually the U.S. has abilities that Israel does not have. Israel does not have the kind of bombers that acted in Iran, and the kind of very heavy bombs that were dropped on Iran. This is something that Israel does not have. Therefore, the public was, generally speaking, hoping for an American involvement in this war. Apart from the restrictions that, as I mentioned, were toughened again, I can tell you that all through the weekend there were somewhat messages to the Israeli public relating about the fact that normalcy is about to come, that routine is about to come. That is obviously not the case, but this was possibly some kind of a decoy plan by Israel along with the United States, perhaps because since all of the messages here are seen in Iran as well, maybe for the Iranians to see and to think that a response is not yet coming, and then to catch the Iranians by surprise.
Let's now take a closer look at 3 nuclear sites in Iran that were attacked by the U.S. Located in the mountains north of Qom, Iran's Fordo nuclear facility lies roughly 90 meters below ground in solid rock. Its structure was designed to shield it from potential airstrikes and to enhance its defense capabilities. Fordo is equipped to enrich uranium to higher levels compared to other facilities. And since the United States withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, Tehran resumed enrichment activities at Fordo, including producing uranium with higher enrichment levels. Iran insists its nuclear program is solely for civilian use, including energy and healthcare. The Natanz nuclear site is located in Iran's central Isfahan province. And according to reports, some of its production halls are built deep underground, protected by concrete walls overhead. The Isfahan nuclear facility, also in central Iran, produces machines used for uranium enrichment. It is one of the largest enrichment facilities in Iran and was previously monitored and inspected by the International Atomic Energy Agency. President Donald Trump had threatened more attacks against other targets in Iran if Tehran does not agree to end the conflict with Israel. Following the U.S. attack, Iran has launched strikes on Israel, targeting the major cities of Haifa and Jerusalem. CGTN's Nick Harper has more now from Washington, D.C.
The US does not plan to carry out more military action unless it's forced into doing so, and it would do so if Iran were to retaliate. The real hope is, at least from what the US president appears to be saying, is that these strikes will force Iran to the negotiating table to come up with some sort of ceasefire between itself and Israel, but also to potentially negotiate a deal that would see it ditch its nuclear ambitions and stop the enrichment of uranium. That is the ultimate goal for the US president, and that is the step that he is hoping Tehran will take. But obviously what we're seeing unfold literally right now, Iran is not rushing to the negotiating table, and it is instead carrying out more retaliatory airstrikes against Israel. Some of those 40,000 US personnel that are based all around the Middle East might now have a target on their back because of what the US president decided to do by attacking Iran, attacking these 3 nuclear facilities. This opens up the possibility that Iran now might go after US personnel stationed all around the Middle East. It's unclear exactly what the US is doing to try and keep its troops safe. That might be something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, details during his briefing on Sunday morning. Well, the US public in surveys this week has overwhelmingly said that they do not support military action. In terms of Congress, many lawmakers coming out on social media to make statements. We've seen some top Republicans backing Donald Trump, but also some Republicans saying that what he has done is unconstitutional, that he should have sought approval from Congress before unilaterally carrying out these strikes. We've also heard from the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. He's a Democrat, and he said that no president should be allowed to unilaterally march this nation into something as consequential as war with erratic threats and no strategy.
Let's get the latest. We can now go live to our correspondent Mahal Bardavid in Istanbul. Good to have you with us this hour again, Mahal. Tell us more about it. What are some of the latest reactions from Turkey regarding the U.S. strikes on Iran?
Well, we haven't had a formal reaction from Turkish officials yet, but the OIC meeting, the summit is taking place today, is the second day of the OIC meeting of foreign ministers here in Istanbul. As the host of this OIC meeting, I think Turkey is going to have to give a reaction sooner or later, and we expect it to come during the day. But we do expect that Turkish officials will likely condemn the United States attack on Iran. They will call for de-escalation and for negotiations to take place as soon as possible, but we can expect some harsh criticism from Turkish officials towards Washington. Yesterday, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan met with the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi here in Istanbul on the sidelines of the OIC meeting, and later, after that meeting, the Turkish presidency stated that Erdogan had told Araghchi that the only way to find a solution to the conflict between Israel and Iran was to resume negotiations between the United States and Iran. And Turkey had stated that they were willing to play a facilitator role in order to resume these talks between the United States and Iran. However, Araghchi yesterday here in Istanbul once again reiterated what he had already stated in Geneva on Friday, and he had stated that as long as Israel's attacks continue on Iran, that they would not resume negotiations with the United States. So it's going to be significant to see what he says today.
And the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is set to hold a news conference at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation meeting in Istanbul. What can we expect?
Well, yes, we are at that venue right now, and basically everyone here, all the press members, are waiting for that press conference to take place in just about 45 minutes. So I think we're watching very closely what he's going to say. It's going to be very significant to see if he has different messages from those he's had before. So far, he's posted a message on X, social media platform. He stated that the attacks were outrageous. He stated that they would have everlasting consequences. He accused the United States of committing violation on the UN Charter and international law. So we do expect some similar messages during the press conference, but it will be more significant to see if he has any new messages, any new developments with these Iranian officials on whether they would take more action, whether they're going to be open to negotiations. It's going to be very critical, so we're going to be monitoring that very closely now.
Thank you very much for the update. Mahal Bardavid live for us in Istanbul. Appreciate it. Let's get more on the situation on the ground. Let me bring in the Associated Press reporter, Sam Matnick. She is live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you for joining us, Sam. What more can you tell us about Israel's response to the U.S. strike so far?
Well, this is what Israel has been wanting. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he had a warm conversation with Donald Trump. He called this a bold move and said that this was a game changer, essentially. And other politicians have chimed in as well as military officials, saying that this is what was needed to happen. right now people here in Israel are sort of bracing for what comes next. There were already strikes early this morning after the U.S. struck Iran. Iran said that it was one of its largest strikes against Israel. We know that dozens of people are wounded, and the scale of the damage from that is still being looked at. People are kind of staying where they are. The streets are fairly empty. So people here are kind of waiting to see what is going to come next after the U.S. has started hit Iran early last night.
Right, and Turkish President Erdogan has called Netanyahu the biggest obstacle to peace in the Middle East. What has been Israel's response to his comment?
Netanyahu seems defiant in the fact that Israel is going to continue to make sure that Iran does not have a weapon. It said just a day ago, even before the U.S. struck Iran, that this would go on as long as is needed and to be prepared for a prolonged conflict if that was the case. So Israel is adamant that this is the path that they want to take. Now, everyone's waiting to see how much damage was done to the sites hit in Iran, and then what basically the ball is in Iran's court to see what they do next, and then what Israel and the U.S. are going to do following that.
All right, Sam, thank you so much for bringing us that. Sam Matnick, live for us in Tel Aviv. Let's now also bring in our correspondent Evangelo Sipsas in Guberlak, Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us this hour, Evangelo. Now tell us more about the situation where you are. What has been Turkey's reaction to the U.S. strikes on Iran so far?
Well, Turkey hasn't yet to officially respond to what happened in Iran overnight with the bombing of the U.S. its nuclear sites. But there has been condemnation on social media from politicians here in Turkey saying that what the U.S. has done is unconstitutional. It's against the charter, the United Nations Charter. It's something that is violating the rights of a sovereign nation like Iran. And it's saying that they want this to de-escalate. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, on Saturday during the Islamic Organization Cooperation meeting in Istanbul, he mentioned that the region, Middle East, doesn't need another war. Another war for this region will be catastrophic, and not only for this region, but for the wider world as well. And he said that what Israel has been doing is irresponsible and is only sabotaging the talks between Iran and the United States. He also positioned Turkey as a mediator in this diplomatic, let's so say, issue between Iran and the United States. He says that the doors of Istanbul are open for the two sides to come down and have a talk. But again, he also is mentioning that the Islamic world needs to come together and condemn what Israel has been doing and condemn the attacks on Iran, on a sovereign nation, as he's been saying. And he says that now is the time that the Islamic world needs to come together and play a more significant role in the region when it comes to this issue.
Right, and Iranians are seeking temporary refuge in Turkey. What can you tell us about that? Evangelo, looks like we're having some technical problem there. That's our correspondent Evangelo Sipsas live for us at the border crossing between Iran and Turkey. Let's now also bring in our guest, Shuqi in Guangzhou. He's an associate professor at the Jinan University School of Law. Welcome to the program, Professor. From where your stand, do the U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran violate international law? How are you looking at this?
Thanks for having me. I would like to answer this question from three aspects. I think the United States and Israel's attack on Iran violates international law. First, the Charter of the United Nations clearly provides that the United Nations member states should adhere to the principle of resolving international disputes by peaceful means and are prohibited from using force or the threat of force, except in self-defense or when authorized by the Security Council. Without the authorization of the Security Council, the United States and Israel launched an attack on Iran on their own initiative, seriously violating the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations regarding the prohibition of the use of force and undermining the cornerstone of international community's efforts to maintain peace and security. Second, Iran has already insisted that its nuclear program is for civilian purposes and is carried out under the provision of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The United States and Israel's attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities not only damaged Iran's nuclear facilities, but also potentially pose a risk to the safety of the nuclear materials and the spread of the nuclear technology, violating the principles of the statute of the International Atomic Energy Agency, as well as the peaceful use of the nuclear energy and the prevention of the nuclear weapons proliferation. Third, Iran is a sovereign state. The United States and Israel's attacks are serious violations of Iran's sovereignty and interference in Iran's internal affairs, contravening the basic norms of the international law regarding the equality of the national security, sovereignty, and non-interference in internal affairs. Countries including China and other Arabic countries insist on promoting the peaceful negotiation process of the Iranian nuclear issue. The current tension situation will reduce the possibility of a peaceful settlement process of the Iranian nuclear issue. These are my comments.
And Professor, the U.S. Congress has also raised constitutional objections to U.S. military support for Israel. How do you think Donald Trump will go about balancing both domestic and international legal interests?
I would like to comment on two issues. The first one, domestically, considering the Republican Party's majority advantage in the U.S. Congress, the Republicans who support Israel will still back Trump's limited military actions. Despite the constitutional objections raised by some lawmakers, it remains difficult to impose strong legal countermeasures against Trump in the short term. The second, while carrying out the limited military strikes and maintaining continuous threats, Trump will still strengthen diplomatic negotiations. As Trump said, this attack aims to force Iran back to the negotiation table and abandon nuclear weapons. This indicates that the Trump administration will take preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons through negotiations as its core goal, giving priority to diplomatic means to resolve the conflict and avoiding excessive military intervention in Iran. Thanks. These are my comments.
Professor, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate your insights and analysis. Thank you. Let's also expand on this a little more. Let me bring in Professor Wang Yiwei, a professor of international relations at the Renmin University of China. Welcome to the program, as always, Professor. So Donald Trump earlier said he would make a decision on whether to back Israel in 2 weeks' time, and this happened today. Do you think that was a tactic to lure Iran into a false sense of safety?
This morning at 10 o'clock, I watched the address, President Trump and also Prime Minister Netanyahu. Firstly, they all use English. That means Netanyahu more focused on U.S. audience to appreciate the President Trump support as get American in. Actually, it's very his successfully strategy. For the President Trump also changed the image, so-called the tekka. The last minute will be the chicken. There's now be send strong leadership. So that's I think is the two guys we say successful coordination and military cooperation. So that's basically. And then number two, I think also the message is they all use the name of the God. The God bless America and God bless Israel. No mention about the UN, no mention about the non-proliferation of the treaty, international laws. So that's definitely it's a very successful target of to get Tehran be destroyed in the nuclear facilities.
And President Trump in his speech also warned Tehran against retaliation, saying there are many targets left. What targets might he be referring to?
Well, firstly, this is illegal and very dangerous attack. According to there's Article 51 in the Geneva Convention of additional of the Protocol number 1. So any against any attack to the nuclear facilities, and because it's caused radiation, it's very dangerous. So President Trump definitely violated this international law. So in this regard, the intelligence sharing is very successful. Iran didn't put out of the nuclear facilities and materials before. So far, there's no radiation indicate. Otherwise, it's very dangerous. So the next, I think they need to classify which nuclear materials also put out. Otherwise, I don't think they can dare to attack. The most important, of course, intention and capacity. Like American audience, including the MAGA people, say, get something done. That means make the nuclear intention, capacity, all without any future for the Iran. So that's basically because Israel as the only nuclear weapons holder in the Middle East, and then they have so-called safety and security. So we have to persuade and encourage with Iran to have the regime change. Otherwise, to negotiate with the United States or with Israel.
Right, and Iran has also promised to resist U.S. attacks with all its might. If you look at it, what kind of military options does Iran have at its disposal?
Firstly, there are mutual airstrike between Iran and Israel. So many of their ballistic missiles, they use that. So they are really, I think, they're carefully to choose what kind of target will have the catastrophe and psychology effect for retaliation. Otherwise, they can say to the audience. So Iran government, I think, will be select, in my opinion, maybe a headquarters of the number 5 fleet in Bahrain, because this is, I think, symbolic of their attack, and then cause the U.S. Maybe, I think, to think about furtherly, not to get fully involved of the war with Iran. For other countries, they need to calculate of the relations between those countries with Iran, because the military base is located in Iran's neighborhoods.
Professor, thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate your analysis. Thank you. Now, for the latest, let's also go live to our correspondent, Ehsan Kevani, is on the phone for us in Tehran. Ehsan, good to have you with us this hour. Now, we're hearing reports of Iranians considering leaving Tehran. What is the situation there on the ground?
Well, that is right. As of Saturday morning, a group of Tehran residents decided to get back to Tehran to resume the normal lives, and we witnessed heavy traffic in the entrance of Tehran from the northern and southern parts. But following the U.S. attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities in the early hours of morning, a serious concern among the Iranian public, not only in Tehran, but across Iran, centers on potential nuclear contamination. The country's officials have repeatedly denied any radiation risks, and they have insisted that there's no nuclear radiation, urging citizens not to worry. One member of the parliament further claims that dangerous materials had already been evacuated before the attacks. Here in Iran, state media continues to reassure the public that there are no post-attack radiation hazards. And one big concern for people, especially in Tehran, is that if they even decide to leave Tehran towards the southern areas, they fear the contamination risks, because Fordow is just close to the city of Qom, some 170 kilometers south of Tehran. So people still don't know what to do. Back to you.
Ehsan, now with Iran's foreign minister expected to hold a press briefing at the OIC meeting in Istanbul, the world is watching. What message is Tehran likely to send to the international community?
Just even before the Israeli attacks some 10 days ago, Iranian officials had continuously warned that if Iran comes under attack by the U.S. directly or indirectly, all the American bases in the region would be the potential targets for Iranian armed forces. Now, according to the foreign minister, Abbas, Araghchi, Iran keeps its rights for legitimate response and defense. And we don't know what really happens. Iran has different options on the table, including hitting back U.S. bases in the region, or making the traffic of oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf difficult for the global oil and petroleum industry. So there are different options, and we need to wait and see what Iran's response would be to the U.S. direct attack on nuclear facilities in 2 or 3 different locations across the country.
All right, Ahsan, thank you so much for bringing us that. Ahsan Kivani on the phone for us from Tehran. We're going to take a short break here on The World Today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. On the Israel-Iran conflict. He's alarmed by the use of force by the U.S. against Iran and defines the act as a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Guterres is concerned the conflict could rapidly get out of control, causing catastrophic consequences for civilians in the region and the world. He urged member states to de-escalate and uphold obligations under the UN Charter and rules of international law. Our correspondent Xu Dezhi reports.
Just right after President Trump announced the military operation from the U.S. on the Iranian nuclear sites, we reached out actually to the spokesperson for the Secretary-General of the United Nations, and then we have his statement. In his statement, he said he is gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today, and he said it's a dangerous escalation in the region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. And he said that there's a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, for the region, for the world. And he called all member states to de-escalate and uphold their obligations in the UN Charter and other rules of the international laws. And he also urged all parties to avoid a spiral of chaos. And he stressed again that there's no military solution. The only path forward is diplomacy. The only hope is peace. Actually, just 2 days ago, on Friday, when he made a statement in front of the Security Council, he said something similar. He said he's a chance, and he said we are not drifting toward crisis. We are racing toward it, and now we see what it means racing to the crisis. And simultaneously, we also reach out to the Israeli mission as well as the Iranian mission to the United Nations. The Israeli mission, they replied me. They said Israel's ambassador to the UN, Denis Deneun, his reaction to this operation is to thank President Trump for his what he called historical decision to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. And he said, never again is not just a slogan, it's a policy. For Iran, we didn't really have a direct response yet, but there's report that Iran would ask for another emergency session of the Security Council. That would be the third emergency session that Iran has asked since this escalation between Iran and Israel.
More governments and groups around the world are condemning the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, as well as urging diplomacy. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end the crisis. Australia has reiterated its call for de-escalation, dialogue, and diplomacy following the latest hostilities. Meanwhile, New Zealand has urged all sides to avoid escalation and return to talks, stressing diplomacy over military action. Venezuela's foreign ministry issued a statement denouncing the U.S. actions, which it said was carried out at Israel's request. It called the strikes illegal and reckless and a dangerous violation of the UN Charter and international law. The ministry also demanded an immediate end to hostilities. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemned the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, calling them a dangerous escalation and a violation of international law. Chilean President Gabriel Boric also urged de-escalation, stating on social media, "We demand and need peace." Colombia called for a return to negotiations as the only responsible path forward, and Mexico emphasized the urgency of restoring peaceful coexistence in the region. Hamas has issued a statement calling the attack a blatant violation of Iran's sovereignty. The group warned the attacks pose a direct threat to international peace and security and reaffirmed its solidarity with the Iranian government and its people. Houthi rebels in Yemen announced the end of their agreements with the United States. They have condemned the U.S. strikes and warned of an imminent military response. They threatened to resume attacks on U.S. vessels and warships in the Red Sea. And the Houthis also reiterated their solidarity with Iran in opposition to the United States and Israel. Meantime, Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry has condemned the U.S. strikes, calling it a violation of Iran's sovereignty. Saudi Arabia stressed the need to restrain and for calm and urged the international community to end the crisis in Iran. A U.S. official said more personnel from the United States diplomatic mission departed Iraq after Washington attacked Iranian nuclear sites. The Iraqi government denounced the U.S. strikes, calling it a military escalation that poses a serious threat to peace and stability in the Middle East. And Reuters reports that a senior Iranian source says most of the highly enriched uranium at the Fordo nuclear site was moved to an undisclosed location ahead of the U.S. strikes, and the number of personnel there has been reduced. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it has not detected any increase in radiation levels at the 3 nuclear sites struck by the U.S. The UN nuclear watchdog will have an emergency board meeting on Monday. And just hours ago, President Donald Trump said the U.S. military strikes had totally obliterated Iran's main nuclear sites at Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. In brief remarks on national television, he warned of more attacks to come if Tehran does not seek peace. And Iranian Foreign Minister Seyed Abbas Araghchi says the U.S. strikes were outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. He says Tehran reserves all options to retaliate. And Iran has launched a new wave of missile strikes on central and southern Israel. Israel says it has begun fresh attacks on military targets in western Iran. Iran says it has launched a Skybar intermediate-range ballistic missile at Israel for the first time. Israeli authorities say Iranian attacks overnight and into Sunday have wounded more than 80 people. Listen to Donald Trump's remarks earlier at the White House.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Iran state media says the 3 stricken nuclear sites had already been evacuated of its enriched uranium reserves prior to the U.S. attack. Hassan Abdini, the deputy head of Iran state broadcaster, said there were no materials left there that, if targeted, would cause radiation or harm its citizens. Iran's National Nuclear Security System Center said information recorded by its radiation detection system shows no signs of contamination, and there's no risk to residents living near the facility. It also condemned the U.S. attacks as a violation of international law, including the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. An Iranian member of parliament representing the province of Qom, where the Fordo facility is located, denied U.S. President Donald Trump's claims and said the main damage to Fordo was a ground section that can be repaired. And earlier, we talked with Iranian reporter Sapir Sarami in Tehran on the damage to the nuclear sites. Have a listen.
I've been reporting from Tehran, the capital of Iran, so it's far from Isfahan, Natanz, and Qom. But I have some friends in Qom, and I called one of them, and actually she told me that she didn't even realize that there was an explosion in Fordo, because, as you know, Fordo is somehow in a desert and it's far from cities. So I think so far, no one has felt it. But of course, we have to wait, because there might be some dangers of radiation, but fortunately, so far, the Iran's Atomic Energy Agency said that please only pay attention to news released by the officials and specialist sources. And also, Nuclear Safety Authority said that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, assessments reveal no signs of nuclear contamination, but Iranians are worried about a situation on the ground near Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo facilities. It's undoubtedly, Fordo facility is one of the most important facilities that Iran has had in the past few years, and also Natanz and Isfahan. They are vital to the nuclear industry. But for now, we haven't the experts, the authorities have not exactly assessed the damage. But one thing that is worthy to mention is that the representative of Qom City in the parliament said that the damage is not that extensive as Trump is claiming it to be. But still, we have to wait for official reports.
For more on how the Israeli public is reacting to the U.S. strikes on Iran, let's now turn to Jonathan Regev for Tel Aviv.
So I can tell you that again, it's a rather early hour, and not only that, there are not going to be a lot of people out in the streets today, as the Home Front Command again toughened the restrictions. The restrictions that were somewhat eased on Thursday have been toughened again, meaning people are basically ordered to stay at home. Businesses are shut, schools are shut, but the public was expecting and hoping the United States to join, because eventually the U.S. has abilities that Israel does not have. Israel does not have the kind of bombers that acted in Iran, and the kind of very heavy bombs that were dropped on Iran. This is something that Israel does not have. Therefore, the public was, generally speaking, hoping for an American involvement in this war. Apart from the restrictions that, as I mentioned, were toughened again, I can tell you that all through the weekend there were somewhat messages to the Israeli public relating about the fact that normalcy is about to come, that routine is about to come. That is obviously not the case, but this was possibly some kind of a decoy plan by Israel along with the United States, perhaps because since all of the messages here are seen in Iran as well, maybe for the Iranians to see and to think that a response is not yet coming, and then to catch the Iranians by surprise.
In New York City, demonstrators gathered on June 21st in support of Iran and Palestine. CGTN spoke with attendees about their views on America's involvement in the conflict between Israel and Iran.
Israel attacked Iran. Israel provoked this war.
This has been stated. The policy years ago by the United States government and Netanyahu was 7 countries in 7 years. And we're on to the last country now, Iran. So we'll see what happens, but this is an existential battle.
I think Iran is actually powerful enough to win this thing. Like, even the Houthis basically chased away, Trump. So if Trump couldn't beat the Houthis, I don't know how delusional, he is, thinking that Israel can't either. Israel is lying about the fact that they have control of the airspace, whatever, to try and to convince Trump that it's going to be an easy win. It's not going to be an easy win. I actually think Iran is going to win this.
Israel is claiming in all of its wars against Lebanon, Syria, Gaza, West Bank, and now Iran, that it's defending itself. And that's clearly not what's going on. And the United States has been supporting Israel in all of its vicious wars. And we need to stop arming Israel. We need to rein in Israel.
Now let's go to our sports anchor, Mike Fox, for some sports news. Li Qiuyuan coming to you live in Beijing. We begin with breaking news. Iran is demanding the International Atomic Energy Agency investigate the U.S. attacks on its nuclear facilities, saying it breaches the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Reuters reports that a senior Iranian source says most of the highly enriched uranium at the Fordo nuclear site was moved to an undisclosed location ahead of the U.S. strikes, and the number of personnel there has been reduced. IAEA says it has not detected any increase in radiation levels at the 3 nuclear sites struck by the United States. The UN nuclear watchdog will have an emergency board meeting on Monday. Just hours ago, President Donald Trump said the U.S. military strikes had, quote, totally obliterated Iran's main nuclear sites at Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. In brief remarks on national television, he warned of more attacks to come if Tehran does not seek peace. Iranian Foreign Minister Seyed Abbas Araghchi says the U.S. strikes were, quote, outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Iran has launched a new wave of missile strikes on central and southern Israel. Israeli authorities say Iranian attacks overnight and into Sunday have wounded more than 80 people. Israel says it has begun fresh attacks on military targets in western Iran. And countries in the region, including Oman and Qatar, have condemned the U.S. attacks, which President Donald Trump called a spectacular success at the White House. Take a listen.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
And earlier, we talked with Iranian reporter Sapir Sarami in Tehran on the damage to the nuclear sites. Have a listen.
I've been reporting from Tehran, the capital of Iran, so it's far from Isfahan, Natanz, and Qom. But I have some friends in Qom, and I called one of them, and actually she told me that she didn't even realize that there was an explosion in Fordo, because as you know, Fordo is somehow in a desert and it's far from cities. So I think so far, no one has felt it. But of course, we have to wait because there might be some dangers of radiation. But fortunately, so far, the Iran's Atomic Energy Agency said that please only pay attention to news released by the officials and specialist sources. And also, Nuclear Safety Authority said that following the U.S. attack on the Fordo, assessments reveal no signs of nuclear contamination. But Iranians are worried about a situation on the ground near Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo facilities. It's undoubtedly Fordo facility is one of the most important facilities that Iran has had in the past few years, and also Natanz and Isfahan. They are vital to the nuclear industry. But for now, we haven't actually, the experts, the authorities have not exactly assess the damage. But one thing that is worthy to mention is that the representative of Qom City in the parliament said that the damage is not that extensive as Trump is claiming it to be. But still, we have to wait for official reports.
The situation is developing really fast. Let's get the latest. Let's go to our correspondent, Asan Kevani, is on the phone for us from Tehran. Asan, thank you for joining us this hour. Now, Iran says that it reserves all options to defend itself after the U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. Is Tehran planning more military responses?
Well, in response to these attacks, Iran has already intensified its attacks on Israel. The IRGC announced today that Iran has used a ballistic missile with technology of multiple warheads for the first time against Israel. The IRGC announcement says that in the wave or stage 20 of the Operation True Promise 3, Iran targeted Israeli territories with 40 high-tech and destructive missiles. But regarding to a possible reaction to the U.S. attacks, even before Israeli attacked Iran some 10 days ago, Iranian government and military commanders had always threatened and warned that if the United States directly or indirectly attacks Iran, all the American bases in the region would be legitimate targets for Iran's military forces. So now all the options are available for Iran, including the U.S. bases across the region, although we have reports that these American bases have been evacuated during the past few days. And Iran even considers endangering the oil transit in the Persian Gulf, and even Iranian military forces, especially IRGC marine forces, have capability to block the Strait of Hormuz and make it very dangerous for oil tankers to commute. Back to you.
Now, the Iranian Parliament Foreign Policy Committee head Abbas says the U.S. strikes give Iran the legal right to exit the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. What's the Iranian government's response to that?
Well, following the United States attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, we haven't had any clear reaction and announcement by the Iranian government. But what we heard earlier from the officials and authorities in Iran is that withdrawing the NPT, considering the recent U.S. attacks, is very probable. So we can expect that Iran will soon withdraw from the non-proliferation treaty. But the next stage, which is moving towards a possible nuclear weapon, is something that we need to wait and see, because already some, the high officials, aides, in fact, and some officials had already talked about Iran's possible move towards a nuclear weapon.
All right, Asan, thank you so much for that update. Asan Kevani on the phone for us in Tehran. We really appreciate it. Now, Israelis are bracing for more escalations after Iran launched more strikes this morning. The Associated Press reporter Sam Matnick has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he had a warm conversation with Donald Trump. He called this a bold move and said that this was a game changer, essentially. And other politicians have chimed in as well as military officials, saying that this is what was needed to happen. Right now, people here in Israel are sort of bracing for what comes next. There were already strikes early this morning after the U.S. struck Iran. Iran said that it was one of its largest strikes against Israel. We know that dozens of people are wounded, and the scale of the damage from that is still being looked at. People are kind of staying where they are. The streets are fairly empty. Israel is going to continue to make sure that Iran does not have a weapon. It said just day ago, even before the U.S. struck Iran, that this would go on as long as is needed and to be prepared for a prolonged conflict if that was the case. So Israel is adamant that this is the path that they want to take. Now everyone's waiting to see how much damage was done to the sites hit in Iran, and then what basically the ball is in Iran's court to see what they do next, and then what Israel and the U.S. are going to do following that.
Earlier, we talked to our correspondent Evangelos Sipsis about Turkey's reaction to the U.S. strikes on Iran. Have a listen.
Turkey hasn't yet to officially respond to what happened in Iran overnight with the bombing of the U.S. its nuclear sites. But there has been condemnation on social media from politicians here in Turkey saying that what the U.S. has done is unconstitutional. It's against the charter, the United Nations Charter. It's something that is violating the rights of a sovereign nation like Iran. And it's saying that they want this to de-escalate. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, on Saturday during the Islamic Organization Cooperation meeting in Istanbul, he mentioned that the region, Middle East, doesn't need another war. Another war for this region will be catastrophic, and not only for this region, but for the wider world as well. And he said that what Israel has been doing is irresponsible and is only sabotaging the talks between Iran and the United States. He also positioned Turkey as a mediator in this diplomatic, let's so say, issue between Iran and the United States. He says that the doors of Istanbul are open for the two sides to come down and have a talk. But again, he also is mentioning that the Islamic world needs to come together and condemn what Israel has been doing and condemn the attacks on Iran, on a sovereign nation, as he's been saying. And he says that now is the time that the Islamic world needs to come together and play a more significant role in the region when it comes to this issue.
Let's now take a closer look at 3 nuclear sites in Iran that were attacked by the United States. Located in the mountains north of Qom, Iran's Fordo nuclear facility lies roughly 90 meters below ground in solid rock. Its structure was designed to shield it from potential airstrikes and to enhance its defense capabilities. Fordo is equipped to enrich uranium to higher levels compared to other facilities. And since the U.S. withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, Tehran resumed enrichment activities at Fordo, including producing uranium with higher enrichment levels. Iran insists its nuclear program is solely for civilian use, including energy and healthcare. And the Natanz nuclear site is located in Iran's central Isfahan province. According to reports, some of its production halls are built deep underground, protected by concrete walls overhead. The Isfahan nuclear facility, also in central Iran, produces machines used for uranium enrichment. It is one of the largest enrichment facilities in Iran and was previously monitored and inspected by the International Atomic Energy Agency. President Donald Trump has threatened more attacks against other targets in Iran if Tehran does not agree to end the conflict with Israel. CGTN's Nick Harper has more from Washington, D.C.
The US does not plan to carry out more military action unless it's forced into doing so, and it would do so if Iran were to retaliate. The real hope is, at least from what the US president appears to be saying, is that these strikes will force Iran to the negotiating table to come up with some sort of ceasefire between itself and Israel, but also to potentially negotiate a deal that would see it ditch its nuclear ambitions and stop the enrichment of uranium. That is the ultimate goal for the US president, and that is the step that he is hoping Tehran will take. But obviously what we're seeing unfold literally right now, Iran is not rushing to the negotiating table and it is instead carrying out more retaliatory airstrikes against Israel. Some of those 40,000 US personnel that are based all around the Middle East might now have a target on their back because of what the US president decided to do. By attacking Iran, attacking these 3 nuclear facilities, this opens up the possibility that Iran now might go after US personnel stationed all around the Middle East. It's unclear exactly what the US is doing to try and keep its troops safe. That might be something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, details during his briefing on Sunday morning. Well, the US public in surveys this week has overwhelmingly said that they do not support military action. In terms of Congress, many lawmakers coming out on social media to make statements. We've seen some top Republicans backing Donald Trump, but also some Republicans saying that what he has done is unconstitutional, that he should have sought approval from Congress before unilaterally carrying out these strikes. We've also heard from the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. He's a Democrat, and he said that no president should be allowed to unilaterally march this nation into something as consequential as war with erratic threats and no strategy.
Fox News reports that the United States dropped 6 bunker buster bombs in its strikes on the Fordo nuclear facility. In an earlier interview, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, a military analyst for CNN, explains the mechanism behind the GBU-57 bunker buster bomb. It is the only known weapon in the world that could destroy Fordo.
You might have heard about bunker busters. It's the type of weapon that can be used to attack a site like Fordo, a site where Iran is enriching uranium that's buried about 300 feet beneath the ground. There's only one weapon in the world that can destroy a place like Fordo, and there's only one plane in the world that can carry that weapon. That weapon is the GBU-57, a sophisticated bunker buster called the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP. The MOP is 20.5 feet long, weighs about 30,000 pounds, and it can strike a deeply buried target after multiple impacts with pinpoint accuracy. And the only plane that can carry it is the B-2. Israel doesn't have any of these planes or any of these bombs, and that's why they want the U.S. to join their aerial campaign against Iran.
Happening this moment, we're standing by for a press conference. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will be talking to the press in Istanbul, Turkey. We'll bring that to you once that happens. But before that, let's talk a little bit more about the latest situation. Let me bring in Professor Wang Yiwei, a professor of international relations at the Renmin University of China and a senior fellow at the Taihe Institute. Welcome back, Professor. Now, Oman has condemned U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, calling it an illegal aggression. What's your response to that? What could be the regional implications?
Well, definitely illegal. Either not be authorized by the U.S. Congress or by the UN, definitely. So this, they say, illegal. It's not just illegal, it's more dangerous because it's a nuclear facilities and so-called radiation, valid of the Geneva Convention. So that's and most importantly, the people don't trust the UN, don't trust the IAEA, don't trust the Treaty of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So I think Iran will be quit of that treaty. And one another opposite example is North Korea. They're definitely not to ask the IAEA to supervise over their facilities and then succeed. And Iran quite cooperate with the IAEA for civilian use, but finally destroy. And then that's two bad examples for the world. So in the future, it's more. No more countries trust the UN and trust the rule-based international order. They only trust of this military strike. So that's very dangerous.
And we've been hearing from the Iranian side has formally demanded the IAEA to investigate U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. It has also accused the agency's chief of inaction and complicity, I'm quoting their words, while citing violations of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. How might this challenge the IAEA's credibility as a neutral third party?
Well, definitely, it should be the neutral, should be authorized by the UN and this, international law. However, so Iran accused that the IAEA, the head actually is sponsored by the Mossad, by the Israel's intelligence agency. Also, as IAEA guys, they also maybe have some spies. So otherwise, the strike is so successful. How can you know about exactly the position and also without nuclear materials? So that really can attack. So that definitely is a cooperate, not just of the U.S. and the Israel intelligence, but also maybe IAEA contribute to that successful strike.
And beyond Iran, how might these strikes undermine U.S. efforts to rally allies against nuclear threats, given that attacks on IAEA-supervised facilities could set a destabilizing precedent?
Well, definitely. If you cooperate with the IAEA, cooperate with the UN, and then this is the consequences. So no more other countries will be trusted of that, of the U.S. Promise or the international law. So that's a very dangerous situation.
And all eyes are watching if Tehran will retaliate. It has promised to resist the United States attacks with all its might. Talk to us about the military operations Iran has left.
Well, number one, do nothing. Then, of course, it is very dangerous for the Iran government I think this is psychology, the war. So I say, President Trump said, we have lots of them on the list. That means if you not cooperate to give up the nuclear weapons, and then we'll strike continue. And secondly, there were immediately a response, and then they also called the spillover effect of this, make this regional situation more dangerous. And thirdly, maybe in the future reserve to strong back. I think maybe the headquarters of the number 5, the fleet, and also maybe from the Navy, some warship in the Gulf, and they'll be attacked by Iran to retaliate.
All right, thank you so much for taking the time talking to us. We really appreciate your insights, Professor. Thank you. Let's now take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the special live streaming coverage on Israel-Iran conflicts. I'm Zheng Chunying, live in Beijing. Well, earlier, Iran's foreign minister said that Tehran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty and people after the United States attacks on 3 major nuclear enrichment facilities in the Middle Eastern country. Iran also launched its 20th wave of missile and drone strikes against Israeli military targets, according to the Iranian media. And for more analysis, we're now joined by our current affairs commentator, Mr. Rong Li, who is a professor from Sichuan University. Great to have you with us, Professor Rong. Following the UN Security Council emergency session, numerous countries expressed grave concerns over Israel's strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. So, in your perspective, is the current mainstream international stance sufficient to prevent further escalation?
Definitely, I think the answer is more need to be done. It is true, I think, back in June 20th, local time, the UN Security Council held an emergency session on the security situation in Middle East. And the Chinese side, the Chinese ambassador to UN expressed its principal positions and calling upon early and ceasefire and political and the return to the negotiation tables. And unfortunately, I think just shortly after that emergency session, now we had the U.S. military strikes against the 3 nuclear sites in Iran. And we are all waiting to see, first and foremost, I think the responses from the Iranian side, particularly in terms of military responses on these strikes. Diplomatically, we have already learned I think the statement by the Iranian foreign ministers, and also I think by the Iranians Revolutionary Guard Corps and so on and so forth. So we will see what would happen. And of course, shortly after the military attacks by the United States on the Iran's nuclear sites, we have already had kind of a new round of missile attacks of targets in Israel. So what we are looking for is what would be the military targets, responses for the United States. There are certainly a lot of speculations and a lot of sort of debates and what would be happen. And the diplomacy is, while I cannot say that no room, but I think the room for diplomacy is very much narrowing. And despite of that, I think the international community should even more
Okay, I think there seems to be some technical problems, and now we'll get you live pictures from the press conference from the Iranian Prime Minister.
Mean by the return of given diplomacy more chance or last chance, if I say.
老师，那个现在先切到那个伊朗的外长发布会。
关掉了，现在可以了吗？
对，我们先切走了，我们现在先切走了，切到那个伊朗。
Safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Iranian.
We will now be taking questions.
Abbas Araghchi.
We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
There will be a Q&A session. We're standing by for that. This is a press conference taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, following U.S. airstrikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. And the world will be watching what kind of message Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will be sending to the world community. This is a serious escalation we're watching unfold. Let's listen in.
Distinguished Minister, are the doors for negotiation still open? Can you hear me now? Distinguished Minister, the question is as follows. Is the
No translation.
Once again, you're now watching live pictures.
Can you hear me, sir?
Coming from Istanbul.
Can you hear me, sir? In the English channel, can you hear me?
If I may just step in here and just translate real quick for my colleague. He's asking if there are still room for negotiations moving forward.
No. It's all right now. You can translate is okay.
Türkçe mi? Sayın Bakan Ahmet Gannam yine Televizyon Arabi. Müzakerelere hala kapı açık mı görüyorsunuz? Tahran'la görüşmüş müydünüz? Bugün
negotiation door still open? Did you contact Tehran? What kind of damage has been incurred on the nuclear facilities? Is there any intermediary country like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar? Are you continuing your such activities of mediation? How do you see the process? Thank you.
Well, I have been in touch with Tehran, of course. I still do not have exact information about the level of damages, but I don't think it matters how much damages have been made. Attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation of international law and should be condemned. Yesterday, as I said, I had discussion and talks with a number of foreign ministers of the region. Almost all of them are very much concerned and interested to play a role to end this aggression by Israel, of course. They were worried about a possible attack by the United States, but yesterday we were all talking about how to stop the Israeli aggression. Well, of course, the door for diplomacy should be always keep open, but this is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense. And we will do that as long as needed and necessary.
We'd now like to take a question from Al Jazeera.
Thank you very much, Minister. So you say that you need to respond right now, but we know that Iranians are known for their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the US as well? And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, US and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the US is technically involved in this conflict. Thank you.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy, because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans, happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. I think they have proved that they are not men of diplomacy, and they only understand the language of threat and force. And this is very unfortunate. The United States showed that they have no respect to United Nations Charter. They have no respect to international law. They have no respect to any international law regarding, managing the world and facing challenges of the world. There is no red line that they have not crossed. And the last one, and the most dangerous one, happened only last night, when they crossed a very big red line by attacking nuclear facilities. I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy. We are now calculating the damages. And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities, the damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
Mr. Minister, the US President Donald Trump warned that Iran must now make peace, otherwise the future attacks, he says, would be far greater and much easier. So how is Tehran responding to that threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong. We do not understand why Iran should be attacked for a false accusation that Iran is seeking nuclear weapons. It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our peaceful nuclear program is in fact peaceful and would remain peaceful. We negotiated for a long time with the so-called P5+1, and we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy. And then it was the US who withdrew from that deal and reimposed their sanctions and restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating with the same administration. Then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks. So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to the international community to condemn this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level. The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to condemn and prevent these kind of threats. We will certainly defend our interest. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so glad that our people are now fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united and in solidarity with the government, and we stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Türk.
Mr. Minister, how do you assess the West's stance on Israel massacres? No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German Chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Well, what should I say? You said everything. That Iran is under attack by a nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear-armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined and would be defeated. Iran is a committed member of NPT. But NPT is not able to protect us. So why a country like Iran or other countries who are interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT for their peaceful activities? It is very unfortunate that Israel is doing, as the German Chancellor called, a dirty job. And by the way, they supported that dirty job. It's a shame. They know that Israel is doing a dirty job and they support it, and they give it every right to do it, and they call it defending itself. It's really a shame. Pardon? Well, I think I'm not in a position to reveal what we are going to do in response to what Americans did last night. I just talked about the fact that NPT failed to protect Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program, and this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB. IRIB, if I can get a question from IRIB.
Yılmaz Parlar, Türker Gazete, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nden çıkan gazete.
I'm from a Turkic newspaper and also representing Net News Agency. It is indicated that China is supporting Iran. How do you evaluate its deterrence power vis-a-vis USA and Israel? And can we learn your expectations about your relations with the Russian Federation?
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think with the device, it doesn't work properly. I understood the last part of your question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning. Russia is a friend of Iran, and we enjoy a strategic partnership, and we always consult with each other and coordinate our positions. Russia has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations. And even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our Russian friends about the latest about any progress or lack of progress in our talks. Well, I will have serious consultations with the Russian president tomorrow, and we continue to work with each other. Russia is also a permanent member of the Security Council, and we know that they were trying, together with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have a discussion with them that how it should be proceed.
The final question from IRIB, if we can hand over the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
خسته نباشید آقای عراقچی. از خدمتتون که دیروز آقای اردوغان صحبت‌هایی داشتن در مورد میانجیگری، فکر می‌کنید نقش ترکیه در این رابطه به چه دقیق خواهد بود؟ میتونه ترکیه
Thank you. Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a mediation instrument. Can Turkey handle such a diplomacy or mediation activity?
اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه
I had very productive meetings with the President of the Republic of Turkey yesterday, and I also had contacts with some of the countries of the region. Some of the countries of the region, such as Turkey, are indicating that they could be mediating so that the attacks from Israel could stop. I do believe that I'm going to start some actions and discussions about this to prevent this American aggression. Turkey very definitely has condemned the Israeli attacks, and also the countries of the region have also condemned these attacks. Now all the countries of this region and the Islamic countries are condemning the massacre in the killing of Israel. We, as members of the OIC and the foreign ministers, we had a special meeting on the situation in Iran. Turkey was the chair of this session, and in relation to condemning Israeli attacks, a statement was shared to end this attack, and they indicated that they were on our side. The attack last night was a big murder. It was not just an attack against the Iranian people, but also the laws and the provisions of the United Nations were also violated. And the NPT was also damaged. Thus, this was a big blow to international security and to peace by America. We believe that the United Nations should see this as a threat. The behavior of America is threatening the world peace, and it is also a serious bottleneck for the international system. And we have important problems and pain in our region because of this, creating an important damage. The attack last night showed once again that the Zionist regime of Israel has not actually reached its targets and aims in Iran, and they have been harmed, and they have actually been in a crisis because of the heroic defense of Iran. And vis-a-vis this defense, they have received support from America. And this direct intervention of America is actually to save the Zionist regime, and maybe to save the prime minister specifically of the Zionist regime. This was the reason why America acted this way, and this shows that the White House is under the influence of this individual called Netanyahu, and this is a shame for the all American citizens. We continue to defend our country in a heroic manner. Our armed forces are ready. Our people with high level of self-confidence and with high level of motivation is ready to defend itself. The Iranian people's national honor has been damaged, and to win this back, they will defend themselves. We will never take a step back from our own law, from our honor, from our territory, and from our people.
Bloomberg Habertürk. Mr. Minister, thank you very much for doing this. And I'll come from Habertürk and Bloomberg HD. You said attacks at nuclear facilities are red line, and you are calculating your response. So here is the question. What are the options? Are you going to retaliate at U.S. bases in the region, or are you going to considering to close the Strait of Hormuz? And one more question as well. 2 times while you are at the table of negotiation, Israel and U.S. attacked your soil. So do you still have the same level of trust to Western diplomacy? Thank you.
There are a variety of options available to us, and that's it. We never trusted Western countries when we negotiated them, and there are now even more reasons why we shouldn't trust them at all. Of course, the way for diplomacy should be always remain open. But, as I said, we are not in the situation right now to decide how to engage in diplomacy once again and with whom. So let's wait for our response first. And when the aggression is ended, we decide how to engage in diplomacy once again.
Next, over to NTV.
Mr. Minister, thank you. I would like to ask a quick question. You had many dialogues with Mr. Steve Witkoff, the U.S. representative, during the negotiations. Did he call you after the attack? Who you talk with? Did you ever talk with any Western countries or United States? Did they call you? Thank you.
Well, my talks with Mr. Witkoff was indirect through the Omani foreign minister as intermediator, to whom I'm very grateful. And when the talks were stopped because of the US aggression, we are still receiving messages from Americans through different channels, Oman in particular, and there are also others who are passing the messages of the United States to us. And if needed, we respond to those messages through intermediators. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I think we are done.
Yes, we've come to the end of that press briefing. We'd like to thank the Foreign Minister for holding that briefing after the latest developments in his country, Iran, and in the wider Middle East region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you indeed.
Hello and welcome back to the special live streaming coverage on Israel-Iran conflict with CGTN and Zheng Chunying live in Beijing. Just now, the Iranian foreign minister accused U.S. attacks of interfering, of disrespecting international law and UN Charter, while reiterating its stance to defend its sovereignty and its people. And for more analysis, let's get back to our current affairs commentator, Mr. Rong Ying, who is professor from Sichuan University. Professor Rong, great to have you with us again. Let's talk about the statement, the official statement made by the foreign minister of Iran. He said that non-proliferation treaty is threatened if the attack by the U.S. and Israel go unchallenged. So from your perspective, how should different countries cooperate to safeguard the nuclear non-proliferation system after the U.S. military action disrupted the international nuclear order?
Indeed, I think we are at a very critical moment, not only in terms of the situation, which is, I think, have all the signs that there would be escalation and from escalation. And more importantly, I think the question of the integrity of non-proliferation treaty, the NPT, is also very much, I think, endangered to the extent that whether, as a lot of analysts are speculating that the Iran would withdraw from the NPT, which I think it is a full member of and a signatory for that. And it is exactly because of the reason that the IEAs and also the diplomatic talks or the nuclear talks that have been going on, and agreement actually the JCPOA reached, because of that. So of course there are other sort of speculation that the Iranians, the decision to stay in the NPT for sort of pursue a peaceful use of nuclear facilities is kind of a fatwa or directive issued by Ayatollah Khamenei. So very much, I think, has more not only political but a religious foundation. But it is very much an issue. If the Iran finally gave up its so-called nuclear ambiguity by withdrawing from NPT, that would be a heavy blow to the system. But more importantly, I think, to the regional security sort of framework and also the strategic balance in the region. So I think given these sort of the significance and the consequences of that, the international community should really strive, make more efforts to ensure that diplomacy will continue to prevail, and the door of diplomacy, despite the difficulties, will continue to be open. And that is what I think we needed to do that most urgently. And it is also, by the way, I think the cause, one of the major messages sent by the foreign minister in his press conference, which just concluded.
Mm-hmm. And the foreign minister made another point that Iran has a lot of options to defend its sovereignty and its people. And at the same time, we know that the Hezbollah and the Houthis have signaled potential intervention to this confrontation. So my next question is, do you think is there any risk of this proxy warfare escalating to a multinational military confrontation?
I think at the press conference and also during the Q&As, the foreign minister Araghchi has made it explicit clear of what the positions, where I think Iran stands in the wake of the U.S. military attacks on its nuclear sites. I think the first and foremost is the rights of self-defense, which I think Iran strongly and rightly claim that it enjoys. And secondly, in this regard, because of that right, Iran believes they enjoy, it would reserve that all options in terms of defending its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security, and arguably in defending the international law and norms governing international relations, which Iran strongly feel that the military attacks by the United States, by Israel, have violated, has buried, if I can use this term. And last but not least, of course, while the Iranian side foreign minister said that the door of diplomacy should remain open at this moment, Iran is very much focusing on to exercise its right for self-defense. And that's why it's calling upon actually the international community to make more efforts. The UN Security Council, he's calling on and holding a new, emergency meetings, sessions. He's calling on the IEA. He's calling on Iran is, reaching out to the international community, big countries in the region and beyond, by phone conversation and so on and forth, to express its views and making the point that Iran, the positions in the wake of that. So to answer your question, I think we cannot rule out the possible sort of responses, be it the Iran by itself militarily against targets in Israel, and possibly in the military assets of the United States in the region. While in the meantime, I think we may have to wait and see how the diplomacy is going to work out. That's why I think it is, again, even more important for the international community to work jointly, coordinatedly, to ensure the there will be no more escalation, and there will be no more escalation to the extent that the situation will go out of control.
However, according to the speech made by President Donald Trump earlier this morning, he said that he made it clear that the main objective of the U.S. attack is to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability. Well, Iran also threatens heavy retaliation. So do you think this mutual brinkmanship could reshape the Middle East existing security landscape?
Yeah, there are definitely kind of a high level, very dangerous, high intensity brinksmanship, if I can call. What I would rather is a kind of arguably, it is kind of another kind of diplomacy, because it was reported that before the decision was made by the United States, by President Trump, to launch that military strikes, the United States has, through the third party or through, creative way, to send out a message to Iran that the primary objective of that strike was meant for the nuclear sites. In other words, the United States wanted the Iranians to understand that its military strikes against the nuclear sites are limited, and it does not want to see kind of a cycle of escalation. In the meantime, of course, at the speech by President Trump in the wake of the strike, it threatened that if Iran responded militarily against U.S. sort of threats, that would came up with sort of a tragedy and more attacks and more destructions. And we'll see how that game plays out. At least so far, I think while we are waiting or speculating the responses from the Iranian side and listen very carefully the statement by the foreign minister of emphasizing Iran's rights for self-defense, let us hope, let us sort of pray that that escalation will not take place, and which would give diplomacy the final and last chance, hopefully.
Hopefully, this is what we all want to see in the future. Well, let's get back to the presser. The Iranian foreign minister also said during the presser that there are many regional forces expressed willingness to immediate the conflicts. And at the same time,
the Security Council also urged restraint and emphasized nuclear facilities' inviolability, but passed on substantive resolution. Do you think is it adequate for the crisis? And what more should be done by the international community to get everything back on the negotiation table?
Yeah, we all know that the UN Security Council is very much important. It is important not only because of the functions, but also I think the expectations and the urgency in this crisis, where all the parties, the international community that had been hoping for. But we all know the rules of the games. We all know that one of the permanent member of the UN Security Council, which has the veto power as the directly party is concerned, it just done the military exercises, military strikes against a member of UN. So, in other words, it is quite reasonable to expect that a resolution of UN Security Council, which was supposed to be legal binding, will not adopted if it contains strong legally binding measures against in response to the ongoing crisis, which is very much led by Israel and the United States. So what would it be? What kind of diplomacy more? Diplomatically we can do, and of course I think I personally would feel that if the UN Security Council is not able to come up with a kind of resolutions or kind of solutions in response to that, the UN General Assembly, as we have seen most recently on the similar crisis, for example, on the question of Palestine and Israel conflict, could come up and similar resolutions, even though that resolution are not legally binding. It would very much send a strong signal, diplomatically and morally, and condemning the violations of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international laws and norms like that. And it would certainly very much, in a way, translate the support and the positions of the majority of the international community. If you look at the, I think the numbers, I would believe there will be huge numbers for that. So in addition to that, of course, there are other efforts as we have seen. The foreign minister of Iran, the fact that it's holding this conference, in Istanbul, he's attending the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation meetings, and also working with the host Turkey and others. So in all, let us see that again, diplomacy will prevail, and the solution will be found, political solution through diplomacy. But in the meantime, we hope and we pray that escalation will not take place.
Yes, and you've stressed that the U.S. is really playing a very significant role in catalyzing this conflict. We know that U.S. military deployments reveal dual-track preparations. Strategic bombers for precision strikes on nuclear facilities, while carrier groups posture defensively. So from your perspective, which intervention scenario, limited air campaign or comprehensive regime change operation, is currently assessed as more probable?
There are a lot of debates, ongoing debate, heated debates. I think unprecedented, as far as I can see, in the United States on the fallout, on the pros and cons of the military involvement in this conflict. First, I think when the Israel's military strikes started, it was something I think related to, very much focused on whether the United States should be dragged into this conflict if the statement by the Secretary Rubio that the United States would not, just a unilateral sort of actions and so on and so forth. Of course, there are other speculations, and the Iranians has been so accusing that there must be a coordinated sort of operations, if not, cleared specifically by the United States. But the arguments, if one follows, would find that there are a lot of those who oppose that, is very much, I think, concerned the first and foremost, I think, the impacts on the, U.S. itself, taking into account the bad track record, the consequences of U.S. involvement in the region, and so we wish, history, the recent history gives them a lot of lessons of the UN. And secondly, United States. Secondly, I think the UN, United States, the American people, I think they are not ready, or they don't want to see, to get involved in a kind of a conflict like that. And last but not least, I believe that the question of the ultimate goals or the end game of this involvement remains a critical factor that would going to shape U.S. Trump administration's final decisions on that. And for that, there are a lot of sort of uncertainties, a lot of variables, which I think we will have to take into account. The domestic politics, the role of Congress, and most importantly, I think the personal sort of preference of President Trump would also means a lot. Obviously, what the United States has done, particularly in terms of these military strikes, it's a big shift. Compared to not only to the previous, many years, previous sort of a record or position of Trump, but in the most recent, the past 80 days when the conflict broke out.
Yes, their involvement, their stance towards the conflict is, as you just mentioned, is a big shift for the Trump administration compared to the previous administration. So what are some of the reasons, strategic reasons behind the Trump administration's strong, committed involvement in this conflict? And how will this involvement affect its domestic policy?
I think the simple answer is that United States hopefully, and I think would have learned good lessons by the past engagement in the region. And secondly, I think the political sort of atmosphere, the constituency in the United States are not ready to supporting, are not ready to support this kind of engagement. And diplomatically, the United States will also to have difficulties in sustaining kind of a large-scale military sort of engagement involved in the region. And last but not least, I think even military front, I would raise a question mark, put a question mark that the United States will be able to sustain a kind of military involvement like that, not to mention the ground sort of forces or the ground deployment of large scale on that. Simply, I think the United States in a difference. But that is exactly the problems the United States are having. That's why I thought the debate in the United States is going to be very much important in shaping the final outcome of this conflict. Because if one looks at the past sort of experience of U.S. Engagement in, be it in Iraq, Afghanistan, and others, so sometimes they not only the United States ended up very terribly with the reason or the track record of that has always been out of the plan. So this is, I think, exactly as an observer, I think hopefully, the American people will keep in mind when their leaders, their politicians go ahead with that. That is, I think, what I would say, the sense of history is going to play a very important role.
All right, thanks for analysis and insights. We really appreciate that. You're watching the special live streaming coverage on Israel-Iran conflict. Don't get back, stay tuned with us. Iran conflict with CGTN. I'm Zheng Chuing, live in Beijing. Well, the two countries have struck multiple rounds of strikes as the conflict reached into day 10. And for more latest on the ground, we're now joined live to our correspondent Yang Yuan, who is in Beirut, where the ripple effects of the Iran-Israel conflict are reshaping the regional dynamics. Hello, Yang Yuan. You're in Lebanon. Tell us, how has the country reacted to the recent military development?
Hi, hello. We know that as the conflict in the Middle East escalated this morning, and this morning the president of Lebanon, Aoun, he declared this morning that Lebanon, its leadership, political parties, and people are now more aware than ever of the heavy price it has paid for wars waged both within its borders and across the region. Aoun stressed that the country has no interest in enduring further conflict, emphasizing that the cost of such wars has already exceeded Lebanon's capacity to bear. In Aoun's remarks, the president warned that the recent strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities risk escalating regional tensions to dangerous levels, threatening the security and the stability of multiple countries. Aoun also called for restraints on all sides and urged the initiative of serious and constructive negotiations aimed at restoring stability in the region and preventing further losses of life and destruction.
What about the reactions from the Gulf countries?
Okay, let's take a look at the reactions from the Gulf countries this morning. We know that first, Bahrain and other Gulf states also lie near the Iran's Bushehr nuclear reactors, which has reportedly been target of Israeli strikes. Their proximity just across the narrow waters of the Gulf has raised regional security concerns, especially amid fears of radioactive fallout or wider escalations. This morning, Bahrain issues public guidance following US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. We know that this country, Bahrain, home to the US Central Command's regional base, issued public safety guidance in the wake of American strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. In the light of recent developments in the region's security situation, we urge citizens and the residents to use the main roads only when necessary to maintain public safety and to allow the relevant authorities to use the roads efficiently, which is set by the Interior Ministry statements. And the capital city also said that 30% of the government's employees, including those in the ministries and the government agencies, will work from home starting immediately, which is following by the US attacks. And a remote working system will be activated across the ministries and the government agency with a 30% work from home capacity, which is issued by the official Bahrain news agency after the US bombed Iran. We know that nearly 9,000 defense personnel are stationed in Bahrain, including the military and civilian staff. The US Navy's Fifth Fleet provided security to ships and aircraft in this region. And other countries like Kuwait, they have the emergency plan in the similar development. The Kuwait Finance Ministry said on Sunday it has activated its emergency plan to ensure the continuity of financial and service operations with high efficiency. And also the Saudi Arabia expressed the greatest concern after US strikes on Iran. Saudi Arabia expressed its great concern. The kingdom is closely monitoring the developments in the Islamic Republic of Iran with targeting of Iranian nuclear facilities by the US. And we know that Oman, which plays a role of mediator between the US and Iran in nuclear discussions, condemned the strikes on Sunday. Okay, back to you.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, we know that Hezbollah and the Houthis have previously signaled potential intervention and even support to Iran. What about now? Have we seen any new signals or new moves from Hezbollah or other forces in response to recent developments?
We know that since the outbreak of the conflict between Israel and Iran on the 13th, there has been growing concern in Lebanon that Hezbollah may intervene in support of Iran. On the 20th local time, Israeli Defense Minister he publicly warned Hezbollah, stating that Israel has lost its patience with any party that threatens its security, and that Hezbollah must act within cautious. He also criticized Hezbollah's leader, Qasem, saying that he has not learned from his previous one. His remarks were in response to Qasem's statement made the night before, in which he declared that Hezbollah is not neutral and would take what it deemed appropriate actions. And these remarks quickly sparked widespread debate within the country, within the Lebanon. On the 19th, during a visit to Lebanon, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, and he's also the special envoy to Syria, Tom Barak, warned Hezbollah's involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict would be a very bad decision. The Lebanese-American diplomat emphasized that all efforts must be made to control the situation and avoid further escalations. Otherwise, a new round of Israeli military action against Lebanon will be triggered. We know that during the conflict with Israel from October 2023 to November 2024, Hezbollah suffered significantly losses, and its capabilities were notably diminished. However, the public opinion in Lebanon remains concerned that if Iran makes a direct request, Hezbollah might be drawn into the escalating regional conflict. Since the outbreak of the Iran-Israel conflict, the Lebanese security agents have implemented several precautionary measures, including maintaining close communication with Hezbollah officials, increasing surveillance of the Palestinian refugee camp, and also working to prevent and pro-Iranian groups from initiating the military actions, all in an effort to keep the Lebanon from being dragged into the war. Back to you, Beijing.
All right, thanks for reporting. That's our reporter Yang Yuan from Beirut in Lebanon. Take care. All right, that's our live streaming coverage on Israel-Iran conflict. Don't go away. We'll get you more for the conflict.
Iran's major main nuclear sites, marking a dramatic escalation as Washington joins Israel's conflict with Tehran. At a news conference in Istanbul, Iran's top diplomat accused Donald Trump of betrayal and said Iran reserves all options to defend itself.
So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. The United States showed that they have no respect to United Nations Charter. They have no respect to international law. And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities, the damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
Araghchi also says he's set to head to Russia tomorrow to discuss the situation. Israeli health authorities say at least 86 people have been injured overnight and into Sunday morning amid fresh Iranian strikes. Authorities will temporarily reopen its airspace for flights from 1100 GMT on Sunday as it repatriates thousands of citizens left stranded overseas. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says 40 missiles have been fired towards Israel, including one of its biggest, the Kabar Shakan type missile. Israeli military says it has carried out fresh attacks on military targets in western Iran. President Donald Trump has called the strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites a spectacular success. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has lauded Donald Trump's decision to strike Iran, saying it will, quote, change history. And for the very latest, we'll go live to Safar Sarami in Tehran. Good to see you there, Safar. So Iran's foreign minister has said that Iran would defend itself at all possible means necessary. So what concrete steps is the Iranian government considering following the U.S. airstrikes?
Yeah, of course. That's a very good question. But first, let me update you on a breaking news I just received that the city of Despul in the province of Khuzestan in southwest of Tehran is also being attacked right now as we are speaking by the Israeli forces. And about your question regarding the Abbas Araghchi, what does it mean by all means to defend itself? Of course, we have to, as I've said many times, we have to wait.
It looks like we have some... All right, Safar, continue.
Of course, you have my voice? Of course, because I have said many times regarding military actions or retaliation, we have to wait and see what the supreme leader says, what the IRGC says, what the army says. Abbas Araghchi is our top diplomat. He's a foreign minister. He says that we're going to retaliate, but he doesn't know how. But by all means, some people start speculating that Iran might close the Strait of Hormuz. But I think we should now stop speculating and we should stop guessing, because now we are in a very, very dangerous situation, not only for Iran, but for the whole region and even for the world. So for now, we have to stop speculating and see what the IRGC, what the army, the supreme leader, and the president will say. But as Araghchi emphasized, the door to diplomacy is always open. But at this time and situation, it is.
So far, we know the Iranian foreign minister is set to visit Russia and hold talks with Putin tomorrow. So what do you think will be the major outcomes and what will be the priorities of their conversation?
Of course, Araghchi has not, talked about the details of his meeting with Putin. But of course, I believe it's going to be a very momentous moment because, as you know, Iran has 2 major allies, China and Russia. So tomorrow he's going to meet Mr. Putin. He's going to talk to him about the escalation in the region. And I think personally, I believe that Putin might want to play the role of a mediator, like the role that Oman used to have in Iran-U.S. talks.
Thank you so much, Safa, for your reporting from Tehran. We'll definitely keep you updated. And now we go live to our Jonathan Regab in Tel Aviv. Hello there, Jonathan. Would you please tell us where you are and what is the latest situation on the ground?
Yes, so this is a location in Tel Aviv that has been hit, where a strike took place, and we were moved a little bit from the actual site that we visited earlier, but there's sheer devastation. Once again, as was seen in previous days, this place took a direct impact, and the devastation is quite big. We can, fortunately, maybe miraculously, we can speak of only a lot of damage and minor injuries. Why so? People did exactly as they're instructed and went to the shelter. As soon as the warning arrived, people went to the shelter, and that is why we're speaking of substantial material damage, but most of the injuries here are minor injuries. This is a site here in Tel Aviv. This is just one site. There are other sites in the city, around the city, that have been hit, and also in other areas throughout the country. The amount of missiles that were fired was not very big. We're speaking of some 25 to 30. This is different from the 60 or 70 missiles that Iran used to fire at once about a week ago. But as we mentioned, even one or two of those 30 making impact can cause various damages, can cause substantial damage. And this is what we see here in this site in Tel Aviv.
Jonathan, how would you describe the atmosphere there in Israel following the U.S. airstrikes on Iran?
So I would call it as not joy, but clear maybe satisfaction. Israel wanted the United States to be involved in this conflict for various reasons. First, the United States has abilities that Israel does not have. Whatever was fired on the Fordo nuclear plant earlier this morning are bombs that Israel simply does not have. Israel does not have the advanced B-2 bombers that the United States has, and Israel does not have the amazingly big bombs that penetrate bunkers that the United States has. So there is hope that now that the United States has joined, Iran will perhaps get a clearer message as to what it's standing up against, not only Israel, but Israel, the United States, and possibly even other Western European countries that have expressed support for the American move. But while there's an understanding that the United States is now part of the war, there's also an understanding that this does not mean that Israel will not be targeted anymore. The example came this morning, roughly 3-4 hours after the American strike, came that missile launch towards Israel. So there is hope that with the American involvement and the feeling that there's American backing to this operation, things could perhaps happen faster. But at the moment, it's still the devastation that we saw in previous days.
Thank you so much, Jonathan Regab, for your reporting from Tel Aviv. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, for more, let's go live to our correspondent, Evangela Sipsas in Gublak, Turkey, as foreign ministers of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation are meeting in Istanbul. The Iranian foreign minister is also there at present. He held a news press conference earlier. So, Evangela, what can the group achieve at such a critical moment?
Well, the IOC meeting that started on Saturday, the Islamic Organization of Cooperation, didn't expect that throughout its meeting this will happen, which happened overnight, the bombing of nuclear sites in Iran. The foreign minister of Iran, Araghchi, who was here, he spoke and he condemned the overnight attacks by the U.S., saying that the only thing that they were managing to do is to destabilize the region and dragging the Middle East into another war. That's what he has been saying. He also mentioned that this is against the United Nations Charter. It says that what it's doing is only putting oil in the fire, is causing more problems in the Middle East and in the region. He says that this now is shaping future of the region, mentioning that these attacks now are going to bring a new era for the region, but also for the whole world. He says that along with his counterpart. They mentioned that this is the time now that the Islamic world needs to take more action. The Islamic world needs to step up and take more responsibility to stand up against the actions against Israel, the attacks that Israel has done, but also what the U.S. has done overnight. He mentioned that now is the time for the Islamic world to play a more significant role in shaping the future, but he also wanted the Islamic world to condemn these attacks. He wants them to say that what they're doing is illegal and it's an act of terrorism. So this is pretty much what he mentioned. There's some very strong words. And at the closing, actually, of his press conference, he mentioned that Iran has all the rights to defend itself with all necessary means. Now, we don't know what that means, whether that will be some sort of retaliation or not, but we do know from previous announcements from the Iranian government that these kind of words mean that Iran will continue what it's doing and won't back down.
Thank you so much for your reporting from Gublak, Turkey. We'll definitely keep you updated. Over in the United States, where President Donald Trump has threatened more attacks against other targets in Iran if Tehran does not agree to end the conflict with Israel. Donald Trump is slated to have a meeting with his national security team as he weighs more U.S. actions in the war. The top Democrat in the U.S. House of Representatives has accused Donald Trump of pushing the United States towards war. For the very latest, we go live to Han Peng in Washington, D.C. Good to see you there, Han Peng. So this is a critical moment. I want to get your reaction from the U.S. as President Donald Trump's decision to strike without congressional approval has drawn fierce criticism from both Democrats and Republicans. So who accused of him of pushing the country towards war? What more can you tell us about the reactions from the United States?
Well, actually, in the United States, the reactions are very divided. Almost right after the strikes, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi not only accused President Trump of ignoring the Constitution by acting without congressional authorization of war, but also emphasized that such a move will endanger American servicemen, diplomats, and others. Democratic lawmakers such as Bernie Sanders have also introduced bills to block funding for any further military action on Iran without explicit congressional approval, citing the War Powers Act. They also echoed the 2020 precedents when Trump killed Iranian General Soleimani with similar legal challenges. All this has actually sharpened the division between the Republicans and Democrats. Some Republicans, like Senators Lindsey Graham and also Tom Cotton, are actually urging Trump to take an even tougher action. They think that Trump is not tough enough. However, some of Trump's other Republican allies, such as Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, are actually vocally against U.S. involvement, saying such involvement is actually working against the U.S. national interest. So all this clearly shows that there's not only deep-seated partisan differences in the U.S. over the military actions on Iran, but also a lack of unity even within Republicans. Is also probably the reason why Trump has to resort to surprise attacks against Iran twice, since the 2020 killing of General Soleimani, where otherwise the White House can hardly unite different factions in the U.S. to get involved in Iran-Israel conflict.
Han Peng, we know that the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff Air Force General Dan King are set to brief the media at the Pentagon very shortly. So what key updates can we expect?
We can expect the Pentagon to outline the U.S. military's objectives and operational details. U.S. Defense Secretary is likely to emphasize the effectiveness of the strikes, especially the use of 6 bunker buster bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities. He's also likely to, just repeat the same thing like what Trump said. The U.S. says he's likely to say that there's irreversibly, degradation of Iran's uranium enrichment capabilities, while Iran would say that the damages are fixable and there's no nuclear leaks, that's according to the Iranian government right now. The briefing may also highlight what Trump calls unprecedented U.S.-Israel coordination, with Israel providing critical intelligence on the underground infrastructure while the U.S. forces executed the strikes. On the U.S. deterrence to Iran, we can also expect that there will be updates on the 3 U.S. aircraft carrier deployment, the USS Ford, which is arriving the day after tomorrow, USS Carl Vinson, and also USS Nimitz, which are forming a historic naval presence in the Middle East by the U.S. Sanctions will be another focus, including targeting Iran's military supply chain and also oil exports. However, this briefing will, I believe, downplay the risks of escalation. It's likely to frame the strikes as surgical and avoid discussions on what if Iran gets determined to fight back. It will also avoid mentioning the potential oil price spikes. So, some analysts have already estimated that the prices can reach $130 per barrel if Hormuz is blocked. Back to you, Hona.
Thank you so much, Han Peng, for your reporting from Washington, D.C. We'll definitely monitor closely about the latest press conference coming up shortly in Pentagon. Thank you so much. The U.S. has maintained a significant military presence in the Middle East for decades, with an estimated 40,000 to 50,000 troops stationed across the region, according to the Council on Foreign Relations. The U.S. operates at least 90 military sites across the region under Central Command, or CENTCOM. 8 of these are permanent bases located over Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi, and the UAE. Among the most critical bases is Qatar's Seyed airspace, which is the largest U.S. military facility in the region, housing 10,000 troops and nearly 100 aircraft, as well as drones. Bahrain is also home to the naval support activity, home to roughly 9,000 military and civilian personnel. In Kuwait, Camp Rifjan serves as a primary logistics and command hub for the U.S. forces. The UAE's Al-Farah Air Base hosts advanced stealth jets like the F-22 Raptor, along civilian aircraft. And in Iraq, Araghchi airspace supports critical air operations, particularly in northern Iraq and Syria. In New York City, meanwhile, demonstrators gather on June the 21st to support Iran and Palestine. CGTN has talked with participants and attendees about their views on U.S. involvement in the conflict.
Israel attacked Iran. Israel provoked this war.
This has been stated. The policy years ago by the United States government and Netanyahu was 7 countries in 7 years. And we're on to the last country now, Iran. So we'll see what happens, but this is an existential battle.
I think Iran is actually powerful enough to win this thing. Even the Houthis basically chased away, Trump. So if Trump couldn't beat the Houthis, I don't know how delusional, he is, thinking that Israel can't either. Israel is lying about the fact that they have control of the airspace, whatever, to try and to convince Trump that it's going to be an easy win. It's not going to be an easy win. I actually think Iran is going to win this.
Israel is claiming in all of its wars against Lebanon, Syria, Gaza, West Bank, and now Iran, that it's defending itself. And that's clearly not what's going on. And the United States has been supporting Israel in all of its vicious wars. And we need to stop arming Israel. We need to rein in Israel.
Stories from around the world about our world. A collaboration between CGTN and broadcasters from 6 continents. Each week, CGTN and its multimedia platforms showcase compelling reports followed by local and national media outlets from across the globe. One world, many voices. A special CGTN initiative. Our World, every week, only on CGTN. See the difference.
Tonight, Tonight, one question cuts through the smoke. Were the U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities a bold act of deterrence or a reckless provocation that pushes us closer to a world war? And joins me here in the studio is Lu Surey. Hello there, Surey. So tell us more about how the world is reacting to U.S. airstrikes.
Yes, Hona. Well, world reactions are divided, but not random. There appear to be two dominant camps. And Camp 1 says the attacks were necessary, that Iran's nuclear program had crossed a red line, that inaction would invite disaster. And Trump supporters and allies calling it decisive leadership. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the strikes historic and truly unsurpassed, and claiming the action can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. Inside the U.S., Trump-aligned Republicans echoed this, praising the action as clean and decisive. And House Speaker Mike Johnson said in a social media post that the military operations in Iran should serve as a clear reminder to our adversaries and allies that President Trump means what he says. But then the second camp sees something else entirely, escalation without accountability. And critics argue that this wasn't self-defense, it was a unilateral strike on a sovereign state without congressional approval or international backing. And the UN condemned it. Secretary-General Antonio Guterres condemned the action and calling it a dangerous escalation in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. And Russia warns against U.S. strike on Iran nuclear sites as catastrophic. And New Zealand's Foreign Minister Winston Peters said the ongoing military action in the Middle East is extremely worrying, and he urged all parties to return to talks. And the country is sending a C-130J Hercules aircraft to the Middle East as part of efforts to assist its citizens who are stranded in Iran and Israel. An Australia government spokesperson stated, "We continue to call for de-escalation, dialogue, and diplomacy." And how has Iran responded? The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran responded quickly, stating the attacks are a savage assault that goes against international law. And Iran also vows not to allow the country's nuclear program to be stopped by these strikes. But the Iranian government has not provided information on the full extent of the damages. No retaliation yet, but no promise there won't be. And critics ask, if we bomb a program under international monitoring, what incentive is left for any nation to cooperate? This isn't just a military strike, it's a stress test for global order, law, diplomacy, and restraint.
Thank you so much, Surey, for your reporting for us. We'll definitely keep you updated. China has strongly condemned the U.S. attack on Iran and its targeting of nuclear facilities under the supervision of the IAEA. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said the U.S. violated the UN Charter and the international law, further escalating tensions in the Middle East. China has called on all parties involved, especially Israel, to ease hostilities, ensure the safety of civilians, and engage in dialogue and negotiations. The Foreign Ministry also said that Beijing stands ready to work with the international community to contribute to restoration of peace and security in the region. And on Friday, British, French, German, and EU top diplomats held talks in Geneva with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. They urged Iran to revive diplomatic efforts with the United States to find a solution in the standoff over its nuclear program. For the very latest, we'll go live to Ross Collin in Paris. Good to see you there, Ross. You know, things have been escalating very quickly. How are European countries responding now?
Yeah, things have been escalating in terms of that reaction.